anticipation that Brian Branch is going to be better, that Davis will be an upgrade as long as he stays healthy, that Amik Robertson, a lot of the things that we're hearing from the coaching staff is his compete level is second to none. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to be a great player. There's a lot of competitors that they may be the most vicious competitor, but they can't put one foot in front of the other. So it's really going to be a determination on how much better this secondary is than it was last year. And I think they're going to be not just a little bit better, a lot better than they were last year.
How much better? So you don't think they're going to be
better than a half point?
Okay, so top 15? Above average?
I do expect them to be a top half of the NFL. So we could say 15, 16, where we could split hairs there. But yes, top half of the NFL. And I would edge more towards, I'm not going to say top 10. I think they have that potential, but I think they should be 12, 13 range. And so in that area, and you start thinking about what does that mean and what are they doing better this year than last year, giving the ball back to the offense in advantageous positions, creating more turnovers, short fields, just simply getting the ball back to the offense. Hey, you go down and score, let's get a stop early. You can go up 2 touchdowns. The biggest area of concern that I have, other than just, hey, the passing defense, is when they get into the red zone. How tight can they be inside the 20, inside the 25, where that's where your money's made on both sides of the ball. There's a lot of offenses and a lot of defenses that allow offenses to move up and down the field in between the 20s, but if you can hold a team to field goals and you're scoring touchdowns, that's a win. If you can force them out of field goal range at some point, or, hey, we've seen this here painfully so, if you miss some field goals, now all of a sudden it creates momentum. You give the ball back to the offense. But that's where this defense, I think, needs to take the biggest step is in the red zone.
30th last year in red zone defense. And
painful.
You're right. I think the way they want to play is aggressive. It's the one thing that worked for them late in the year. There's a couple key things I look at with the Lions defense. Red zone is one of them. The other one is pressure to sack conversion. They got a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
You got to get sacks. Late in the year, they had more success because they blitzed. It was the trade-off.
Yeah.
And the trade-off meant they were going to give up more down the field. They give up the most air yards in football. So I'm looking at pressure to sacks. I'm looking at downfield coverage. And I'm looking at red zone. I think you can make a case they're better downfield coverage. I mean, look at the corner room.
Yeah.
And the thought is if we can jam guys at the line of scrimmage, disrupt routes, don't let them get down the field, and then win some one-on-ones, don't get beat consistently down the field, they're better. I don't know that they're better in red zone yet, and I don't know that they're better in converting pressure to sacks yet.
Right.
So I think there is a question mark around this defense still. I don't think it's for a lack of effort and trying to upgrade it this offseason. I think you can expect it to be better, but I think there are questions as to how much better.
There's so much that goes hand in hand defensively. If you are better at jamming at the line of scrimmage, you're better in coverage. Now some of those pressures have more time to actually become sacks. If instead of, hey, Aiden Hutchinson, instead of having to beat them right off the ball, you can actually make a move and get home. And instead of just being that split second late of being able to get home and forcing that quarterback to tuck it and take the sack, now, you're able to actually turn a lot of those pressures, because Aiden Hutchinson had the best pressure rate in the NFL, but you got to convert those from pressures to sacks. With better coverage, you have a better opportunity to do that.
Are you guys buying it that the Lions defense will be 20th for the upcoming season? And the question is that good enough to win a Super Bowl? I think it'll be better than 20th. I don't think being 20th is good enough to win the Super Bowl, given the quarterbacks you would likely face in the Super Bowl. If you're in a position where you have to blitz Mahomes or Burrow or any of these other elite
They'll make
AFC,
you pay.
They will make you pay. And only if the corners pop and can win consistently one-on-one do you win that game. That's hard to expect from rookies. Can they win the Super Bowl? Yes, but the defense does have to be better than it was last year. 248-539-9797. They could have beat the Niners as is a year ago, but I think to beat the Kansas City Chiefs, it would have had to be better.
At that time of year and in that environment, you're 100% correct. We saw them beat them at the beginning of the year, but the Super Bowl, that's a whole different animal, and they've obviously got the experience. They've got the talent, one, to get there, the confidence to be playing in that game. So you're going to have to do more in that regard, at that time of year, than you were doing at the beginning of the season.
9:35 this morning. Tigers couple games out of the wild card. They've got a stretch coming up against teams with records worse than them. A put up or shut up opportunity. Do you view the Tigers as in the wild card race? We'll get to it at 9:35. Lions chance to weigh in on the phones. Ticket text. It's next. 97.1.
Hey, Tuesday is finally here, and that means Dinger Tuesdays on FanDuel. So why not swing for the fences this Major League Baseball season every single Tuesday on America's #1 sportsbook? Dinger Tuesdays. As I mentioned, you can turn dingers into dollars all season long. Just bet on your favorite player to rip a moonshot, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every homer during that game. And yeah, you heard it. Home runs just got even better and more exciting because now they're going to pay out. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to get in on all the Dinger Tuesday action. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen, and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25 per game. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
They crunched the numbers. We passed them along to you. The Lions expected to be the second best offense in football with the 20th defensive football team. That's based on Vegas point totals and spreads. So the team expected point totals every game, add them up over 17. The Lions are number 2, offensively, number 20th defensively. Is 20th defensively good enough to win the Super Bowl? Probably not.
No, it's not ideal. And I don't know what the numbers are in terms of where defense is ranked for Super Bowl champions over the last 30 years. But every time you look, they're well-rounded teams. And that's one of the arguments about San Francisco is you could make arguments for position groups, but then when it comes down to it, offensively and defensively, there's not a lot of holes in their game. And when you look at the Lions, a lot of our predictions are just projections of what we think the improvements are, because we don't know what DJ Reader, when he's going to be available, the impact he'll make. Defensively, we don't know how good Terrion Arnold or Ennis Rakestraw is going to be as a rookie. Brian Branch, we're projecting an improvement. Laporta on offense, we're projecting an improvement. Jack Campbell, we're projecting improvements. There's a lot of projections.
The Campbell one I think is really important. Middle of this defense, chasing down running backs in the flats, quarterbacks when they try to extend plays, covering tight ends, all these teams that use tight ends, whether it's Kittle or Kelsey, the teams that you're competing with at the top of the sport, Mark Andrews with the Ravens.
And that's a position where I think experience does matter, especially at this level. Like the quarterback on offense, it's a different look. It's a different language. It's a different game. And that's why it's really hard for quarterbacks to go from college to the NFL and be immediately effective. Same thing with linebackers. And I know that, we talked about draft value and positional value. You don't see linebackers taken in the first round, off the ball linebackers frequently. There is a learning curve to that position in regards to reading offenses and then reacting to more mobile quarterbacks than maybe you saw at the college level, of reacting to both the pass, the run, all of those different things. I think there's a learning period. And for Jack Campbell, all we heard about coming out of college, coming out of Iowa, was he's the best athlete in the draft. His athletic score is what it is. And that will translate. But there's also, you can be a fast player but not necessarily play fast. Now all of a sudden he's got a year of experience, I think is a huge thing for Jack Campbell in that position. And now that he has the opportunity to actually process quickly, will add to his speed of which he plays.
I don't expect the Lions to be a top 10 defense. I do think they will be better than 20th. I think that's a fair expectation.
Where do you expect them to be? I said 12, 13.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the target if you're going to win a Super Bowl. I do. And I think some of this is going to be more than just the raw numbers of how many points you give up, right? It's going to be key situations. You mentioned red zone. I'll throw in third down. We got to throw in turnovers, takeaways. Mm-hmm. If you're going to play a more havoc-based defense, which is what they had success doing last year, I think the offseason supports the kind of defense they want to run. So it might be one of those deals where you play more shootouts. They're going to play the most games where the point total is 48 or higher, 13 games. They're going to play 6 against top 10 offenses, right? They're going to face San Francisco. They're going to face Buffalo, who's expected to be one of the higher scoring offenses. Dallas, Houston, Green Bay twice. These are teams all expected to be top 10 in points for. So you may give up more. You may play more shootouts. You have the offense to win a lot of those games. When you get in the playoffs, you may give up some ground, right? But you're going to have to be good red zone, third down, takeaways. Do you have the guys to take the ball away in the secondary? Well, you don't have to have that answered in week 1, but you have to have that answered in weeks 18, 19, 20 in the postseason. And DJ Reader, you already stopped the run. You're going to continue to stop the run, force teams into third and long, and then that's when that blitz package has to get home. That's when those guys have to lock down on third down. I think they're going to be better. I don't think they're going to be 10. I think they need to probably be, like you said, 12. 11, 12, flirt with the top 10 defense, and situationally need to be much, much better. There will be weeks where they have to win a shootout script. Good thing they have one of the best offenses in football. Ticket Texter says, offense gets you to the show, defense brings it home. If the Lions' defense doesn't improve dramatically, they won't win their division, let alone the Super Bowl. Ken in Allen Park. If the Lions' defense is 20 with this roster, Glenn needs to go. CBS says they're 10th in defense for the upcoming season. No excuses for Aaron Glenn.
It's all going to be a matter of all of these different organizations and entities will rank defenses going into the season. They're going to rank teams. The power rankings in the NFL, it's like the top 25 in college football. But there's a lot of projections involved in what the Lions will be defensively. But I think that one ticket texture was spot on. Aaron Glenn has more toys and more tools to play with and utilize this year. And I want to see, can they get home by not having to blitz to make that pressure happen?
But I think they want to blitz. And from that standpoint,
that's fine.
And from that
but they got to be able to do both.
I agree. You have to be able to vary it up for good quarterbacks and good offenses. But I don't think there's any excuse for Aaron Glenn now.
No.
You want to play press man coverage and blitz? They spent the whole offseason giving you the team to play press man coverage and blitz, so it's got to look better this season. This was brought to me. This is a list of songs that Colin requests on the Jukebox.
Oh.
Jukebox. He says, Tiny Dancer by Elton John.
Why are we randomly taking shots at Colin now? This is great.
Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic by The Police.
Oh, mm-hmm.
Me and My Bitch, Biggie Smalls.
Oh, wow.
Short Skirt, Long Jacket from Cake. And Crazy Little Thing Called Love from Queen. I don't know why we're doing this, but
where'd those come from?
I don't know.
This
is random
a sheet
shots
that was brought in front of me, and
shots fired.
You know how this works. All right, we're going to talk Tiger baseball at 9:35. No more shots at Colin, I don't think.
At least not right now.
I mean, I like that they're not coming from me anymore. So, like, he has somebody else to get upset with.
Yes, Jim Costa.
Yeah.
If this is from the nameless, faceless entity that puts together funny things for the show. Tiger baseball at 9:35. They got a stretch coming up against teams with losing records. Chance to make up ground on the wild card. Put up or shut up. Do you think they're in the fight? But first, Heather with the news.
I don't know if you guys heard about this, but there's an Ypsilanti family that's demanding answers after their 14-year-old was assaulted at school by a staff member.
Oh, boy.
And there's video because the entire thing was caught on video. And now Yolanda Ellis, the mother of the student, is angry. Obviously, I would be too, and upset about what this grown man did to her teenage son. Rightfully so. I wouldn't want to go back to school either after I was attacked by it was a former coach this was at Ypsilanti Middle School. Happened last week. Now, the family says that they do plan to send the school district a litigation notice and hold them accountable. They also want to meet with the school district. Now, the community schools superintendent in Ypsilanti also condemned the actions of this individual. They say the employee is no longer working at the school district and is not permitted to enter school property or attend any school events in the future. They wrote a big, long letter home to all the parents. And now Ellis says that her goal is to make sure she takes care of her son and figure out his future. Will he attend the school moving forward next year? What will happen, or stay in the school district in general? So yeah. It's just horrifying. You think when you send your kid to school, they're going to be safe, right?
Yeah, that's the assumption.
That's your hope, especially with the people who are already in the school. You would never imagine an educator or a coach to do something like this. A young boy was saved after being trapped several feet under the sand at Silver Lake State Park over the weekend. This is terrifying. Officials say this 12-year-old boy was playing with his 8-year-old brother. They were in the pedestrian area on Sunday, and they were digging holes in the dune, right? And then they say a roughly 5-foot hole collapsed on this 12-year-old boy, and his younger brother just started screaming, yelling for help. Their parents came over. Other people who were in the area just started digging.
Oh my gosh.
Somebody called 911. Police got there within 2 minutes. And they say when they got there, the boy was still completely trapped underneath the sand. They were able to get him out. There was firefighters digging, DNR officers, anybody who was in the area digging for this boy. They got him out of the sand. He was unconscious. He wasn't breathing at the time. Airlifted to the hospital, is still alive, but listed in critical condition.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
I mean, it's terrifying. You probably just heard recently there was that story of that little girl, I think it was in Florida, where she was digging in the sand and a sinkhole opened up.
Oh, wow. I didn't hear that one.
No.
No.
Oh, she passed away because she
Oh,
got
no.
buried. I think it might not have been in Florida. I could have
Yeah.
the story mixed up, but the sand just collapsed on top of her. So hopefully this boy can make a full recovery. The WNBA posted record television and attendance numbers for the month of May. Roughly 400,000 fans attended games across the league during May, making the largest attendance in 26 years for the opening month of a season. And the league is saying that more than half of all the games have been sellouts, which was a 156% increase from the prior year.
Yep. A lot of people are talking about it.
A lot of people are. Oh, yes. Okay, so I saw this story, and it always blows my mind when something like this happens. Last month, there was a woman and her family. They went out to eat. They went to a Golden Corral. This was in Arkansas, and they left with more than just, an endless breakfast or an endless lunch or whatever meal they were eating. So during the meal, the woman started to experience some stomach pains, went to the bathroom, and she walked out with a baby. Had no idea she was pregnant. She was 37 weeks pregnant and had no idea. Went into labor, and she named her son, a little boy that she had, after the restaurant. Not completely after, but did throw in a little nod to the restaurant. Tamar Kalon Corral Woodfork.
Woodfork.
I think is her last name. Oh my gosh! I think so. Do they serve their food with wooden forks at the Golden Corral?
No, they don't. It is an all-you-can-eat buffet.
So they walked out. Everybody else at the restaurant was just clapping and cheering. The restaurant did gift her with a gift bag of baby essentials and also a gift card so that she could come back with her new baby.
She had no idea she was pregnant.
You hear those stories.
I know, you do.
And they do exist. So she had none of the symptoms you would have of a pregnancy. Clearly, you would imagine she had a belly, but she didn't. There are women who can gain some weight, but don't show that they're carrying a child, which is incredible. And she had no fetal movement. She wasn't feeling anything. Pretty incredible. And shocking.
And
Yes.
shocking.
Can you imagine that? Go out to eat and walk home with a baby.
I can't.
Me neither. Somebody left a funny message, I'm guessing, John.
Oh, there are
Can you
many
share?
funny
There's
messages.
always-
Yes,
Share it?
yeah. The voices in my head that I'm laughing at, so I'm gonna just leave
Okay.
it at that, and
Okay,
we'll go to
then.
commercial break.
All right, perfect. Coming up next, Tiger Baseball. Put up or shut up, 97.1. Put up or shut up time. Tigers back at it tonight against the Washington Nationals. Part of a 6-game stretch against teams with losing records. They'll go to Houston Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. This week, John, put up or shut up for the Detroit Tigers. None of this seesaw back and forth. 3-3, we'll split them both. If you're actually going to make up some ground in the wild card, this is the week to do it, yes? Because after that, it's the Braves. Later in the month, it's the Phillies. You got to go out west to the Angels, which never goes well for Detroit. Put up or shut up. Do something about it, right?
Yeah, this is our opportunity. You got Washington, you're at Houston, and I tell you what, there's not a lot of appointment TV in baseball throughout the course of the year, and especially here in Detroit, you struggled to manufacture some of these things. Tarek Skubal has become appointment TV. This past weekend, it was Yankees-Dodgers was appointment TV. Next Saturday, June 15th, at Houston, scheduled to be the starters, Tarek Skubal versus Justin Verlander. That, to me, is the definition of appointment TV here in Detroit. That I can't wait for it. So I'm giving everybody the warning. If you're not into pitching matchups or projected pitching matchups, that's one where you want to make sure you got somewhere to go to watch the game or figure out the app.
Yeah, that's theater. JV Skubal, Houston, 4:10 Saturday. Yeah. If you look between now and then, though, Detroit's going to throw Maeda and Mize against the Nationals. And that's kind of been the issue, is that Skubal has propped up what is otherwise not a very good baseball team.
Yeah.
He will pitch once in this 6-game stretch. So I feel pretty good about them winning one.
And Olson's in there as well, and he's just not going to get any run support.
No, and he didn't pitch well the last time out. John, I don't feel like this team is going to make up some ground this week. I feel like they're probably going to stop me if you heard this before. 3-3, 500 team going nowhere.
Oh, I expect more. Well, not a lot more. I expect that they win both series, and at worst, it's 4-2.
So 4-2 would put them 2 games better than right now. They're 2.5 games out. There's a world where we come in on Monday and we're talking about the team within a game.
Yeah. Yeah, because then you go to – so I think this is a very important 12-game stretch because at Atlanta – now I know Atlanta has had some key injuries.
They're still really good.
They're still really good. And so if you can steal a game in Atlanta, that feels like – but again, it's Olson, Mize, and Flaherty. Flaherty, you might be able to get that last game. Then they play Chicago. So there's a 12-game stretch here where they can make up some ground, should make up some ground. Washington, Houston, Chicago White Sox.
3 of the next 4 series are against teams with losing records. Yeah, so the put up or shut up stretch. But I expect them to shut up, I guess. If those are the only 2 options, you expect them to put up. What would inspire that? Like, help me understand where you're coming from.
I think this is an opportunity for, like I said, in the next 6, you're 4-2. And let's just say you steal one from Atlanta, so that let's do the math on that. You're 6-4. No, that's 10. Should be 9. By the time it's all said and done, I think you should sweep the Sox.
Mm-hmm.
So that puts you at 7-2, and then you get 1 win.
If you steal from the Braves,
so that's 8 and 4.
That equals 12. We did it.
Thank you. We did. We got
it.
them.
Let's
Man,
go.
that was painful.
Let's go.
Man, that was. Oh, I apologize to all our listeners for the last 90 seconds.
That was quite the journey we went on together.
Yeah. But 8-4, I think is where I think this team could be. Should.
We got to play the games. Should. Okay. Other than the other teams being bad, what is it that's going to make Detroit good? Because we did this dance for years as Lions fans. There would be a year or two where Aaron Rodgers would get hurt and it looked like the division was open. Yeah. And the reality was the Lions just weren't a very good team. They were coached by not Dan Campbell. They weren't built by Brad Holmes. They didn't have a good football team, right? Jim Caldwell struggled against teams with winning records. The idea was just because the schedule was easy didn't mean you were good. And I don't think the schedule being easy means the Tigers are good. It doesn't mean they're going to. That was the whole argument before the season started. Well, the AL Central's no good. Right, but are the Tigers any good? And now it's since been proven the Central's got a couple teams. Cleveland's a freight train. But the idea here is, are the Tigers any good? Because I'll tell you this, if they don't go your 8-4 or even a 7-5, if they go 6-6 or worse, You're just waiting for Texas to get healthy as Scherzer gets back,
Yeah.
right? As DeGrom gets back, as eventually they get some of those bats back. Houston has the pedigree. No, they're not Houston of old, but the thought here is they're not going to stay down forever. If you just hang around at 500, you're begging someone else to go on the 8-4 run. You're begging for somebody else to put up in this scenario, and then you will be forced to shut up. And then the deadline is going to be a painful, stretch for Detroit again.
Sure. And I think this is a critical 12-game stretch. And I'm not going to sit here and say that in any one game, it's a must-win game because it's one of 162. You can recover from a bad loss and you can fall off after a good win. But you've got to be able to win series against teams that you should be better than. Against Washington, I'm not going to ask for a sweep. I think they should win the series. Against Houston, I'm not going to ask for a sweep. I think they should win the series. Against Chicago, I am going to ask for a sweep. I think that's a team that they should go in and win 3 games. And I say go in. That's a home series.
They are terrible. The White Sox are so bad. We'll dedicate some time during that time when they're playing them to just how terrible they are. But it is atrocious. They had a 4-0 lead the other day. They just blew it at the end of the game to Seattle. They're terrible. Ticket Texter says, -1 season, John was very familiar with 8-4 when he was at Michigan.
Yeah. 8-4, 8-4. 8-4. That's trust me. I got all of the things at that time. Stands for mediocre. I get it.
8-4 would be more. It wouldn't be mediocre for the Tigers. It would be a welcomed sight. If this again, it doesn't have to be negative. If this team could go 8-4 in this stretch, and you could make the case that the opponents lay out for them to do so, I think the light bulb has to go on for Detroit. Though they have to string together enough wins to get to 8-4, and I think some of that challenge is when they hit for a day, it doesn't carry over because they don't have those proven bats. They don't have a deep enough order, despite what they thought before the season. They don't have enough at bats to string together 5 runs a night, 6 runs a night, and beat up on some bad teams and take advantage of it. And then the other side of this is the bullpen isn't as hot as it was in April. The rotation has more concerns than it did in April. While Skubal's been nails and Flaherty's very good, Mize and Maeda are problems right now. So too good, too bad. One in the middle. Olsen, because he doesn't always get run support. You are a 500 baseball team. My expectation would be they go 6-6 in this stretch. And I don't think that's at all smarmy or negative. I think that's what this team has showed me. I'm just simply telling you what they've shown me this season, which is whether it's good teams or bad teams, they're going to hover. They're not going to capitalize on this stretch. We're going to be right back where we were, couple games, 2-3 out, and you're just waiting for somebody else to capitalize. And that's a painful way to spend the summer.
And I know I tend to look more positively at things, and maybe it's, sunshine and rainbows, but we've heard from AJ throughout the course of the start of the season, hey, the bats are going to get there. We saw the bats there against Milwaukee on Sunday. Now there's got to be a measure of consistency. If they're going to get to that 8-4, you can't have 3 games where they're, 4 hits. You've got to be able to produce 8, 9, 10, 12 hits in a game to be able to give pitchers the run support that you need. And please do it for Reese Olson.
Please.
Please.
Our rosy-cheeked pitcher, please. 248-539-9797. Some ticket text on where you guys are at with this baseball team in a put-up or shut-up stretch. Ticket texter says, Tigers a wild card team. Come on. Says, we all know how it's going to play out because they haven't really shown us otherwise. That's Darren walking the dog and Taylor on his summer vacation. Enjoy your summer vacation. I don't know that the Tigers are going to break through and give us the celebration that we want. I think they're going to hover around 500. But more of your phone calls, your ticket texts, we open them up to you guys. All right, as the weather is getting better, you talk about summer vacation, making plans, heading up north for the summer, you need a new set of wheels. And now's the time to get to Moran Chevrolet to make sure you're all set. Right now, you can lease a 2024 Silverado for only $269 a month. That's $0 down. You heard me right, $0 down for 24 months. Pick up your new truck or have it delivered directly. How easy is that? It's Moran Chevrolet. That's what they do. MoranExpress.com, where you always get the best price, period. Check them out on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. We'll update our poll question here in a second. The Olympics. Do you want to see Major League Baseball players play in the 2028 Olympic Games? Some thoughts on the Tigers. This one says they're going to be just like the Wings in the mix, play some exciting games, but ultimately not make it by one game.
That would be exciting. I mean, if you're telling me we get to August and September, the Tigers are in the mix and they miss it by one game, I think that would exceed almost everybody's expectations.
Them missing the playoffs by a game wouldn't be exciting. It would be painful, right? And I think there's a slight difference. The Wings played offensive hockey for a while, so it was like a more exciting kind of
brand,
as opposed to the Tigers, who have a hard time scoring runs to begin with. Now, I agree with the comparison that they ultimately are flawed teams that will fall short. I get where they're coming from. And that's what I was saying. When the Lions had a bad division, but they weren't good, they didn't win. The Red Wings had a soft bubble, but they weren't good. They didn't get in.
Yeah.
And these Tigers, despite the fact that they have a put up or shut up stretch, 3 of the next 4 series against teams with losing records, I don't expect them to go on some kind of run here. I would love to be wrong. I'd love to come in on Monday after these 2 series and be talking about a team that closed the gap, that's in that wild card spot or within a game. I don't think they're built for it. And John, I looked up this stat while we had a second. The Tigers have scored 0 or 1 run in 15 of the 65 games.
Yeah, that's where
That's almost 25%, a quarter of the games that you just throw out, that you're just wholly uncompetitive. You can't throw out a quarter of your games.
But that's what you get when you have a team that is battling to stay at, near, or just above 500. You have stats, and you could go down the list of whether you're talking about the Red Sox, the Blue Jays, the Rangers. They all have those faults. They may be different. There might be teams that are just knocking the cover off the ball, but like the Astros, they've scored 300 runs, but they've allowed 295. And, you have teams that are just built offensively. You have other teams that maybe to no fault of their own, it is like the Rangers. Mm-hmm. They've had injuries to their pitchers. Houston, Justin Verlander didn't start the season and, has been pitching well. So it's, You have flaws in all of these teams. That's why they are right near where the Tigers are. We are just hypersensitive to what the Tigers are doing because it's our team.
And I'm curious if they do, okay, let's say they go year 8-4 or even 7-5 or hang in and they avoid kind of a letdown. We wanted the Red Wings to do something at the deadline. Didn't have to be reckless. It didn't have to be, over the top, but we wanted them to do something, and it ultimately felt like it cost them. Will we have the same vibe with this baseball team? I know Scott Harris and the management team over there has been hesitant to spend, to add, to go for it in any measure because the foundation isn't set. If they still feel like, hey, the foundation's rocky, but they're a 500 team, is it going to be like the Red Wings where they just say, we're not going to do anything, and then they end up missing because of it?
This feels more like the Red Wings of 2 years ago versus the Red Wings of this past year in terms of the approach to the trade deadline, where you feel like they're really not in the mix and anything you have is kind of a bonus. So
So you think selling? 2 years ago, the Red Wings begrudgingly, because they weren't where they wanted to be long-term, sold.
Yeah, but but what do they have to sell? And don't give me
Flaherty,
the schoolboy. Flaherty becomes a candidate.
Kelly, the backup catcher, if a team needs somebody. I mean, these are going to be monumental moves.
Yeah, they're very small pieces.
A reliever for someone that wants a pitcher.
None of them are ones that will catapult you into being a better offense next year.
Right.
So that's, but it felt like 2 years ago the Red Wings were still a year away. It still feels like the Tigers are a year away. Anything, if they were to make the postseason, it's a huge bonus. To be in the mix with 10 games remaining or 5 games remaining would just seem to feel like a huge bonus. This year, when the Red Wings were 9 points above the cut line, we all expected them to make the playoffs.
Yes.
And so that's where the expectations were different for this year's Red Wings teams versus the ones that we saw last year.
Texter says, I'm a firm believer in the if someone shows you how they feel about you, believe them philosophy. The Tigers have proven they don't intend to add a bat or two. They intend to play Javi, intend to hover around 500 until the deadline, and then trade away the pieces of the pitching staff. That's who the Tigers are. says nothing will change at the deadline. It will actually get worse. Chris in Heartland.
Well, and I mean, that's what happened 2 years ago with the Red Wings.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you do sell off Flaherty, I mean, your trade-off then is, okay, we no longer have Flaherty as a part of the rotation. Now you have Manning in there. And we may like Manning. We may like him as the fifth guy moving forward, but he's not going to pitch the way Flaherty does.
No.
And
So you won't
so
be as good.
that's
So then you end up winning 75, 70.
right, yeah. And so that's where it starts to drop off.
Yeah. Our poll question today, we did this comparison with Major League Baseball players. Should the MLB season pause so that players can participate in the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles? The MLB players said 53% no. Our audience said 54% yes. Let them play.
Yeah, I mean, it would be very entertaining. And the problem is, how many would we have representing the U.S. here locally? Scuba.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah,
People taking
that'd
the
be
bump,
great, yeah.
competing for a gold medal.
I'm more intrigued with the concept of minor league baseball players because you get a little bit of a glimpse as to where these players are, because there's not a lot of people. You may check the box scores of what's going on down in Toledo or in Grand Rapids, but you're not watching those games. So this would be an app to actually be able to put eyes on some of those prospects.
Yeah, I think the pro to letting them play is if you don't have a very good baseball team. It's a nice little break and breather in the middle of what is a very long season, right? It's something different. It's a little more fun than an all-star game. You could do it around the all-star break, and I think that would be cool. I think it's cool when you see the game's best players all in the same team playing in these Olympic competitions. I like when hockey used to do it. But I remember when hockey used to do it, the other side of the coin was if your team was good. Wings were good. You don't want to see Henrik Zetterberg get hurt playing for Team Sweden or Pavel Datsyuk maybe not playing for the Wings, but making sure he's healthy enough to go skate with Team Russia. You would hate to see when the Tigers were really good, Verlander gets a nagging injury throwing in Olympic competition and it hurting your chances to win a World Series, knowing these windows are finite, knowing you don't have forever to win.
Yeah.
That would be the drawback if your team is good, is that you don't want to lose
Injury's
those guys.
always going to play a part of that conversation.
And if you're a player,
it's a rhythm thing.
Yes.
It's a limited window that you have to play in an Olympics, and I've always been jealous of the athletes that do play a sport that is represented at the Olympics, because football is obviously not, at least not American football. You have football, but not American football. So I don't get that opportunity. Never had that opportunity to be an Olympic athlete. I think it would be amazing.
I couldn't see it. It was over my shoulder. You did a test with Doug today?
Oh, yeah.
Did he pass the test?
It was hot in here to begin with, so we just cranked it all the way up. And he came in here and just gave us the thumbs up.
Yeah.
I think it was Heather that had the
Is there
question.
any pushback from Gator?
Yeah.
So he likes it really cold. I like it warm. And he will come in, he will say something, and I'll say, well, we can take it down a degree. But yeah, I love it.
But when it starts at a sauna.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Because every day without fail, you walk in here, and I was asking, I'm like, do you think he's cranking the heat up? Because you every time you walk in the studio, you go to the thermostat and you go tap, 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 tap.
I do it on occasion, yes.
No,
Occasion.
you do it
Occasion.
every single
it's
time.
every day.
He doesn't turn it down, I'll tell you that.
And that's what my question was. I was like, do you think he's going to turn it down today?
So
'Cause
the
it's
show,
hot in here.
the show that follows us comes in and turns it down every time. So usually, I don't know what happens at night after that, but
It's usually really, you would hate it.
this is great. This is
You're
finally
welcome.
comfortable.
Poor Gator.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes,
Just dripping in sweat.
yes. In the last half hour, I've lost 2 pounds.
It's really warm in here.
You're going to have to make an adjustment.
No, we don't. Yeah, last week I was like, I'm freezing. Are you okay? And he's like, I'm fine.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
You
okay.
are the one that sits
okay.
closest to
All right.
the thermostat.
Because 90% of the time when he says it, I know what he wants. He
Yeah.
wants the temperature change. Now fine, I'll change
This
it.
is going to, honestly,
So it was like one time that I said,
This is the
I'm
battle-
Fine, I'm putting the foot down. I'm okay today. I'm okay.
Yeah. This is the battle that goes on in every household around America, especially
this is
here
the
in
play-by-play.
Michigan.
This is going to be over a chair. This is going to end the show. It's going to be just like Fox Sports Detroit.
Mario and Rod.
It's going to be the end of the show. Over the temperature in here.
Well, you guys can delay that maybe one more day. What's the
Yes.
plan?
Well,
Heat
just like
induced
last
anger.
week,
It's
just
a
like
real
last
thing.
week when he was fine and I was freezing, I'm fine today. So does that mean now it doesn't get changed?
He's tinkering right
He's
now.
tinkering.
I
Yes.
do have a blanket you could borrow.
What's that?
I have a blanket you could borrow if you
I
ever
might need
need
it.
it.
Or I'll just take the day off. I'll have a sick day.
The tinkering I did, all I did was turn down the heat. I didn't turn on the air.
Exactly. I was
There's a
comfortable. No, there's not.
There's a major difference. If you turn down the heat, all that happens is the heat doesn't kick on.
Okay, then I'll turn
If
it back
I-
up. All that happens is that it
Listen
goes
to what
back
I'm
to what it
saying,
was.
Otherwise, you're not
feel like
getting
I'm at
it.
home.
If you turn on the air conditioning to actually get the temperature to go down, that's how you get the temperature to go down. I didn't do that. All I've done is simply drop it.
This shit pisses me off.
I mean,
How long have you guys been doing this
walk
show
into
together?
the studio, people talk, and you could feel. I mean, walk into a wall of heat.
Yes.
You guys have been. I didn't know you were already talking about.
This
how
is
it's
the
fun.
most comfortable I've been in weeks.
We were messing with him. We put it all the way up to see if he'd still try to go higher, and he said, "No, it's good.
Yeah.
It can't go any hotter than it is right now. The system won't
76
work."
degrees in here.
Yeah. It's hot. It's hot.
It's hot. All I'm trying to do is cap it so
Stabilize
it's
it.
not going to go up any higher.
Yes.
I'm not trying to get it to blow out cold air.
Can we work on this? Like, is there a happy medium?
No, you know the answer to this.
You know what the happy medium honestly
That's the
is?
same sigh I get at home.
The happy medium is when you walk in and it's already been cooled down to like a 72, and then it stops, and then there's no cold air kicking out. Somehow it just stays at 72. He gets freaked out, and I don't blame him. When the cold air comes on, it changes it dramatically because it
Yeah.
has to get it down to the temperature, and sometimes it takes longer than it should.
Mom and Dad will fight about this next, plus whatever else they've got planned. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1.
All right, so we got the video of Erica Erickson getting drilled by the throw from Kang from left field. And we're going to tweet it out here so people can see it. Have you seen it yet, Gator?
I have not seen it yet, so I'm excited.
Reset the story while I'm working on this, would you? So people can know what happened.
Sure. So Friday night we're at the Jamie Samuelson celebrity softball game. Help raise money to fight colon cancer, and this is the third year we've done this. And there was a play where runner was coming around to score, and Kang was in left field, and ball gets hit out to left field. Kang makes the play and goes to throw it in, claiming to try to hit the cutoff man, which was Clarence Black, who was pitching at the time. And he airmailed the throw. Felt like the run came in maybe 26 seconds early before that, but he still made the throw. Airmails it, and it goes right to the catcher, who is Erica Erickson, formerly of Fox 2. And she is petite in status, to say the least, and catches the ball. And as she described yesterday on the air, it was like catching a bowling ball because it came in hot and from a long ways away. She caught it, held on to it, but was knocked back by the force of the throw and did a backwards somersault while hanging on to the softball. But nonetheless, the run had scored. But we thought that maybe we had lost one on Friday night.
By lost one, you mean a player?
Yes. We
were
thought
worried she was knocked out of the game.
Yeah. We thought that maybe she wouldn't be with us.
Kang, when you saw the video again, did it change your opinion in any way?
All right. So I think half and half here. I think, the truth always lies somewhere in between, right?
Yep.
I think I kind of redeemed myself because I was not overzealous softball dude I didn't leave my feet and launch myself into this throw trying to catch a runner at home. I think it looked like I kind of just like airmailed it in, like Gator said. And it went all the way to home plate. I missed the cutoff man, which was Clarence Black. The bad part for me is it doesn't look like the runner's anywhere by home plate. Like the Gators right. I think the runner scored was sitting on the bench, maybe had a Gatorade by then. Yeah. In my defense, I'll keep going back to this. I heard someone say throw it home, number one. Number two, the uniforms are like almost exactly the same from both teams. So there's like 4 people around home plate with the same jerseys. Hold on, Gator. Let me just finish mine.
Go ahead.
Okay. And so when I hear someone say throw it home, and I see like 4 people with that same jersey around home plate, I'm like, well, maybe one of these people are at home. I don't know. So and it airmailed. And she made a great catch. I didn't know it affected her that much until I saw the video, Doug. And you said kind of the same thing when we were describing it.
So you say you weren't sure who you were throwing it to, but before you said you were trying to hit Clarence.
No, not throwing it to. I wasn't sure who was at home as far as someone scoring. You know what I mean? Like rounding the bases. Like
you can't tell the difference between Clarence Black and Eric Erickson.
No, Clarence I was trying to throw too. My point is, the people at home, I don't know who's on our team and who's on the other team. That's what
Kang's
I mean.
right. The jerseys are remarkably similar.
Can
the
we
only
get 2
difference
different
is
colors, man?
they're both they both have blue sleeves, 3/4 sleeves, and the difference is our jerseys have white with blue on it, and their jerseys have gray with blue on it.
It's light white or something on the other side. Like it's not even.
Well, it's gray,
dark,
but it's not like like charcoal gray. I mean, it's gray like whatever. What are you wearing today? Something gray?
Off-white.
I'm wearing a gray hoodie, a gray zip up. The video is loading, so it'll be tweeted out from our Twitter page shortly at Dungator971. We opened the show talking about this yesterday, and Eric actually called in, said she was fine. But did admit that the throw, as you said, it felt like a bowling ball. I don't know.
Physically, she's fine. We didn't ask about her mental status.
It looked like she banged her head, and that's what where my concerns were. But anyway, suffice it to say, we're glad she's okay. She was a great sport, and you'll be able to see it shortly at Dungator971. So, and Gator, you'll be able to see it for the first time since you witnessed it live. But I do think the funny thing about it is giant softball diamond. It looks like at first when I saw it, Kang's throwing from the dirt, not the grass. I'm like, were you at shortstop? But it's a softball field with a massive infield. So he was out in left field when he let fly. So we're waiting for it to load, and then you can.
I tweeted it out. You can just retweet that.
Oh, well, I didn't know that you tweeted it out.
You
did.
You
actually
I told you
did.
before the show.
I thought you're right. You did. I should have just done it that way, but anyway. It's being sent out right now, so at some point, or you can check it out at Kang Sports. Anyway, as we await that, Tigers back in action tonight, as they got Washington in town for 3. Look, they continue to just play around, mess around at 500, and it's trying to get hot before the trade deadline. See if they can force the hand. See if they can justify adding gas to the tank. But they open this series with Washington tonight, and I always check, and I already know better, but I'm like, is there any chance they've moved Skubal up in the rotation? Not that they should.
Not
that they should or they can. But
you should go on 3 days rest the rest of the season.
See what else you can do for a guy who's already had one arm injury. Any chance you don't need rest?
And Olsen, yeah.
Just over and over and over?
Yeah.
Washington, a below 500 team that's probably like Detroit, hoping to hang around in the wild card chase, I guess, or their fans are hoping to hang around. I don't know how much the organization is hoping to hang around, but they like Detroit, are 2 games back. Detroit actually fell to 2.5 games back last night, but they're close. They're 5 games under, but closer to the wild card than the Tigers are, of course, over in the National League. But these are the kinds of series that you need to win if you're going to distinguish yourself. You're going to distinguish yourself as not one of these. You beat the team that's a lot like you because you're trying to not be like them. You're trying to be better than them. So these are the kind of series you need to win.
It'd be nice if they were to get something going again. I know the guys in the morning show were talking about, a 12-game stretch. Can they go 8-4 during the 12 games? Yeah, it'd be great. You've got an opportunity in front of you to show that you're better. Jim Costa kept using the term, are they any good? Are they any good? And I'm like, well, let's see if we can define what any good means. Mm-hmm. Because I think what the Tigers are pretty mediocre baseball team. But to be, what is any good? Any good is better than 500, I think. Any good is being in the discussion for the final wild card spot. That to me would be any good. Are they any good? That has to be defined. At this point, I would bet against that. But there are things that could make them, quote unquote, any good. They need the younger players to take a step forward. At first glance, you look at some of Riley Green's numbers and you say it's not a step forward, but that OPS is well above league average. He's fine. Torkelson obviously took a step back and he's not with the team. They didn't get anything out of Parker Meadows other than defensively, and he's not here anymore. They need Colt Keith to take a step forward. He took a step forward in May. Can he continue to make that progress into June and for the rest of the season? That would help a lot, but it's got to start with the younger players.
It feels like it, and hopefully some of those guys will get going or playing better or justify a call back up to contribute at the big league level. Hey, it's cool that there's some people doing things well at the minor league level, but Torque and Parker Meadows, it'd be good to get them back up and whatever they could sort out down there and maybe contribute a little bit. We'll talk some Tigers throughout the day. 248-539-9797. Hey, swing for the fences this MLB season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, you can turn dingers into dollars all season long. Just bet on your favorite player to rip a moonshot, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every homer hit during that game. Yeah, home runs just got even better. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on all the Dinger Tuesday action. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum bonus is $25 per game. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm looking forward to this.
All right, video's posted at DunGator971. And you have not seen the video.
No. I've got it frozen, ready to go.
All right, go ahead, watch it. And if you haven't seen it again, at DunGator971.
Okay, I'm gonna. The ball is already headed towards the outfield. Kang was sprinting in from left field.
Picks it up.
He makes the play. He throws it. Clearly overthrows Clarence. Erica catches it. Goes flying backwards. Holds on to the ball.
Yeah.
Holds a glove. Everyone wants to make sure she's okay. She's like, yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. And there is not a base runner to be seen. Because the runner had scored 10 seconds earlier.
So, question, was this video taken from your dugout or for the opposing
Ours.
teams? Okay.
Yeah.
So somebody crossed the plate.
From our side of the
I'm just trying to slow-mo. There's a body that gets right in the way. It's the umpire. Somebody crossed the plate and was already in the dugout?
I'm telling you. Completely unnecessary.
They gave up firing.
Like there is nobody to be. Yeah, the person. No, that's the person who's over by the dugout has already got a glove,
But
and then they're helping each other up.
but there's also a woman on deck with a bat.
Right, she's on deck. Dude who scored is like.
I'm telling you, he was
he's
having
already-
Gatorade. He was like
100%.
You just heard 444 and fired home, and there is. Okay, who comes up with the hat behind her?
That's a
from
guy-
the glove. That's a guy from the other
That's
team
a guy
with a
from the
glove
other
on.
team,
So he
yeah.
wasn't the base runner either.
Nope. Unless he had already grabbed his glove, is like, well, why would he?
It's so great. It's so funny because it was completely unnecessary.
And this video makes the jerseys look identical.
I told you.
Yep.
They're not, but they're
are.
pretty close.
So Gator, you
very
won't be able to
light
hear it, but once you do with volume, as soon as I let go of the throw, you hear Evan go, Kang with the gun. I was like,
Okay, so now I've seen it. This is like the 8th time I've seen it. I didn't realize that it knocked her glove off and she still held on to the ball with her hand.
Gamer
showed it, yeah.
straight.
Yeah.
You know what? If
That
there were a
was-
play at the plate, she would have got somebody
Yeah,
out. She would have got some. She wasn't dropping that ball.
No. I mean, that glove comes right off and it just gets stuck to her hand.
Yep.
I'm going to give her even more credit we already have. That's a hell of a catch.
yes.
That's a barehanded catch from Yasiel Puig.
Yeah. Kang didn't exactly have the classic outfielder crow hop either.
I wasn't.
Oh, I didn't know crow hop there.
I wasn't being overzealous. I kind of like.
Wow, what a catch.
It was a great catch.
A great catch.
She ate the softball.
I know.
She's like, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Hey, she called. She confirmed she's fine.
And she's ready to walk off the field. Like, no. We're still out there. We didn't end the inning.
All right. Add DunGator971 and check it out
That's
for yourself.
great.
Yeah, so.
Thank you, Erica.
Yes,
Thanks for being
thank you.
a
And
great-
thank you whoever
good
shot the
sport.
video. Whoever got the video.
Yeah.
It's completely awesome.
I mean, the glove comes off. That's the first thing that happens. The glove comes off as she's falling backwards.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but before her butt hits the ground, the glove is completely off. And she's got the ball in her right hand.
You're trying to make me feel worse, dude. I feel bad, man. I was.
If that's the byproduct of selling what a great catch this is, so be it, King. That's an amazing catch.
She has tweeted back, "Aw, ha ha, Kang's powerful throw was fire. And I acted like I was catching a bowling ball." Laughing face emoji. Thanks to everyone who made the day so fun for a beautiful cause. So, yep.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely awesome. And the funny thing about this is this has all the makings of try hard guy, and Kang is not try hard guy, but it has all the makings of that. It is a try hard guy moment.
I think if you look, because you've watched it a million times now, Gator, as
Yeah.
soon as I released the ball, you can kind of tell, like, I knew I airmailed it. Like, I have this, it's not like I'm celebrating anything.
Sheepish look on your
Yes.
face. I'm not even convinced there was any base runners.
I mean, there's nobody there.
Kang's just like, I'm throwing it home. If there's a base hit to left, I'm firing it home.
There is no one in sight.
There was nobody there. Like, where's this runner?
I after you let it go, you kind of stand there,
Yeah.
and I freeze framed it on you standing there, and you've got this sheepish posture of regret. Like, what did I just do? And why did I just do that?
Please, Erica, catch this.
This is shortly after, by the way, because this is early in the game. This is shortly after we had been reintroduced to our teammate last year, who introduced himself as, "Hey, I was the try-hard guy last year." Because the guy last year was try-hard guy, was whipping the ball around, and unfortunately he had injured a couple people with the throws.
Yeah.
One of them, Carly Johnston, with the Red Wings. Another was me, by the way. But he showed up with like a 12-pack of beer to apologize for it, and he was awesome. So now I feel like Ken, you got
to show up.
You got 360 days to work with something to make it a.
Erica, she needs a 12-pack of Trulies or wine or whatever she needs, right? I'll bring it.
Yeah. So great.
I think the funniest thing is knowing that the person who scored is gone.
Like scored
They're
in
nowhere near the plate anymore.
like scored in the previous inning. That's how long ago it was.
Like a previous game. Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be on a continuous loop the rest of the show.
Yeah. Well, check it out for yourself at Doug and Gator 971. All right. So I mentioned the Tigers in action tonight, and last night, game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Florida takes care of Edmonton again. Edmonton scored first. By the way, did you see the interview? The on-bench interview with the kid took his shirt off and was posing behind?
I did not see it. Did not see the interview.
Okay. So Emily Kaplan was interviewing Chris Knoblaw, the head coach of the Oilers, and this kid takes his shirt off because the glass is right behind the bench, and poses and flexes right behind the bench.
How old's the kid?
5.
Oh. He's flexing and posing.
Hat on backwards, got a chain on, and completely stole the moment. And you've got Brad Galley actually tweeted out a freeze of just a picture if you want to check out his tweet. Because I was flipping back and forth between that and the college baseball game. I happened to catch that interview and I was like, oh good God.
I see the picture.
Yeah. A kid stole the show, to say the least. But I'm not the least bit surprised that stuff like this happens. During those interviews, by the way, are taped during the commercial break, and they replay it when they
It's
come
not
out
the
of
first
commercial.
time he's done this.
First time a kid has done it?
No.
Oh, he's done it before?
No, there's a story where he shows him doing it in another series too, other games.
So this kid is a regular behind the visitor's bench.
Yep.
Well, that's a photo bomb, one might say.
Say thanks you to your parents for having the wherewithal to have those seats, kid.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Well,
Nice.
in Florida, stuff like this happens.
Florida.
In the meantime...
No machete, though. There was no machete.
No, you pointed out the proliferation of machete stories last week, which is terrifying.
It is.
Training camp started for a team. Their star player didn't show. Does it make sense for the Lions to see if they can acquire that player? We will get to that today at 10:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, swing for fences this MLB season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, you can turn dingers into dollars all season long. Just bet your favorite player to rip a moonshot, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every homer hit during that game. Yeah, home runs just got even better. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on all the Dinger Tuesday action. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Bonus $25 a game. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. So training camps around the NFL, which means there are news in other towns, and you sometimes wonder if it has any impact on us, and this one might. The Cincinnati Bengals have a training camp, mini camp, excuse me. It's not a training camp, it's a mini camp, which is like 3 days of practices essentially here in the offseason. And T. Higgins did not show. Cincinnati wide receiver. The Bengals franchised him for $21.8 million. Now, there was a report from Cincinnati.com that he wanted a Michael Pittman deal. Michael Pittman got a 3-year deal worth $70 million. And that would put him in the top 10 in the league in terms of annual salary. It's interesting because the franchise tag is 21.8. The annual value on what he apparently wants is 23.3. So Cincinnati doesn't mind paying him 21.8 for the coming season. But they apparently don't want him after that because I can't imagine that there is an impasse over the difference between 23.3 and 21.8. This is not an impasse type of difference. So do they just not either? The report could be wrong from Cincinnati.com in terms of what he's asking for, or the Bengals might have some cap issues that we're unaware of, that down the road they know they won't be able to afford 2 wide receivers that get paid elite money because they got Jamar Chase also. But T. Higgins didn't show. And I don't, these things tend to resolve themselves. Either the player shows up and takes the franchise tag and plays for a year on the tag, or the team signs him to a contract that they both agree on. But when you have this situation, there is a chance that you can go get said player, right?
Correct.
The Lions lost Josh Reynolds and basically just bumped everybody up a spot on the totem pole at the wide receiver. There was no outside additions. And I mean, I guess I shouldn't completely say that, but there isn't anybody that is clearly going to come in and be a number 2/3 wide receiver. Traquan Smith, who was signed away from New Orleans, is a player to kind of keep an eye on. Last couple of years, he's been somewhere between 25 and 50 targets a season for the Saints. Not quite as productive as Josh Reynolds was, but it doesn't feel like they've got the ready-made replacement. T. Higgins is better than Josh Reynolds. But is T. Higgins worth top 10 wide receiver money? Probably not, at least in my view. I mean, don't get it twisted. He's good, but I don't think he's twice been a 1,000-yard receiver. There were 27 of those guys, 27 wide receivers that were 1,000-yard receivers last year. So being a 1,000-yard receiver it's almost to the point where everybody's got one of these.
Well, you get 17 games now, so you get the extra game. T. Higgins is a fine receiver. He's a fine number 2. The reason, I think a big reason why Cincinnati is at this impasse is if they were to sign, Higgins to the deal that he wants, they still have to sign Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
So Jamar Chase is, he's loving this because he knows the Bengals want him. The chemistry that he has with Joe Burrow, they don't want to break that up. So he's sitting pretty, knowing that his deal is going to be enormous, given all the wide receiver deals that have happened here, the $30 million deals that we're seeing. Jamar Chase is going to get north of $30 million a season. So that eats up a ton of the cap space and for what they have available next year. So I can see why the Bengals are reluctant to go on a multi-year deal. I don't think T. Higgins personally is worth that. I think you can find plenty of receivers on a 1-year deal that won't cost you a draft pick to trade for, that can be had that can do a more than adequate job. I think their free agents are out there, and the free agents are out there every season. And it's interesting. The Lions have all this money to spend, and they still do. They've had this all along, and they're just doing what they're doing. They're sticking with their game plan. They're not going to give one person too much. They're going to reward their own players, and it seems like they're in a great position to add more players and higher-end players. T. Higgins would not be the guy that I would want to do that with.
Yeah, first of all, I have a feeling that if you're going to make a trade, more often than not, the team that gets the player, I'm usually surprised at how little a resource it took to get him. Like, I feel like you could get T. Higgins for a mid-round draft pick. And there's, in my life, when I see these trades, as much as I love the draft and think teams should hoard picks, when I see a veteran get moved, I'm always like, that's all they had to give up, huh? But this is a case of, if they don't want him past this year, and my guess is Cincinnati's trying to win too, so they probably want him this year.
Mm-hmm.
But they may just make the decision to cut bait and get what they can for him. I don't, didn't they also lose Tyler Boyd?
I believe so.
Yeah. I mean, can they afford to cut bait? Does he kind of have them where they need him?
Well,
they drafted Jermaine Burton out of Alabama.
The problem is if you do, let's say you do trade for him if you're the Lions. And because I would agree, like a mid-round pick for T. Higgins sounds pretty good.
Yep.
And if I'm only going to have him for the 1 year, I'm okay with it because they have the money to spend this year. They can still do it, and that's fine. And it's a big upgrade. However, T. Higgins is holding out right now. He's holding out in Cincinnati for a deal. Just because he gets traded to another team, is that going to end the holdout? It's not going to end the holdout because he's in the same situation, just with a different team. He wants a multi-year deal, and I wouldn't be willing to give him a multi-year deal. I'd be willing to go on hey, this 1 year sounds pretty good.
I mean, if you trade for T. Higgins, is there any way you're getting him and saying, okay, I'll play for you for the 1 year on the franchise tag? I didn't want to, like, does he change his mind? Because I think I agree with you. Maybe a 2 year deal because we know they have cap flexibility next year. So maybe you can give him what he wants over 2 years.
But how quickly is that cap flexibility gone once they re-sign Aleem McNeil?
Yeah, we got to start looking at what their cap looks like next year. But now the other side of this is, whatever, dude. They're trying to win the Super Bowl this year.
Sure, and that's a big reason why I'm open to this.
Yeah, T. Higgins helps you right now as a football player. I was thinking back to that catch he made against Minnesota where Jake Browning was in a quarterback and he just kind of threw it up for grabs at the goal line, and T. Higgins came out of the end zone, caught at the one, was getting thrown out of bounds backwards, and just reached out and crossed the goal line with the ball, which, by the way, I always think is a little bit of an unnecessary risk.
With the penalty.
But it was, because if you fumble it out of the end zone,
then
it's one of the weirdest rules in football, but it goes over to the other team as a touchback, even though they don't recover it. But but that kind of play, that was spectacular athleticism. Like, adding him to this team, if your number one is Amon-Ra St. Brown, and you've got him in the slot and T. Higgins and Jameson Williams lined up outside, that is a defensive coordinator's nightmare. It's a nightmare. And you've got a quarterback that is really, really good at delivering the football on time and on target to the right person. You've got an offensive line that can protect them. It might even be better than a year ago. And you've got two running backs, one veteran who's really good, and the other a rookie who's just scraping the surface. You got an elite tight end. This starts to look like the modern day offense that wins Super Bowls. It's a different way than doing it than Kansas City, which is built around an elite quarterback. But I mean, you're really talking about, just what feels like an unstoppable offense and an improved defense. If the Lions get T. Higgins, are they the favorite in the NFC?
You can make that argument.
So this is a really, really tempting thing to try to do.
But you don't have the assurance that he'd be willing to be here for just the 1 year.
You don't.
And the fact that he's holding out tells me he would not. So, you'd have to have that assurance. Okay, we'll make the trade, but he's coming to camp and he's playing this year, right?
Yeah.
We're not going to give him an extension. We're not going to give him a new contract.
So his agent is a guy named David Mulligetta, and I wonder if the Lions is the first call you make to the agent and say, hey, we'd be interested in trading for your guy, but would he play in the franchise tag for us?
Well, or is this obvious that the Lions want nothing to do with him because of the football character they want from players? They don't want guys that are, rocking the boat, so to speak. They want guys that buy in. And here's a guy who's on a team that is a Super Bowl contending team when they're healthy, with a healthy Joe Burrow. That team can compete for Super Bowls, and they franchised him They're paying him for this year, and he's holding out. Is that who you want to bring into the fold? I don't know if that screams this is who the Lions are. This is the prototypical Lions player.
I'm trying to think if there were any off the field issues with T. Higgins. I don't think there are.
I don't know if there are either, but I'm just saying, is this a red flag at all that a guy's holding out just because he got franchise tagged?
It's kind of standard operating procedure, but I hear what you're saying. It might steer them away from a T. Higgins deal is, hey, we don't want this to be any kind of distraction from the task at hand, which is winning the Super Bowl. But man, the player and what the offense would look like. All right, people, what do you think? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights wants you to save cash for the summer with zero down deals all month long. Right now, pay no money down and lease a new Chevy Trailblazer for $265 a month, or an Equinox at just $299 a month. These are both LS front-wheel drive and the 36-month leases with $0 down. Unlock the savings with a GM employee discount and lease in your household. Right now, you can lease a new Chevy Silverado for $346 a month with no money down. You heard it right, $346 for 24 months on a 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 LT. Unlock the savings with a GM discount, Costco, and Chevy lease in your household. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is your #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, and that means a huge inventory of Silverado, Equinox, Blazers, and Tracks, hundreds on the ground to choose from. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or visit saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Offers end July 1st. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, ticket text. If they get T. Higgins, this will be the greatest show on turf 2.0. That's from Jason of Monroe. The lineup would be on par with the greatest show on turf. That's from Jeff. You're kind of downplaying T. Higgins' ability. He's a number 2 wide receiver, and it's difficult to get 1,000 yards when Jamar Chase is the number 1. So I'm downplaying his stats a little bit. I'm not necessarily downplaying his ability. Look, I think he'd be the number 2 here. Like, if he's not happy being the number 2 behind Jamar Chase, he'd be the number 2 here behind Amon-Ra.
Not sure he would.
I think he would be, and I think he should be. If you give me my choice of who would I rather have, Amon-Ra St. Brown or T. Higgins, I go with Amon-Ra St. Brown every time, and especially from Jared Goff. Jared Goff is big on relationships with his receivers, and
right.
He's going to get number 2 receiver. Oh, you think he might be number 3?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying I'm going to argue he's number 1.
No, the argument I'm making is the same one you're going to make because he's familiar with the receivers. He's been working with Jameson Williams for a couple of years here, and obviously it seems like they've made some kind of breakthrough in the offseason. Everybody says J-Mo looks better, and they're starting to connect more. So somebody comes in who hasn't worked with Jared Goff, like T. Higgins, if he comes in, if the Lions make a trade, it would take a while to build up that chemistry, and a while, I think, before he would leapfrog over Khalif Raymond and Jameson Williams. Now, talent alone, T. Higgins is awfully talented. I'm not disagreeing with that. You mentioned the back-to-back 1,000-yard years that he had. He's a very quality receiver. He's not a number 1. He's a number 2, or with the Lions, be competing for 3, maybe competing for 2.
On top of that, in Detroit, Sam Laporta probably gets it. He might be the 4th option
and Jahmyr Gibbs
on this team. So if he's not happy, look, we don't know if he's not happy with his role in Cincinnati.
I gotta tell you, it rubs me the wrong way when a guy who's been franchise tagged, to make $21 million in the season is upset because he wants a multi-year deal that's going to pay him $23 million a season.
According to reports.
Yeah, but he's caught 67, 74, 74, and 42 passes. Does that sound like somebody that is? I mean, he's not in the top tier receiver.
He's really good. Like, he's one of those guys.
Yeah, he's good.
Everybody, though, it
good,
feels
not
like
great.
Feels like everybody's got a guy, which isn't true. But but everybody's got a guy that's better than T. Higgins. He's really good, but he's not that elite upper crust receiver.
No, his touchdown totals are 6, 6, 7, and 5. Again, fine, but not $20 million a year. Fine, and they're willing to give him $21 million for this upcoming season. His average yards per catch in his career is 14 yards a catch. I mean, again, he's a good receiver. He is not a upper echelon great receiver. Maybe he thinks he is, and that's why he's pushing for it so he can go somewhere and showcase his talents and be a number 1. But you come to Detroit, you ain't number 1.
Nope.
You're probably not number 2. So, I mean, there's a lot here that weighs on my mind that says, nope, too much pushing it against it. Now, if he's willing to come here and play the year, okay.
There would have to be I want to go play. I'm mad at Cincinnati. I love Dan Campbell. I can go to a situation where I probably have a better chance to win a Super Bowl and score after that. Yeah, I'll take the 1-year franchise tag. I'll go to Detroit.
Sounds good. Then, and if it costs the Lions a 4th or 5th round pick, that's a great trade for the 1 year because they have the cap space right now. Beyond this year, I'd probably not interested in having another 20 million plus receiver.
Now let's look at it from Cincinnati's standpoint. If you're Cincinnati and you've lost Tyler Boyd and you've drafted a rookie and you've got Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, are you accepting a 3rd or 4th round pick? Or are you saying, you know what? We're trying to win the Super Bowl. We think he'll eventually play for us and he'll be motivated to do well. We're not seeking a future asset. Like, I'm not sure Cincinnati would say yes to this.
Well,
they're not in a situation where they're in a rebuild.
But again, it's up to, I mean, T. Higgins is holding out now. Is he willing to hold out in the season? And then your season, you're torpedoed. So you got to do something about it.
It becomes a game of chicken, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does. And again, you still have the specter of the Jamar Chase contract that you're going to end up agreeing to, which is going to be monstrous.
Yep.
Probably $32 million a year. And according to Over the Cap, Cincinnati has $45 million in cap space for next season. But if you're going to knock off a bunch of that just with Jamar Chase, let alone other players you're going to have to re-sign and players you want to bring in, you start to play the shell game again. And do you have enough shells to cover up $20+ million for T. Higgins? I doubt it.
Eventually you do run into problems. And they've kicked the can down the road for a couple of years, but it might be taken up by your own guys. Trading for T. Higgins is completely out of the question for all the reasons Gator already mentioned. There's just no chance. It's not what the Lions do now. It would have to be, okay, you think about last year's trade deadline, and we heard system and locker room fit. Now, there wasn't fingers pointed at anyone, but what I got, the feedback I got was it's about the system and it's about the locker room fit. Do you remember there was that highlight of, it was against the Lions, of Chase Young, who
he just kind of dogged it.
Yeah, the run went the other way and he just kind of jogged in it. I think it was Jahmyr Gibbs cut back and went right past where if Chase Young had hustled at all, he would have had a shot at him.
Yeah.
I think it went for a touchdown. And that made me raise my eyebrow a little bit because they're watching film differently. They're not watching Chase Young sacks. They're watching every snap from snap to whistle. And maybe they saw stuff like that. I don't know.
It's a play, right? It's a play that should have been included in draft day, right? When evaluating players.
Right.
Bring up the play where he doesn't get the sack. You know?
Yep.
Here's Vontae Mack still giving the effort. That's why they wanted Vontae Mack, but Chase Young didn't do that.
I love that's become a reference point for us. A silly, ridiculous movie that we both love. Next text. If he stays with Cincy on the tag and Burrow gets hurt, I could see Cincy trading him mid-season and he could be a steal. That's a different story.
That is a different story.
If Burrow gets hurt again, then that changes Cincinnati's approach. Cincinnati be like,
or if Cincy's just not that good.
Which is also a possibility.
And what have I said about Joe Burrow?
This is fascinating to me, but Gator proclaimed in the middle of the summer that Joe Burrow will never win a Super Bowl.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right.
Yep.
And his cap number goes up to $46 million next season and continues north of that for the next 4 years.
So most of the feedback we've gotten now that we broke it down, because we've heard the name T. Higgins a bunch this offseason, and yet I feel like now that we've done a deep dive, most of the feedback we're getting is no. No. Not worth it. Now, is that because people want to roll with their in-house guys? Is it love for DPJ and Khalif Raymond? Which can be like, you have to be careful. What's the line? Don't fall in love with your own guys?
Yep.
And we love Khalif Raymond in his role. Is he capable of more? DPJ, local guy, a lot of people are rooting for. Is he capable of more? He was at one point in his career. Oddly, his career has been a strange path.
And it's not that long of a career.
No, it's not. But there have been ups and downs and injuries mixed in, and it looked like he was going to be a guy that Cleveland was going to build around. But at this point, like I said, we're getting feedback, and most of it is no on T. Higgins. 248-539-9797. All right, coming up, interesting note in the NBA yesterday. Dan Hurley turns down the Lakers. And we've got a question for you about that, for everyone about that. Here's my question about this. Did Bronny James play a role in this? Was Dan Hurley told, yeah, oh, by the way, in the second round, you're going to need to take this guy, a borderline G League player? Did that play any role or any factor in Dan Hurley saying no? Is that, yeah, you'll be the guy, you'll be in charge, but LeBron wants you to take Bronny, and you have to commit to that. Is that enough to say, you know what? It's not the second round pick that I'm losing. It's the power structure that I don't like already.
That's not the Putney throw-in.
No. You go there again. Kang, do you think Bronny James played a role in Danny Hurley saying no?
Directly and indirectly. I mean, you can't go to LA. I mean, it's LeBron. It's LeBron's town, LeBron's team. So, yes. To answer your question, I guess yes.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, this is complete and total speculation, but it wouldn't shock me. Wouldn't shock me. But Danny Hurley did something that a lot of people wouldn't do, and we will get to that today at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Wendy's. Michigan football single game tickets won't be on sale for another month, but ticket packs are available beginning this week. Donors with the highest priority points have dibs today, and the next couple of days, the general public can grab theirs coming up on Saturday. After a day away, the Tigers are back at it tonight at Comerica Park. More interleague play as the Nationals will be their next opponents through Thursday. Hopefully, Kenta Maeda will throw more than a couple of pitches after his outing was cut short last week. Manager A.J. Hinch knows that the veteran pitcher wants to make up for it. Yeah, the Detroit lineup will be opposed by lefty Mitchell Parker, who went 7 strong innings versus Atlanta in his last start. First pitch tonight with Dan Dickerson can be heard right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. Tee times for the U.S. Open this week. Tiger Woods is in the 7:29 a.m. group along with Will Zalatoris and Matt Fitzpatrick in the first round. Also a good group at 1:14 p.m. Scottie Scheffler, Rory, and Xander Schauffele. In Allen Park, the Lions can finally begin their final week of organized team activities. Meanwhile, in Jets minicamp, mandatory there, Aaron Rodgers did not show up today, which was called an unexcused absence by Robert Saleh. He said Rodgers is attending an event that's more important to him instead. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Okay, a couple things.
Yeah.
One is, what's going on with the Jets and Aaron Rodgers?
I find that hilarious.
I find it, he's attending an event that's more important to him.
That's Robert Saleh calling him out. Love it.
I do too. And
You know who's going to win that struggle? Aaron Rodgers. Coaches get fired for stuff like that.
I don't know, man. At this point in his career, I want to know what the event is.
I definitely want to know what the event is. Is it a fundraiser for
See, because with
Kennedy or
Aaron,
something?
yeah, Aaron
What's he
Rodgers,
doing?
it could be something completely ridiculous.
Needed to throw up and have explosive diarrhea halfway across the world?
He's flirted with a vice presidency run. He's disappeared into darkness for like a week.
What's Miles Teller up to, Kang? Do we know?
Maybe it's the opposite of a darkness retreat. It's an all-light retreat this time. Who knows with Rodgers, right? And this is the same guy who said, we need to be all focused on winning in this room. It's all about, right? This is just one focus. No distractions, he said.
Where's QB8? Is he around? Or 12? What's he wearing number 12?
What was Joe naming his number? Because he did not take it.
Number 12 was
all
Joe
right, so
Namath,
now
he's at 8, right?
Yep.
Where's 8? Where's he at? Oh, he's not here. Something more important to him than...
That is such a damning statement.
It is. It is. And if you're Saleh, you got to come out. You got to come out strong. If you're that pissed, because that tells me that the conversations that have gone on behind the scenes have been loud, right? You don't just come out and say, "Oh, he's at something more important," unless you're like Belichick. You know what I mean? You have to have some sort of coaching, cachet to be able to say things like that. Like Mike Tomlin can say that. He can't say this. Robert Saleh's been on the job for a couple years. You can't say that unless you're that pissed.
I think you got to put your foot down. But I'm now fascinated as to what this event can be, because with Aaron Rodgers, it can be almost anything. It can be almost anything.
Do you think it's something frivolous, or do you think it's something that when we find out what it is?
I think it's something frivolous. I don't think he's away for like some medical emergency.
Right. And frivolous
because
frivolous to us, not to him. Like to him, it could be one of these, let's do the drugs and figure it out and expel everything from your body and then come back.
What was that? That cleanse he did called?
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah. If like that to me is frivolous.
The karma crap event, cleanse or whatever the heck it was.
Right.
Yeah. He's done that. He's done a darkness retreat. He's flirted with a vice presidential run. He is...
Like, to me, anything short of family emergency.
Yes.
It's like, if you're missing that.
Now, if he has a family emergency and Robert Saleh came out publicly and said he's attending something more important to him, Robert Saleh will not be the coach come the beginning of this season. So that's why it has to be something frivolous.
But all we had was the quote. If we have sound, it's different. Like if the sound is like, well, he's got something that's more important for him, and there's a sentence after that, and we support him, let him go, right?
I can have Paul try to get the sound, because Albert Breer from the NFL Network just tweeted out the video of Robert Saleh saying, quote, an event that was very important to him. Okay? But the key here is, though, number one, this is an unexcused absence.
Well, it's unexcused, yeah.
So they know what the event is, and they still did not excuse him for it. So that sounds weird to me.
I want to know what the event is.
Yeah, and I think
so
we need to hear the sound.
And the world will know shortly.
You're right, though, about context and, if the emphasis is on the right syllable. It's got to, where is he, if he's saying, well, it's an event that's more important to him, and they like kind of in an acknowledging way, but once you call it unexcused, that starts to sound like he's at something that's more important to him.
Next question. You're real curt about it.
To me, it's the unexcused, because if it's a birth of a child, a family emergency, a medical thing, that's excused.
Right. Particularly if it's obviously it's not a birth of a child, but if it were, you would say it. Like he's, his wife is due any second, so we gave him the time off. but that's not unexcused. That would be excused. This is something where I would imagine Robert Saleh is pissed.
Yep.
Because it's training camp, not OTAs, right? For the
It's
Packers.
a mini camp for the Jets.
Yeah, so it's mini camp. So it's mandatory. You're supposed to be there. And when you're not, and you're in front of the media, and everybody's like, "Where's Aaron Rodgers?" and you have to answer the question. Well, I got to answer the question. I can't just say no comment.
Yep.
Well, he said something that's apparently more important than this, or more important to him.
Well, you're right, though. We do need to hear the context. And
He said event, though. Is that what the quote was? He's at an event,
dude, if this
that
is
is more
if
important
this
to
is
him.
a political fundraiser,
Hilarious for a guy who has no chance.
you know. Here's the thing about this too. We also, I mean, do we not? Aaron Rodgers tortured us for a decade.
The Lions, yes.
Yes,
Lions
us
fans.
being he tortured us. In the end, we kind of got the better of him in the very end, and then also, he's no longer an issue for the Detroit Lions. He's somebody else's issue and some other division's issue as a football player. But as we've watched him sort of change, there's just been constant controversy around Aaron Rodgers. And there's controversy for two reasons. One is you adore the attention, and two is you're starting to go off the rails a little bit in terms of you can be whoever you want to be, but in terms of being a regular football player with no distractions, Aaron Rodgers is no longer that. He is no longer that. So we'll see if we can get the sound and we can play it for you. The other thing that Evan made a great point during the commercial break. We're talking about whether or not Danny Hurley turned down the Lakers job because of Bronny James. If there was an edict that this team would have to have Bronny James, and I don't think you turn it down because an owner tells you here's what you're going to do in the second round of the draft. But it might have been an immediate acknowledgement that the power structure, where you fit in the power structure, is below LeBron, is below one of your players. Evan came in and said, would Danny Hurley even recruit Bronny James to UConn?
Well, have you gone back and seen if he had gotten an offer?
I have not. Have you?
I have not.
No.
I just came to my mind as I said it. So no.
Okay.
I guess the other thing I'd look at is that he's the coach. He's not the GM. So you're there to coach a team. Now, this could be a deal breaker for you because maybe you want to have a voice when it comes to player personnel. And if this was an edict that came, from higher up, then they say, well, look, here's the deal. We have to sign Bronny James. We have to draft him in the second round. I could see it giving pause to anybody. I mean, Bronny James is certainly, he and his agents have tried to make it look like they're not considering any other teams aside from Phoenix and LA at this point.
Weird. It looks like he had offers from Cal, Memphis, USC, Ohio State, Oregon. That can't be it, can it? Maybe it is. Anyway, as it stands right now, Danny Hurley said no. So here's a question, Gator. You think about California and California life. It's glamorous. It's great weather. There's lots to do. There's beaches. There's beautiful people. Typically higher average salaries. The California life is just glamorous. And Danny Hurley just turned down a job in California. You've never done that, have you? Turned down a job in glamorous California?
No, I have not. I have not sought out too many jobs in my life.
No.
I've sought out opportunities here with this company.
Yep.
And I haven't sought too many opportunities since you and I were put together back in 2007. So no, I'm good.
So my question is for the people, have you ever turned down a job in California? And if so, why? Not only did he turn down a job, he turned down one of he turned down a job at one of the most prestigious organizations in sports, in one of the most glamorous cities in sports. He said no. In some ways, this is such a baller move. But I do want to know, has anyone ever turned down a job in California, and why? Why'd you say no to the Cali lifestyle? 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's summertime in Detroit, and that means baseball team in full swing. Pick up your favorite Stoli flavor and pair it with a refreshing lemonade to enjoy while you watch. Make it the summer of Stoli. Celebrate with Stoli Blueberry and Lemonade, or try a Stoli Vanilla Espresso Martini. No matter what your drink of choice is, remember Stoli for your premium vodka. Whether it's at the game or in your backyard patio, rooting for your favorite player to hit a home run. Stoli Vodka has you covered. Pick up a bottle of Stoli Vodka today. And as always, Stoli asks that you please drink responsibly. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines. Danny Hurley says no to the Lakers. No to the Lakers. He turned down on one of the most prestigious jobs in sports in glamorous California. Have you ever said no to California? You actually thought about moving to California. We can open up to the entire West Coast, too. I mean, it is such a beautiful part of the country, and I do love it. Yeah,
California, Arizona, wherever.
Yeah, some of the more exotic locales in our country.
Seattle.
Did you say no to Orlando? Did you say no to Miami? Did you say no to
Austin? Yeah,
some of the great places that people always talk about and say, oh, what a great city. And you decided not to take a job in that great city. We'd love to hear it because Danny Hurley did something that I really truly appreciate when somebody just does something that's borderline unconventional. People go, why are you staying there? because I love it and I'm happy and I want to. He's not chasing after other people's dreams or necessarily to feed his ego. But anyway, you almost went to California.
Yeah, it was the mid 90s. I was a couple of years out of college, and there were 4 of my friends that decided they were going to move out there. And they wanted to chase different dreams, I guess. And nobody really had a great plan. And a couple of the guys were, well, we're moving out there. We're going to see what we end up with, but we're going to start working. They were working for Home Depot at the time. So they were going to move out there, work at Home Depot. They were all going to live in a house together and figure other things out. Another guy was working with the unions or something like that. And a 4th guy moved out there we had a pretty good advertising opportunity. Slowly, a couple of guys moved back after a year or so, but other guys stayed out there. They're like kept saying, "Come on out here, come on out here, come on out here." And at the time, I had just started the radio station in '93, so I was like, I'm going to give this a couple more years and see where I'm at. And eventually, things started to click. I had more opportunities, and then it's kind of I shut the door on ever thinking about going back out there. But I did give it consideration, and my best friend ended up transferring. At the time, he was working for MTV, and he worked in New York, and then transferred out to LA, and had gotten married and moved out there. And I'd given that some thought too, but at that point, I was pretty much entrenched here.
All right, here we go.
And I don't regret it at all.
No, I mean, first
Not
of
even
all,
one letter, Gator? No regrets?
No regrets. No, I don't. Regrets. No. Movie reference, Doug. I'm sorry.
I'm out.
Yeah. But no. But it's. I mean, I always think about what would it be like, but it's not a regret. You know what I mean? Things worked out here just fine. I'm happy we were working with you, Doug.
Thank you.
And with you, Kang.
Yep, it's a good gig, and it's a great state. This is an underrated gem. And
well, that's the other thing.
It really is cool. I turned down a job in California, 5% raise, but 30% higher cost of living. That's from an unnamed texter. Yes.
Cost of living's insane out there.
Cost of living is insane. Yeah, and I mean, there was talk that this was a $100 million deal. It wasn't a $100 million deal. And if you looked at everything, it sounded like it was barely a raise for him if you figure in the cost of living and the taxes. An unnamed texter says, yes, because it's only a matter of time before California drops into the Pacific Ocean.
Well, one big event could do that.
One of my concerns, if I were to ever move to California, would be just the natural disasters that you have to deal with, and it seems like the state can't deal with. With an
Fires.
Earthquake, it's no warning; it just happens, right?
Yep.
There's fires, like you said. There's
They've had flooding.
Yep, landslides. It seems like they can't handle a little bit of rain, even sometimes.
On top of that, there's drought.
Yes, there's a lot of natural disasters that would bother me.
And the place is so, well, like Los Angeles, for instance, is so densely populated, it's insane. Absolutely crazy when you think of the population. It's starting to ease up a little bit. People are starting to leave that area, but it's still way, way too many people. It just got too big too soon. And like King mentioned, all the natural disaster events that they have.
Do you think they look at their, I'm not moving to the Midwest. They got tornadoes. They got blizzards.
I think it's the snow.
Yes, they can't. They're for sure.
It's 100% snow. I don't think they worry about
the cold,
tornadoes.
The snow. Yeah, it's the
Soft.
snow. No, seriously, they are soft.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, when my friends come back into town and they're like, it's 70 degrees, and ooh, a little chilly. Like, what? It's fine.
Dude, it's white guy in shorts weather. What are you talking about?
Oh, sorry, Doug. I didn't mean to bring
It's okay. Craig in Roseville says, I turned down a transfer because the cost of living was ridiculous in San Francisco. Way too many tent cities, and traffic was just nasty. The city was just dirty. I haven't been there for years, but it does sound like San Francisco's taking a bit of a hit. I turned down a software support job in Santa Barbara. It all came down to cost of living. 2-bedroom house, easily over $1 million in the area. The salary adjustment for the area couldn't make up for the difference. House in Bath, Michigan, a little bit more reasonable. Signed Max in Bath, Michigan.
Santa Barbara is crazy expensive.
Yep.
He's right. A 2-bedroom home is over $1 million. Well over $1 million.
Yep.
You had Kang and I will watch the shows all the time, HGTV, and a lot of them are based in California. And when they show these renovation shows, well, we've got an investment. We bought the house. It's a 2-bedroom, 1.5 bath, 1,100 square foot home that we bought for $700,000, and we're going to put $200,000 in it in renovations, and we're going to sell it for 1.3. Like, what?
Yeah, she's a substitute teacher, and he works at a grocery store.
And somehow they make it
I
work.
know, right? It's
I don't get
unbelievable. What?
Where does this money come from? How are you people possibly able to pay the rent, pay your mortgage? How do you do this? How do you get the loan?
Ooh, this one's got 1.5 baths. It's only $2.3 million.
And it's got a yard. It does?
Not a yard. It's like
Yeah.
It's like 50 square feet of green space.
it's fake grass.
My relatives out there, I think they have grass in the front. They basically have stone in the backyard. They also have a pool.
Drought tolerant. Well, the pool makes up.
They're not. They're out in pretty rural California. I will say that. Ramona, lovely area.
Ramon.
248-539-9797. Have you ever turned down a job in an exotic locale and just said, no, I'm not going to Miami, Austin, Phoenix, Orlando, Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, San Diego? 248-539-9797. Brandon and Shelby are 97 on the ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good.
Good.
So not a job offer, but I just got back from my first time in California. And it's insane that, like, when you're in Michigan, people talk about the prices and whatnot. So I was at the Dodgers game. I went to my first Dodgers game. Those daiquiris that are at Comerica Park that cost like $12, $35 in California for one drink. Beers in California cost $25. Like, and so certain stuff like, say, $12 pizza, it's like $35. Gas costs $5.50. So even though you're making that money and it seems awesome, those prices are insane.
Yeah, the cost of living just puts it through the roof. Like, I talk to my friends. I'm like, you sure you don't want to move back? Cost of living here is a heck of a lot cheaper. And, with more and more job opportunities being, where you could work online and work from anywhere in the country, I would imagine a lot of people are considering that with the cost of living.
Yeah.
Why would I live there when the cost is so high if I could work anywhere in the country and still get paid the same amount? Save some money.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. People are fleeing California. What a dumb question. Have you ever turned down a job in California? Even people that want to be in California turn down California jobs because unless they double your pay, you're taking a pay cut.
Well, that is starting to happen. The other thing is, and I don't know how people do this either, the people that live out there, the competition to get into the schools in California. We know what it's like here in Michigan. The competition to get into Michigan or Michigan State, or to a lesser degree, the directional schools is nothing compared to try to get into USC or UCLA.
I was just talking. I was literally just talking about this with a California family that I got to know. My son graduated, and one of his classmates was from California, and they were talking about how from there they were private school people, high school, and nobody got into USC, nobody, and they were like, they were talking about. The valedictorian didn't get into USC.
Right. I was going to say people with outstanding scores and grades. Yeah, sorry. And there was no room for you here.
Well, again, I would find it. It's in part because it's California. I walked the USC campus when we were out there. They've really upgraded. I hadn't been there in 20 years. It's beautiful. My son said no to Phoenix, Arizona. Too hot to go.
It's hot.
I've been offered a transfer and promotion to LA. Reasons I said no are taxes, crime, cost of living, and traffic. But most of all, $650,000 bought me a 2,200 square foot home in downtown Plymouth. That wouldn't buy me a shack in Los Angeles. That's from JB. Have friends and relatives that moved to California. Oakland and San Francisco areas, most made it work for a while, but all have moved back east. That's from Ben in Roseville. 248-539-9797. Jeff is next here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey guys,
Hey.
I'm actually on the road listening, and every point you guys have made, I totally agree with. I just moved back from California back to Lake Orion. I will never go back. Everything you guys said is accurate. I hate snow more than any human alive, which is why it was always easy to move out of Michigan. But fire season in Northern California is probably one of the most terrifying things I've ever been through in my life. it's not worth it. I'll take the snow at Metro Airport. I could go on and on. I actually used to work with Kang, and that's why I was listening to the show. The cost of living, if you get transferred with your company, whatever adjustment they're going to give you is a fraction of what it actually is. It's not even close.
Okay, here's a weird question. I do want to ask you, like that whole thing about fires. I don't doubt that fires are terrifying and scary, but how would you describe them to those of us that only think, yeah, it's a fire, you just drive away or whatever? Like it's worse.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like you didn't know about them. What made them worse than you suspected?
Well, so actually in wine country, so like Napa, Sonoma, north of San Francisco, they do these controlled fires right before the season starts to try to reduce spreading. But they're almost like a tornado, the way that the wind can shift them and change them. I got stuck in two where we literally had to drive to the center of a parking lot and hope that the concrete would, shield us enough to not get stuck. We've been rerouted by the police officers, firemen. It happens fast. It's not slow moving there like it is in other places because you do have the peaks and the valleys. It's very windy. It can change very quickly, very similar to tornadoes.
Mike, thanks for sharing.
It's terrifying.
Thanks for sharing. 248-539-9797. Bill James tweeted out something about baseball that I think we all can probably think about and answer whether or not this is now true in America in 2024. We'll get to that today at 11:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Danny Hurley turns down the Lakers. Did you ever turn down a job in California or some other exotic locale? 248-539-9797. We'll get to this Bill James tweet. You tell me whether or not this is true. Let's go to Mike. We'll get to that at 11:35. Mike, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I was born and raised in Detroit. Went to San Diego, one of the beach towns in San Diego, right along the beach, for a year when I was 30. Lived there for a year, and the people were beautiful. The weather was beautiful. The scenery was beautiful. It was too much for a Detroiter, Midwesterner to handle. I literally had to leave. I had to come back home to Michigan after a year because I couldn't function. It was so perfect. My buddies that came out to visit were like, "Why would you leave this place?" And I'm like, "Because it really was tough to hold down a job. Why go to work when you can go to the beach every day?"
Well, and if you lived out there, if you like Del Mar or some kind of community like that, it's expensive as hell.
That's true, but you spend so much time outside, you almost it didn't matter to me. I lived in Solana Beach, which is right next to Del Mar, and those kind of trappings. If you're living in a beach town, the idea of having a roof over your head kind of goes away sometimes. If you're in that beach crowd.
Were you happy?
Yes, except sometimes not when the sun rose and you're like, "Where am I? Where did I sleep last night?"
Because you enjoyed yourself too much.
But yeah, I enjoyed myself way too much to the point where I was like, okay, I literally have to go get some structure in my life. I need 4 seasons. I need cold weather. I need a
9 to 5 working environment. Go. Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you for sharing, Mike.
Need to lay off the meth.
There's that.
I'm kidding. No, but he's talking about a lifestyle where the weather is so nice that you don't you go out at night and it's still gorgeous at night at midnight on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
Do I need to go to work tomorrow? Yeah, you do. In order to afford this lifestyle.
Don, you're next. Hi, Don.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
So I'm faced with the other way situation. My son's out there for an internship. He's going to be a senior next year. And so if all goes well, he'll get a job out there, and he plans to move out there. My wife has family out there. His grandfather's out there, and half sisters and things like that, and cousins. So my wife doesn't want to be away from our son, so she wants to take everything that we have here and pack up and move out there if and when he gets a job out there. So because she doesn't want to be away from. So it's kind of freaking me out.
How do you feel about it based upon this conversation we've had?
Well, I always knew this was the situation out there, and I'd see people leaving, California, going to Scottsdale, or they're going to Arizona, they're going to Dallas, they're moving out quickly. Jeff Bezos moved out of California, and he's now living in Florida for tax reasons. So, yeah, it's kind of freaking me out a little bit, I mean, you take your nest egg and everything like that and put it into a house, because housing prices in very, very undesirable neighborhoods, like off Sunset Strip, where it's just bananas, with bars on the windows are $1.5 to $2.3 million, and they're 1,200 foot, shit boxes.
Well,
you can't. Yeah.
Was that HGTV uncensored?
Can't say that in the Property Brothers.
A whole lot more
maybe
entertaining.
I love it or fist it, but
right, that's different. Yeah, we can't. I don't think Tark and Christina ever said that.
Yeah, well,
even when they were fighting.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I bet they did.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for all your phone calls and feedback. Bill James tweeted out something this morning. Baseball historian, sabermetric dude. He tweets out the following, and I want you to tell me whether or not you think this is true.
All right.
The notion that no one except a small child should get a foul ball is a very recent phenomenon. 10 years ago, an adult could catch a foul ball and nobody would say anything about it. Can an adult in America in 2024 catch a foul ball and keep it with no pressure to give it to a kid?
They should be able to, but that's not the case. And it's crappy. I remember when I was a kid, you always wanted the foul ball. I never once thought when I was at a game at Tiger Stadium when I was a kid, if a foul ball came near my section, it never crossed me to run up to the person that caught it and say, "Can I have the ball?" It was up to me to get the ball. It's up to me. I mean, if the ball was hit, I was fortunate to be sitting in a section where the ball is flying. It's up to me. When did this change? And I know it's changed. And it's not the last 10 years. This happened when I was at the All-Star game when I caught 2 of the home run balls at the Derby back in 2005. I was getting crap from people. I'm like, are you kidding me?
So the thing about it is, I am, of the two of us, I think I would be described as more
kid-friendly,
tolerant of kids. I probably have more patience with kids.
Oh, come on now. You're right.
I seriously don't know. I'm giving a ball to a stranger's kid. Why am I giving a ball to a stranger's kid?
The only way that I would, and this is, I'm being honest with you, if there's the ball comes in the area and everybody's going up in the air and I come down with it and there's a kid that's like right next to me, I'm probably going to give it to the kid. But if I catch it and it's I'm alone in my section because there's only 15,000 people at Comerica Park or whatever, and I catch the ball and some kid comes running up to me like 30 seconds later, "Hey, can I have the ball?" No. I mean, maybe I will, maybe I won't, but where do you get off asking me for that? What is that?
I am not. I'll agree with you. I'm not stealing the ball from a kid.
Steal the ball from a kid. That's ridiculous.
I'm not reaching. If there's a kid that's going to catch the ball, I'm not using my physical advantage over the kid to reach in front of him and grab the ball. I'm not knocking the kid over to get the ball.
I'm going to stand up and just try to catch it.
If a ball lands in our section and it's rolling down the stairs, I'm not racing a child to get the ball. But if the ball
I'm not hurdling sections of seats to get to the
the little stiff arm didn't hurt anybody.
If the ball comes directly to me and I catch it,
like Eric Erickson,
right? And some kid comes running up, 15 seconds later, I would say, "How are you? Are you enjoying the game?"
I had a friend of mine, this is like 15 years ago, we're at a game and there weren't that many people there, and my buddy was at the concession stand. And a foul ball went up on the third base side, was screamed, and ended up going into the concessions area, hit the wall, came back, and my buddy bent over, picked it up, and he's like, "Oh, look at this." And it comes down eventually with a couple beers, and he's like, here's your beer. I'm like, "Oh, thanks." And he goes, "I got the foul ball." I'm like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah, I was in line." And this kid comes running and goes, "Can I have the ball now?" And my friend Kevin's like, "I said, give me a minute. Let me show it to my friends." And I would give it to him. My God. You're like, kids are crazy. And that's 15 years ago.
You're right, Gator. I think what happened to trying to catch it on your own, to go ask somebody else, I mean, that lessens it a lot.
Totally.
Like someone gave me this ball. No, you gotta catch on the fly. Or...
that's the everybody gets a trophy mentality, King.
I have young children. I want to catch the ball and give it to my 22-year-old child.
There you go. You're allowed to.
I'm allowed to do that.
Yes.
I'm allowed to do that, right? Does this make me a bad person?
I don't think so.
That's not what makes you a bad person.
there's other stuff. We started the show with it.
Right.
Yeah. Kang, if you catch a ball and a kid's right there and asks for the ball, you say?
I say, "I'm sorry. I'm going to keep this ball and give it to one of my children."
There you go.
But the thing is, people aren't going to believe me, probably.
Well, but there's also this. You know what doesn't tell that whole story? The TV cameras that are on you when you catch the foul ball and a kid runs up and you say, they don't know what you're telling the kid. You're telling the kid, "Hey, I'm keeping this for my kid."
I've got 14 kids, so ball number 15 comes to me, I'll think about it, Timmy.
Oh, there you go.
Head back to your seat, Jackson.
Can an adult catch a ball at a Bill James tweets out that this is a recent phenomenon. He says the last 10 years, the notion that no one except a small child should get a foul ball is a very recent phenomenon. 10 years ago, an adult could catch a foul ball and nobody would say anything. Is it no longer fair game for an adult to keep a foul ball they catch? I think I'm kid friendly for the most part. Not when it pertains to this. First of all, you got
friendly. Well, with this kind of stuff, I think I would be, but again, we put the parameters up there. I think you're being. I think some of these kids are, you're crossing a line you shouldn't cross. Hey, I was nice with your daughters the other night.
Yeah, I think you said, "Are these the kids?"
Nothing. I get no respect. I get no respect. Daughters are cute. They're cute and adorable, and I don't say that about most kids. Your kids are. I went over, and Bertie's wife is there with their baby, and Evan's wife is there with their baby, and I'm like, oh, these kids are cute, and you. Yeah, you know what? Your kids aren't getting the baseball.
97 won the ticket.
So let me tell you about a great experience that I had with a company recently. I had to get new garage doors, right? And it's a big expense, and you get nervous about things like that. I knew I had to do something. I called Precision Garage Door, and they took my call immediately, scheduled an appointment right away. Guys came out, walked me through all the options of all the different kind of doors I can get, and I came away completely impressed, completely happy about it, and my doors look fantastic. John, Jeff, the whole crew, easy to work with, true professionals, and that's what you want, professionalism at this time. Plus, with Precision, they'll come out on weekends, available at no extra charge. All calls are answered 24/7. You can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that works for your schedule. That's awesome. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment.
Tigers back in action tonight. It's a home game, and if a foul ball comes your way, well, led us to this Bill James tweet. The notion that no one except a small child should get a foul ball is a very recent phenomenon. 10 years ago, an adult would catch a foul ball and nobody would say anything about it. And I think he's right. I don't know if it's the last 10 years. It might be more than that there would seem to be this expectation that if you caught a foul ball, you give it to a kid. Now, there is a difference between just simply catching a foul ball that's hit directly to you and boxing out a child or racing a child. If I find myself that a foul ball comes into my section and it's mostly unpopulated, and I start to hustle to get the ball and don't notice that there is a kid hustling to get the ball as well and pick it up, and then look and see, oh, did I just outrace a kid? I will be ashamed and embarrassed, and I will give the kid the ball. But that is the only circumstances. The only circumstance. I'm not jumping over a kid. I'm not shoving a kid. I'm not even using my reach to, if the ball is going to land in the row in front of me and a child reaches for the ball, I'm not reaching over him with my longer arm to steal the ball from him. But if a ball gets hit to me and I catch it and there's a child nearby, I will not feel the pressure to give that child the ball. I don't know this kid. I don't know this parent.
Right.
Why?
Why indeed?
Yeah.
Why indeed? And this is something that's been going on for far too long.
And I will say this as the more kid-friendly host of this program. Gator, you said it yourself.
Whatever, dude. I mean, to have to constantly put that in my face. It's unfair.
248-539-9797. Chris, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. So you're right. This does seem to be a new phenomenon. So well before this 10-year situation, I was a 13-year-old kid at a Tiger game with my mom and dad. I had won tickets through my paper route. And my mom and dad go up to get a beer, 13, whatever, you can leave the kid in the seats. We're watching the Baltimore Orioles. Rafael Palmeiro is playing. He's up to bat. Hits a foul ball in our section. It lands directly behind us. I'm excited. I'm 13. I've never caught a foul ball in my life. I still haven't. I had my hand on that ball along with a guy that looked exactly like the villain from Kindergarten Cop. He's got it. I've got it. He yanks it out of my hand. I was 13 years old, but by the time my parents came back with their beer, I was stewing the whole time. Because at 13, you're pretty sure your dad's invincible, and I would have had that ball if only Dad was in the stands.
Wow.
But yeah, there was a time when adults would just take the ball out of a kid's hand. That time has certainly passed.
Well, I mean, shame on that adult. I would never, ever do that as an adult. I did have an incident when I was a young man, but yeah, you're right. I mean, even if it's another, kids are allowed to wrestle, aren't they? If two kids are going after a ball,
it's a kumite at that point.
Well, obviously, everyone gathers, forms a big circle.
Right.
And they all chant kumite.
2 men enter, 1 man leave.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it works.
Kids are allowed to wrestle.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. I think I know the answer, guys.
Arm triangle.
And Doug, I agree with you. You don't get physical, unless you're trying not to get physical at all, really.
Can it happen inadvertently where you don't notice the kid? Yes. I was zeroed in on the ball, man.
What if this is clearly a significant baseball? Shohei Ohtani's breaking the all-time record or something where this ball is worth...
Okay, so now we're no longer talking foul ball.
No.
We're talking fair ball?
Yeah.
Oh, fair balls.
F that. All rules are off.
Yeah, because you're talking, the only way you're going to get a fair ball is on a home run or a ground rule double. And yeah, it's
You're talking about a ball that might be worth some money?
That's different.
Yes.
Yeah. You take your kid and get out of here. There's no way I'm giving your kid I'm paying for my kid's college with this, not yours.
I want a Corvette. I'm sorry that you can't put your kid through college, but I'm getting a Corvette out of this ball.
Doug, you notice you can't put car seats in a Corvette.
Unbelievable. And true.
Let's go to Andrew and Troy. You're next. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, how you doing today?
What's up?
All right.
So here's the thing. I've gotten a few foul balls in my life. I've been blessed, right? I keep the one. I kept two that mattered. I got one that was off Derek Jeter's bat. I thought that was cool. I kept that. and another Miguel Cabrera. But here's the thing. I've gotten a lot more than that, and you hit the nail on the head. We do it. The adult does it for the thrill of catching it or for the thrill of, the ground or something off a ricochet. But once you have that feeling, just give the ball to a kid. And then the etiquette is that kid's parents buy you a beer or a hot dog or something.
I don't hate that.
So you take that into account. If it's your first one, keep it. Obviously, if it's your first one, you never got it. That's something you'll remember forever. But if it's not, give it to a kid, and then have the parents buy you a beer or a hot dog if you're not a drinker.
The problem is that people judge you. They don't know it's your first one. Right? Nobody knows it's your first one. You're just that evil man that caught the ball.
I like the negotiation ploy, though.
I also do if I'd rather have a baseball or a beer, I'll take the beer.
Yeah, it's happened before. A guy came up. He's like, "Hey, thanks so much for giving it to my son." He's like, "Do you want like a Tiger hat or something?" I'm like, "I'm already wearing a hat." But I was like, "Just a beer," and then it works. It's kind of like an unwritten thing. I've seen other people around me get the same thing. They're like, "I appreciate it," and then you don't even have to ask. Parents come back with a beer. It's like an unwritten thing.
It should be.
It comes down to treating each other with respect, right?
There you go. Yeah, but you know what?
There.
Also, Andrew, as a person that likes to understand the rules, I think it should be written. If I give your kid a ball, it is written in law that you are required to buy me a beer.
Do you have to remind him? Like, tell your old man to come back with a shandy and the beer and the ball is yours?
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it. Yeah. Straight trade.
Straight up trade.
Yep. And not one of those short ones. I want a tall one.
Well, but here's the thing, though. If the kid's coming, the kid, obviously there should be parental supervision there, right? If the kid's coming up to you, you would assume his parents are right there.
One would
assume. If the kid's coming over from 3 sections over, keep stepping, kid. It ain't happening.
Let me see your ticket.
Right, exactly. I'm sorry.
Are you even in this section?
No. Well, too bad.
248-539-9797. Ben is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Ben?
Hey, guys. Hey, love the show. Thank you. I used to take my kid to the game for about a period of 5 years. He also worked as a bat boy over at Jimmy John's, so he loved his baseball. And he amassed like 72 balls in those 4 years. He was really gifted, really good. So I took him to a game. We were sitting there during BP, and I caught my first ball in my life, and that dates back to Tiger Stadium, in my life. And I was surrounded by snot-nosed kids. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Let me have the ball. Give it. That's the only time I take exception to boxing out, because if I had a chance, I would have. But I found a little girl who was just sitting there quietly. I gave it to her. Parents were happy, and that was a satisfaction. Didn't need a beer.
So you moved past all the kids that were. This is like Willy Wonka, isn't it?
Well, they swarm you.
Yeah.
You know, they want a ball too. You know what makes me even madder is the adults, the individual adults who go there to take balls away for themselves instead of giving to the kids.
Wait, what? The individual adults?
Yeah, there's individual adults who go there just to get a ball. It's like they're with nobody but themselves.
Well, they're to watch a baseball game and the ball happens to be hit to them and they hang on to it?
Yeah, I mean, this is what I observed during batting practice.
Oh, batting practice.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
During the game.
Batting practice.
Yeah, during batting practice. But it was my hand hurt for like 3 days.
Should there be an age limit to be in the outfield for batting practice? I mean,
I got to tell you, it was one of I
I
used to absolutely love going to games early for batting practice.
Yeah.
Into college, I was doing it. Is that too long?
I don't know.
I was after college. I went once and did it at Oakland Alameda County Coliseum.
All right, here we go.
No,
I mean,
I went out for batting practice.
I guess if you distance yourself away from the other kids, maybe you're fine. But I don't know. I just feel like there's an age. Like if I want to go to BP, it's fine to watch it. It's fun to watch batting practice. But to go there specifically
Just
as
to
an
get a ball?
adult to catch a baseball for batting practice seems a little juvenile.
We got another edition of Who's on Top coming up today at 12:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Look, Bill James sent out a tweet, and we've gotten a lot of response to this. Bill James, baseball historian, the notion that no one except a small child should get a foul ball is a very recent phenomenon. 10 years ago, an adult could catch a foul ball, and nobody would say anything about it. Is it no longer fair game for an adult to catch and keep a foul ball? Look, I suppose everybody will have their own parameters as to what they think is fair. I don't think someone who catches a foul ball hit directly to them should be shamed into giving it to a stranger's child. When you do that, it's a lovely gesture, but the bottom line is I think it's okay. People might disagree with this, that if a ball is hit to you, or you are the closest one in your section that it is hit to, you can catch that ball and keep it. If you aren't the closest one, or a kid is running for the same ball, let the kid have it. Do not use your physical superiority to a child to box them out, to reach over them, to race them to a ball. But hey, if it's hit right to you, I think that's fair game. I think it's a bad look if a child is about to catch a ball, and here I come at 6 foot 3.5 tall, box him out, reach well above him, and catch said ball. I think that's a bad look.
It's not a good look, particularly if it's on video.
Yes. But then again, people have different parameters. But can we please let the adults keep the foul balls that they catch that are hit to them? I mean, it's kind of an accomplishment. It's kind of cool. And you might have children at home you want to give it to, right?
Exactly. Exactly, Doc.
Exactamungo.
Or a niece or nephew that you want to give it to. Or a friend's child that you'd like to gift the baseball to. Doesn't mean that you're going to take this one home just for yourself.
Yeah. You might have a kid that is just like, you told of a scenario where you heard an adult say, my kid has cancer.
Yeah.
And you don't know the person who caught the ball doesn't have a kid in their life that has cancer that they want to give the ball to.
Right. Or just a kid in their life.
Or just a kid, yeah. Anyway, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Chaz. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hello, Chaz.
Hey, guys. So I got a couple of stories. 1996, I'm sitting in the upper deck at Tiger Stadium. And Jim told me I've never caught a home run ball, really any other ball, but I brought my glove, me and my buddy were at the game. It's a fly ball that catches the overhang. I'm in the front row, and I did just like Al Kaline told me, 2 hands, catch it right above your head, no problem. Not much fan applause because there's only about 100 people in the park that day. The very next inning, Tony Clark hits the same fly ball right to me. Now I'm cocky. I do the old Ricky Henderson snatch catch, and it tips off my glove. Like, oh no! And I'm embarrassed like to high hell. And it rolled up the alley. I chased after it, and 2 kids were also chasing after it. I bowled over one kid, and the other kid ended up getting the ball. And I go, oh crap! I had to give my Jim Thome home run ball to the kid I bowled over, so I ended up with nothing when I should have had 2 home run balls. And then the second story, I was in New York years later, and just for batting practice, I caught a home run ball in batting practice. And some 10-year-old kids, hey, give me that ball. And I said, screw you, kid. And so he didn't get it. And plus, I was hearkening back to 96 when I blew it.
Sure.
But, yeah, so there it is. There's times when you give it to them and times that you don't.
You're some snot-nosed New Yorker. You're not getting the ball.
Chaz, back to the story where you bowled over one kid. Did you not see him, or were you just so singularly focused that you didn't notice?
Everything happens so fast. I mean, it tips off. You go, oh, crap, and yeah, you are saying, where's the ball? And they were coming from a different direction. I was straight up to they were coming from seats or something. And it's just a mad frenzy, for a ball. You don't think about anything but that ball. That's the most important thing in the world.
How old were you?
Your wife and kids and anything.
How old were you?
At the time, I was probably 19.
Okay.
Yep.
And
I got to tell you,
but
it's a pretty good make good. When you bowled a kid over, the other kid got the ball. You already had one.
Sucks.
It's a pretty good. It does suck, but
it's not a pretty good. It's a great make.
You did the right thing.
Home run ball.
Yeah, but you did the right thing.
You didn't know at the time.
Home run ball I gave to the kid. Oh, geez.
Yeah, you didn't know at the time.
Yeah, all right. Well,
Jazz,
Keep
thanks.
up the good work, guys.
248-539-9797. Noah's on a cell, and he's next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Noah.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Doing great.
So I got a story about when I was around 6 or 7. My dad took me to a Pistons game. This would have been the time Ben Wallace was playing. They just won the championship, and they used to drop T-shirts from the rafters down. Well, my dad grabbed a shirt for me. Guy in front of us grabs it, takes it out of his hand, gives it to his girlfriend. So we go and complain to the staff. They give us a free Ben Wallace jersey.
A free jersey?
Swear.
Wow. That worked out well for you.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
So
yeah.
when
taking a foul ball from a kid is crazy. I mean, I have no problem with anyone, trying to catch it on their own. But doing something like that where you take it out of their hand was just crazy.
Hey, thank you for, it is crazy. Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Tommy, you're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Tommy.
Oh, Gator.
How you doing?
Yeah, you know what? All the games I went to Tiger Stadium, and there were a lot of them. And then I've only been to 2 at Comerica. But I always wanted to catch a foul ball or a home run ball. And I think, listen to this conversation. If I did catch one, I wouldn't leave my seat and go after it. And if it just came to me and I reached up, say I got a hot dog in my right hand, and I snatched that ball with my left hand, it's like, yeah, I got it. And I get some kid coming up to me demanding, wanting the ball. I'd be like, get lost, kid. I've been waiting my whole life for this. Just, basically get out of here.
Well, here's the question.
This ain't it's not a participation trophy.
That's right.
What do you think? This is a participation baseball?
Do you?
No, every kid doesn't get one.
No,
you gotta earn it.
You can,
Gotta
Tommy,
fight for
be slightly, and maybe you're just having some fun here, but you can be slightly more polite than get lost, kid, right?
Well, I might regret it after I said it. But I've always wanted to say that to certain kids. Get lost, kid.
Great story.
Fair enough.
Does the same apply to hockey guys with pucks? Do kids come running up to to the adult who catches the puck that goes into the stands at all?
Great question. I don't know.
I've never-
I don't know if
there's-
I've ever paid attention to that.
There hasn't been many puck kerfuffles, as far as I'm aware.
You know what? I try to avoid the puck.
Yeah,
Is that the difference?
Puck is more
Yeah.
duck than
Yeah.
reach for. But, God, we lived in a world where there were no nets behind the goals.
Crazy.
Honestly. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago. And that poor tragic story of the girl who got hit by a puck. But
Columbus, yeah.
that pucks would regularly fly. Think how many times they go zipping into the net. Those would fly into the stands.
Well, and then baseball. For them not to put the nets up in baseball?
And some of the line shots down the line. I remember when they first put those nets up. Do you remember people like, it's going to ruin my time?
Yes.
It didn't.
No, of course not.
Anyway. 248-539-9797. Cameron, you're next. Hi, Cameron.
Hi, how's it going?
All right.
Oh, yeah. So one time, it was Riley Green's very first game. And I'm not I don't go to a whole lot of Tigers games, but me and my roommates were like, it'd be something fun to do. We show up late. It's about the second inning. And it was the day they were giving out these cream-colored jerseys. And I obviously got there late. They were all taken except right in front of my seat, one still in the package. So I still got one. And I was like, okay, this is already a great day. But the people sitting in front of me, there was a kid, a girl crying, and a kid happy. You could tell they're brother and sister. The parents look over to me and they say, if you catch a foul ball, will you please give it to my daughter? And me and my buddies are kind of looking at each other like there's no way. Like, you guys just caught one. There's not about to be another one right in the same exact section. So game's going on. It's a great game. Tigers are winning. And sure enough, a foul ball comes right my way, and I catch it. And without, hesitation, I was like, oh, I'm giving it to this girl. So I gave it to the girl. Their family couldn't believe it because, the daughter was upset the whole game. I give it to her. They buy me a whole round of beer, and it was a great experience, It's weird how everything kind of lined up that day.
Yeah, let me be clear on this, too. There's nothing wrong with deciding to give the ball to a kid.
No.
There's also
not at
nothing
all.
wrong for deciding to keep it, barring the bowl-over situation, as the one caller described.
It's your decision.
539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We got another edition of Who's on Top coming up today at 11:35. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, discover how good your water can be, like our family did with a new Kinetico system that removes up to 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Get clean, purified water and reduce plastic bottle waste. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cdcwater.com. This month, get 50% off Kinetico K5 drinking water system. I fill my water bottle up with it every single day. Tastes great, and it's better for you. 50% off that water drinking system. CDC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. All right. Has the hype died down, or do we still want this guy? We will get to that today at 12:20. Couple more calls on this. People just joining us. We're reading on the X today, and Bill James posted something. Baseball historian and statistician dude. The notion that no one except a small child should get a foul ball is a very recent phenomenon. 10 years ago, an adult could catch a foul ball and nobody would say anything about it. And I'm saying in 2024, you shouldn't say anything about it. If an adult wants to give a ball that they caught in the stands to a kid, good for them. Nice gesture. If adult wants to keep it, you have no idea if that adult has a kid at home they want to get to, a sick kid at home they want to get to, a friend that it'll mean a ton to. You caught the foul ball off the bat of your friend's favorite player. Or favorite pitcher, pitch the pitch. There's a lot of things that you're allowed to keep the ball if you're an adult. Are you allowed to muscle kids out of the way? Well, I think that might be crossing.
I'm a little surprised that Bill James, who is baseball historian Bill James, is saying it's a recent phenomenon. It's not.
It's not that recent. No.
This has been going on for far too long. Longer than 10 years for sure.
Let's get to Fred in Waterford. Hi, Fred.
Actually, I'm in Munkle. So the fellow Munkleites are saying hello to you as well.
It's just
it
outside
was
Muncie.
about 20 years ago, so that puts me at age 50, and I had never gotten a ball before. My wife and I are traveling in North Carolina, so we go to a Class A Asheville Tourist game, and as we're walking up to the field, the structure behind home plate is not real tall, and it was very old at the time. I think it's been renewed. So a foul ball clears that structure and hits the parking lot and kind of rolling quickly down an asphalt road, and it's kind of near us, and I see 6 kids running towards the ball, and I say, "This is mine," So I didn't elbow any kids out of the way, but I had a head start. I just ran after the ball, crawled under what was many pickup trucks there, and I got the kids staring there looking at me. I say, "My ball, homies." I wasn't giving it up.
Well, you're the man from Munkle, so you're allowed to do that.
You race the kids, and you beat them to the ball.
Yeah.
You said, "This is my ball, homies." Classic.
Well done, Fred.
I had to struggle under pickup trucks to get it, but I still have it to this day.
Well, I don't know that I'd chase after a ball if I saw kids running after it.
I'd stop. I definitely would stop.
This is my ball, homies, though. It's kind of classic.
That is a good line.
248-539-9797. Let's take one more on this. John, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, John.
How you doing?
Great.
Yeah, so like 10 years ago, me and some buddies went to Comerica Park. I caught a foul ball, and there was this little kid next to me. He's like 5 with his hat on and his glove, and I handed him the ball. And he was all happy, and I sit down, and I feel this push in my back, and I turn around, and there's a family behind me, and the mother was ticked off because I didn't give the ball to his kid, or her kid, and I'm like, all right.
Come
and
on.
she just kind of kept making comments about it. I wasn't sure if she was for real or not. And so when we left, I just turned around and looked like either boyfriend or husband. I just said, "Good luck, pal," and we left. So then I get home and I tell my wife what happened, and then she got mad at me for not bringing it home to her. And I'm just like, wait a minute. I got beat up pretty good, and I was like, I thought I did a good thing.
You did do a good thing, John. The sense of entitlement.
Unbelievable. Women today.
My kid, sir, don't you realize that my kid is clearly more important than that other person's kid?
Clearly.
How dare you? All right. We do have some breaking news at this hour.
Is it a whoa?
Well, you judge.
Oh.
Aaron Wilson. Covers the NFL for the Houston Texans.
Okay.
Covers the NFL, covers the Houston Texans. Just tweeted out the following. The Commanders, the Packers, the Ravens, and the Lions have requested to host USFL Panthers all-conference kicker Jake Bates for visits. Per a league source, it's a competitive situation for the strong leg kicker, a former Texans preseason roster member, and then apparently a local high school graduate, Thompson ISD graduate. So Jake Bates, there is some competition. It's the Lions, Commanders, Packers, and Ravens. Jake Bates finished the season with the Panthers, hitting 17 of 22 field goals, which actually, I mean, by NFL standards, isn't that great.
He had like 4 of them in the last game. He did miss. He missed at least one. One was blocked.
Of his 5 misses, 1 was between 30 and 39 yards. The other 4 were 50 plus. 6 of 10 from beyond 50. Look, I expect kickers to have the leg and be able to have their coach. Have the coach not hesitate to give him the shot. Now, the Commanders kicker on their roster. Actually, let's start with the with the Packers. The Packers kicker is Anders Carlson. The Ravens, of course, have Justin Tucker. Why would they be calling? Just injury?
I suppose. Sure.
And right now on the Commanders, it's Ramiz Ahmed. So if you're Jake Bates, you're not going to Baltimore, right?
I can't imagine you would, unless you just want to learn from the best.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
But you're not going to get a roster spot.
No, but if you went to Baltimore, say, yeah, I want to learn from the best. If you let me kick in the preseason, he doesn't need to. And you let me kick in the preseason so I can latch on with somebody else. You know what Justin Tucker was from Beyond 50 last year?
No, I don't.
1 of 5.
Oh. Well.
He only missed one inside of 50, and it was between 40 and 49. He was 1 of 5 from Beyond 50.
Maybe they do need to upgrade their kicking.
That would be pretty stunning.
It would be a stunning development for sure. But I'm glad to hear the Lions are at least wanting to work him out. I don't know if he's the answer or not, right? I mean, it seems like in the mini camp, they had good competition with Badgley and the kid from Michigan.
Yeah. James Turner.
Yeah, and James Turner apparently has a leg and was kicking it very well in minicamp.
So Tim Twentyman, who covers the Lions for DetroitLions.com, did a list of 5 players who impressed at camp. Number 2 was James Turner, and apparently he didn't miss a kick that anyone saw during the open portions of practice. So, Turner, look, I covered him. I thought of him as a very reliable kicker. He put it right down the middle, but it struck me as a little bit like Badgley. He was good from 50 plus, but you know what? I'd been spoiled by years of Jake Moody, who was good from 50 plus 3/4 of the way up the goalpost. So, Turner didn't have at that time a leg that was as strong as, but he was reliable and he hit some pressure kicks. And it's funny because we did the bucket. I'd filled the bucket with James Turner. Really didn't have one pressure kick at Louisville. But late in the Ohio State game, he had to hit a kick that made him go from up 3 to up 6. It was a big moment in the game. It was probably the biggest pressure kick of his career, and he nailed it. But, it doesn't mean he can't win the job with the Lions. If Jake Bates is looking for the best job, best chance to make an NFL roster, I doubt it's Baltimore. He's been asked by Baltimore, would he come to Detroit? Or if you're a kicker and you decide to go to Detroit and you're not going to win the job, they just cut you and you go somewhere else and try there, right?
Yeah. I mean, if we're just looking at from the outside looking in, the Commanders probably want him the most because they had to let go of Brandon McManus, who had that lawsuit with the team, and they literally did not. I don't think they saw that coming. So they were left, a little, without competition there. And so I would think Bates would probably be the most likely win the Commanders job of all of the teams that you mentioned. The thing is, the Ravens I really find the Ravens one interesting, why they would even work him out. They have Justin Tucker. But are we underestimating the value of special teams this year, guys? Because with the new rule changes with the kickoffs, Justin Tucker said he added weight because he's going to be banged up a little bit more, I don't know if that's a factor.
The kickers are adding weight and quarterbacks are dropping weight. That seems odd, right? With Tua and Lamar Jackson. We might be underestimating the special teams aspect. I'm not. I think that's something to take a closer look at. We have talked about how much more important it is in the return game, but not from the kicking standpoint. I mean, you're really going to ask for more accurate kickoffs at this point, aren't you?
Yep. Right now, Ramiz Ahmed, the kicker for the Commanders, hasn't tried an NFL kick. A field goal. He has no field goal attempts. It looks like he kicked off for the Packers. So, yeah, that might be the best chance for him to land a job. But Lions have asked for Jake Bates to come work out for them.
Well, I hope he does.
And I think the Lions, when you draft Sione Vaki and basically talk about what a demon he's going to be on coverage units, it tells you how serious they take special teams. I thought that their approach towards kickers was a little bit incongruent with the way they were emphasizing every other aspect of special teams. But I mean, I think the other thing that's clear is they have more faith in Badgley than the rest of Detroit. But maybe they got the answer in James Turner. 248-539-9797. Jake Bates has been asked to try out for the Detroit Lions along with Washington, Green Bay, and Baltimore. 248-539-9797. Who's on top coming up at 12:35? 97.1, The Ticket. All right, if you had to guess right now, who's the Detroit Lions kicker week 1? Badgley, Turner, Bates. Who would you go with?
Turner.
Ooh.
Just I don't know. It's not a hunch. I thought I read more positive things about him in minicamp than I did Badgley.
Okay.
Like a lot of situational type stuff at the end of like 11 on 11. And okay, we're going to line up for the 52-yard field goal, and Badgley would miss. The other guy would make. Turner would make.
Kang, what about you if you had to guess right now?
So I feel like I was kind of helping lead the Jake Bates bandwagon earlier this year because he was hitting all those deep, long field goals.
Because you were.
Yeah. But I'm going back to recency bias. I agree with Gator. I think Turner right now is the hot name. He's done the most. He's done the best so far from all the reports we're getting from all the local guys. I think it's Turner's job to lose right now. But I love the fact that they're bringing in Bates, though. I appreciate competition.
Well, they've asked Bates.
Well, yeah.
And they might not bring him in because Commanders and Packers and Ravens have all asked as well.
He'd be a fool not to. He'd
to
be
come
a
here?
fool not to at least come here and talk to the Lions, given that this is where he kicked recently, right? It was with the Michigan Panthers at Ford Field. There's familiarity to it. He clearly knows if he's been here, anytime anybody recognizes him, they're going to talk about the Lions situation. So he knows what the Lions situation is. I mean, I would think he'd at least give a talk to an interview with.
The Lions have like 3 outdoor games all year, something ridiculous. Chicago, Green Bay, and San Francisco. Am I missing one? And Washington, home field outdoors. Bates kicked indoors. Chance to be on a better team.
There you go. Keep going. Keep selling it.
Familiar with the confines. You know, it's funny because you mentioned, okay, you got James Turner and you've got Michael Badgley, end of game scenarios. In a NFL practice in front of a team, would Jake Bates in that scenario be facing more pressure than he did in the UFL? What's a more pressure kick? A UFL kick in an actual UFL game or a training camp kick when you're going up against an established NFL kicker?
I think the playoff situation for the UFL, I think there's pressure there. I think there's definite pressure there.
I wonder what a player would say. Like, I wonder what a kicker would say. If you are kicking in camp, 100-man roster, or 90-man roster, they haven't cut it down yet, and they're doing, all right, this is it. Game's on the line. Badgley goes, makes it. Now you're up. 53 yards. You got to make this. Game's on the line in front of all your peers. You know this is your shot. I think that's a ton of pressure, too. I don't know if it's more.
Well, it's pressure in both situations.
There's
without
pressure,
doubt. Yeah.
All right, we'll keep an eye on this and monitor and let you know the Jake Bates news, but he has been requested to visit the Detroit Lions along with Washington, Green Bay, and the Ravens. All right, time for another edition of Who's on Top. Gator, I found a list here. The list actually only goes 16 deep. It is the 16 best fast food chocolate milkshakes. Chocolate milkshakes.
Okay.
I apologize, it's specific to chocolate. Fast food chocolate milkshakes. Which ones do you think would be at the top of the list? Gator will have 3 guesses, and then we'll have the fans. Usually, we'll have the fans round out the top 16. See if you can do it.
All right. First, I'll go with Wendy's Frosty. I would think Wendy's right up there. Specific to chocolate shake. Interesting.
Yep.
I mean, only but a classic McDonald's. And I'm going to go with Arby's for the third one.
Okay.
Oh, I love the Jamocha shake. I wouldn't get the chocolate shake. I'd rather get the Jamocha shake, but I'm going to go with Arby's.
You did very well. You got 3 in the top 16. You got Arby's at number 6. You got Wendy's at number 12.
12?
Yep. And you got McDonald's at number 16.
Wow.
Now, let me be clear here. I told you these are fast food-ish.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a sit-down restaurant. I described it to you as fast food-ish. Without giving away a name of places, I just understand that the definition of fast food isn't, just Burger King, McDonald's, Arby's, Wendy's. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just surprised that where they rank, frankly.
Well, there's a couple things here. First of all, 248-539-9797. Who deserves to be on this list? Number 1 is still out there. So are 2, 3, 4, and 5. The top 20 chocolate shakes. Top 20 chocolate shakes at fast food-ish restaurants. You have to remember there are some fast food places that aren't always in your area.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Gotcha.
So then this is a national list. So you can get some places that we don't have here.
I understand.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Let's get to what you would put on the list as the top fast food chocolate milkshake. 248-539-9797.
I mean, I was going to say, to be fair, I really haven't. Chocolate milkshake is not my go-to, so I don't. I'm
a Blizzard guy at Dairy Queen if I'm going to do that. But if I'm going to go a shake, you hit the nail on the head. The Jamocha shake.
That's the one.
It is spectacular. What is it? It's almost like got a coffee tinge to it. How would you?
Well, yeah, because it's basically it's coffee flavor mixed with chocolate.
So good. All right, let's get to your phone calls. We go to Jim. You're on 97 a ticket. What's up, Jim?
How you doing?
Good.
Culver's.
Culver's, home of the Butterburger. They have a good shake. I know they have a good shake.
Do you think it made the top 16?
I'm going to say no.
It did not. 248-539-9797. I've never been to Culver's. Never been to Culver's. I was going to go once, and I was during a soccer tournament, and a dad had just got back from there. I said, "Oh, we're going to Culver's now." And he looked at me. He goes, "Don't." I'm like, "Really?" Well, he didn't like it.
I went there once, returning from up north. I just hit the drive-through, and I literally got a shake. And it was good. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to Brian. You're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing,
Hey,
sir?
Brian.
I'm going to go with Sonic.
Sonic. Gator, do you think Sonic made the top?
I don't know. When I think of Sonic, I think of weird drink combinations, not necessarily milkshakes. I'll say no.
Checks in at number 8 on the list. Brian, do you go to Sonic and get their chocolate shake?
No, actually, I never eat Sonic. But it just sticks out as a shake place.
Thank you very much. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Greg next year on 97 a ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. You guys are the greatest.
Thank
I
you.
would say Big Boys.
Big Boy, Gator.
Big Boys, yeah.
I guess that fits the fast food-ish category. Do you think Big Boy made it?
If it fits that category, yeah. They're known for the desserts.
It did not make it.
Oh.
Now I'm questioning whether or not it does fit the category. If it didn't make it, 248-539.
It is a sit-down restaurant.
248-539-9797. Bernard, you're next. Hi, Bernard.
Shake Shack's got to be on the list.
Gator Shake Shack.
If Shake Shack is allowed, if it's part of this criteria, it would have to be. You can't call yourself Shake Shack and not be on the list.
It is number 1 on the list, the Shake Shack chocolate shake. Nice well
job,
done, Bernard. It is. So Shake Shack counts, so I would assume that Big Boy did count as well. But
well, Shake Shack is, that's
why I'm having problems with the fast food. That's why I say fast food.
I feel like Big Boy is one that you're going to sit down in the restaurant and eat, as opposed to like Shake Shack. It's like either to go or I don't know, it's a drive-through. I've only had it once.
Who's on top? Top 16 fast food-ish milkshakes. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Robert in Livonia. You're next. Hi, Robert. Robert.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. When my wife and I always used to go to the restaurant, we always got these chocolate shakes in there, and it's Potbelly.
Potbelly, I'm going to say is. I've had a shake from there. It was really good. When I got it, was more like it wasn't a chocolate shake. I got like a maple flavored shake that came with a little cookie.
Yeah, my kids Potbelly got a shake, and I remember taking a sip of that shake, and I thought that is a tasty,
tasty
beverage. Robert, unfortunately, did not make the list. I'm a little surprised. I think that's a great guess. Andy is in Roseville and next year on 97.1. Hi, Andy.
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing?
I got Chick-fil-A, hands down.
Chick-fil-A, Gator. Do you think Chick-fil-A made it?
Sure. It's Chick-fil-A. Everything from Chick-fil-A seems to be magical.
Number 4 on the list. Well done, Andy. And yes, they are very good. Top 16 fast food-ish chocolate milkshakes. We go to Josh in Grand Rapids. You're next. Hi, Josh.
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good.
Good. Me and my wife, there's a fast food restaurant in the southern states called Cookout. So I'm going to go with Cookout.
I saw Cookout. I've not been to Cookout. I'm jealous. I want to go to Cookout. It looks cool, but did not make the list.
Does it look like a sit-down restaurant, or does it look like a drive-thru?
The one I looked like a fast food place.
Okay.
But, yeah. Let's go to Dave. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Great.
How about White Castles?
Gator, White Castle.
I'll say no.
It didn't make the list. Based on what I know about White Castle, and I don't go there, but my friends who do, I would think that their satisfaction with the milkshake is very high. Very high. Based upon when they go there, I think it's very high.
Okay. High?
High. Their satisfaction is very high. Tom in Lake Orion. Hi, Tom.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, I got 2 for you real quick. I'd go with Steak and Shake and Fuddruckers.
Oh, you go with one or the other.
Okay, Fuddruckers it is.
It did not make the list, and quite frankly, I don't think Steak and Shake did either.
All right.
Let's take one more on this. Jeremy on a cell. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeremy.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
All right.
I've got Portillo's chocolate cake shake. They actually put a whole piece of chocolate cake in the shake.
Wow, that sounds delicious. I'm going to say it's not on there. But
Portillo's I've been to once, and it was so good. And I love Portillo's. It did not make the list, and I think that I'm surprised because everything I had at Portillo's, the fries, the food, was very good. All right, we will tell you what makes the top 16. We did get Bernard. Our guy got number 1. The number 1 chocolate shake available on the market, fast food-ish, Shake Shack. But we'll round out the top 16 straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's summertime in Detroit, and that means our baseball team. It's in full swing. Pick up your favorite Stoli vodka flavor and pair it with a refreshing lemonade to enjoy while you watch. Make it the summer Stoli. Celebrate with a Stoli blueberry and lemonade, or maybe a Stoli vanilla espresso martini. No matter what your drink of choice is, remember Stoli for your premium vodka. Whether it's at a game or in your backyard patio rooting for your favorite player to hit a home run, Stoli's got you covered. Pick up a bottle of Stoli vodka today. And as always, Stoli asks that you please drink responsibly. All right, so here we go. Any other guesses, by the way? Out of region. I'll give you an out of region guess
Yes.
or two. All right, let's hear it.
In-N-Out Burger.
In-N-Out Burger. In-N-Out Burger, I know is on the list. One moment, please. It checks in at number 3.
Carl's Jr.
Carl's Jr. Again, top fast food-ish milkshakes. Checks in at number 13.
Burger King.
Burger King checks in at number 15.
All right.
Are you done?
Five Guys.
You're on a roll, man. Five Guys checks in at number 2.
Number 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's
I want you to keep going.
I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can.
Name another place you can get a chocolate shake.
That's what I'm trying to think of. Other places I can get a chocolate shake. I was, Where do
I go?
We already did the Chick-fil-A.
No, that's what if I'm gonna have a shake. I don't have a shake. I go.
What, Tropical Smoothie Cafe?
I go to get a Blizzard.
Oh, Dairy Queen?
Yeah, number 5. Good. You're really hot.
I guess I wasn't thinking Dairy Queen would be in this.
I didn't either, and it's on the list.
Yet it should be.
That's number 5. Want to keep going?
No, that's all I got.
Here we go. Number 16, Gator, you got McDonald's on the list of best chocolate shakes, fast foodish chocolate shakes. Number 15, you also got Burger King. Number 14, Johnny Rockets.
Okay.
Yep. Never been to a Johnny Rockets. Kang, you ever been to a Johnny Rockets?
Yeah. There was one at Great Lakes Crossing, and there used to be one downtown, too.
Yeah, right by Comerica Park.
Okay. Number 13, Gator in his extra session got Carl's Jr. Number 12 in your original session got Wendy's, the chocolate frosty. Number 11, Del Taco. I would never think to get a shake at a taco place.
Never think of it.
It would probably be the last thing I'd order. And according to the person who ranked, he said, actually, the Del Taco strawberry shake is one of my favorite strawberry milkshakes of all time. Order that. But this, it misses the mark. For whatever reason, the milkshakes just taste bland and flavorless to me, but it checked in at number 11. Number 10, Steak and Shake. Nobody got that.
Somebody had Steak and Shake.
Did they? No, they had Shake Shack.
Yeah, and then one of the last. Oh, that's sorry. The guy who had Steak and Shake also called. He went 2 for 1.
Then I missed on that. No, my bad.
Well, he gave 2 answers, but you did say that Steak and Shake.
I didn't think it was on the list. It's number 10. My bad. Dave's Hot Chicken is number 9.
I
never heard of it.
I've heard of Dave's Hot Chicken. There's one right actually up by.
Is there?
Where Chick-fil-A is over.
I gotta try it. Number 8, Sonic. Brian got that. Number 7, Jack in the Box. Nobody got Jack in the Box. Number 6, Gator got Arby's. Number 5, Dairy Queen. You got that. Number 4, In-N-Out Burger. You got that. Number 3, Andy in Roseville got Chick-fil-A. Number 2, Gator got Five Guys. And the number 1 fast food-ish milkshake, Bernard got Shake Shack. So there you go. They're all the best fast food-ish milkshakes. I asked you this question off the air. I'm going to ask you on the air. Because this week the U.S. Open takes place at Pinehurst number 2.
Yes.
And social media is flooded today with practice rounds and professional golfers really struggling with the greens. They are apparently glass-like.
Yes, that's exactly what it looks like. It looks like it's completely unfair. But it land a ball on the green and it just rolls back off the green all the way down a hill and into the crap.
Gator, you've played this course.
Yes.
But the greens weren't in this shape.
No. I played the course. It was the weekend after Galarraga's near perfect game, so 2010. Actually, that was June 2nd, so it would have been like June 5th would have been the day that I played. It's almost 14 years ago to the day. And the course was under construction because they were changing the course a little bit. But it didn't really change a whole lot. They were just kind of like reshaping some of the fairways, the edging of the fairways, and maybe moving a tree here and there. But it was still obviously playable. We went off as a 5-some, and we were the last group to go off on the day. And they recommended we get caddies, so a few of us got caddies. I got Eddie Mack. Eddie was a veteran who was a veteran of the caddying game. He was probably in his early 60s at the time.
Yeah.
I think he'd been looping there since he was a kid, so he'd been doing it for like 50 years. And he told us, maybe he tells this to every group that goes off last, hey, you guys are the first fivesome to ever go off at Pinehurst.
Yeah.
So we're like, well, this is pretty cool. And because we were playing number 2, we wanted to have the full experience. So that's why I had a caddy. We played from the tips that day.
Ouch.
Yeah, ouch indeed. But it's not like it's a course where there's a ton of water where you're going to get into trouble. There's pine straw to hit out of the trees, which is at least you can kind of find your ball, and it's I think maybe a little bit easier to hit out of than say if you're into like heather or fescue and stuff like that. So you're keeping the ball. You can keep advancing the ball at least. I ended up shooting. I think I shot a 96 that day.
I'd be pretty damn proud of that from the tips.
Yeah.
At a U.S. Open course.
And I was extraordinarily proud of it. But there's no way I would have been able to do that if I didn't have Eddie Mack on the bag. Eddie Mack saved me probably 15 strokes at least. You know, I mean, he told me exactly where. Putting was unbelievable. He's like, yeah, you want to be right here. I'm like, okay. And it didn't take long for him to understand what my distance was on my clubs. And he was like, no, you don't want that club. I'm like, no? He's like, no. Okay. And saved me from getting in a lot of trouble.
So
I was happy with that. My buddy Brian, he shot even par. Now, Brian is a really good golfer. Was a really good golfer at that time, and he still is. But at that time, he was probably, I think his handicap was 1 or 2. But to shoot even par from the tips at Pinehurst number 2, even though it was under construction, I don't care. It was still an amazing feat. And he did not use a caddy.
All right. Well, the moral to this story is figure out which PGA Tour professional playing in the U.S. Open or qualifier selects local caddy Eddie Mack.
Eddie Mack.
Save Gator 15 strokes. Imagine what you can do. And you said he helped most on the greens?
Oh, my God, yes.
This is all about Eddie Mack then.
Eddie Mack.
The story is the greens.
I've thought of, since that day, I have thought of things like, hey, if you ever get a chance to play on tour, like, who would you have as your caddy? I would go right to the club. Who's the most experienced caddy here? That's my guy. Because that guy knows every inch of the course, and clearly for being there for like 50 years at the time, he knew the course. I wonder if he's still there.
Straight ahead, MLB player poll, where MLB players are asked questions like, who's the best player in baseball? Who's the most overrated player in baseball? Who would you most want on your team? And they answer the questions anonymously. We'll get to some of the more interesting answers at 102 here on Karsch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Wrigley Field is getting ready to host another Winter Classic next season. The Big Ten is in talks to get 3 men's games and a women's game down there as well. Both Michigan State and Michigan are on the list of teams that would want involved on the men's side. The Tigers face the Nationals today at Comerica Park. Washington has been kind of up and down, but one constant is their speed, according to TV voice Bob Carpenter. After a start where he threw just 2 pitches, Kenta Maeda takes the mound for the Tigers. Feeling better, he will oppose rookie Mitchell Parker, who's had a good debut season, carrying a 3.47 ERA and 10 starts. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch at 6:40. The Lions have waived defensive back Craig Jones. He's not been at practice over the last few weeks. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so I've got these interesting results from The Athletic where players are asked, there's over 100 players, a variety of questions. And they give their honest answer. They're done anonymously. So, first question, who's the best player in baseball? Any ideas who the number one answer was?
Ohtani.
46% of the vote. Number 2, according to Major League players, Ronald Acuna Jr., 26.5%. Mookie Betts and Aaron Judge tied with 8.5%. Mike Trout, 3.9% of the vote. Who's the most overrated player in baseball?
Mike Trout.
Jazz Chisholm Jr. got 20.3% of the vote.
Okay.
Anthony Rendon, 10.2%. Carlos Correa, 6.7%. I was a Correa fan. Tim Anderson and Jack Flaherty, 5% each. Flaherty got 5% of the vote for the most overrated player in baseball.
Because they've seen both sides of him.
Hey.
Chip on the shoulder, man.
Keep calling him overrated.
Yeah.
Well, he's striking your ass out. Keep calling him overrated.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I really have come a long way with Jack Flaherty. I was so unimpressed with that signing, and I am been proven so wrong. Others, Pete Alonso, Cody Bellinger, Alex Bregman, Ellie De La Cruz, Manny Machado, and Blake Snell, each 3.3% of the vote.
Ellie De La Cruz, huh?
Yep.
That guy's pretty impressive.
Maybe not.
All right.
Trying to look. There's a
shortstop that can throw the ball 105 miles an hour, whatever it was.
I know. Going solely on vibes, who do you most want on your team?
On vibes, like who's the good guy to have?
Yep.
Mookie Betts.
Yeah. Bravo.
Thank you.
12.6% of the vote. Mookie Betts number 1. Shohei Ohtani number 2, 6.3%. All of these guys had 4.2%. Ronald Acuna Jr., Bryce Harper, Aaron Judge, and Kyle Schwarber. Let's see. Evaluate this statement. Anthony Rendon said the season is too long.
What do I think, or what do I think players think?
What do you think players think?
Yes. I think they agree with it.
31.6% said yes. 68.3% said no.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they disagree with it.
Yeah, they think it's just fine. Which team would you sign with if contracts, state taxes, and rosters were not a factor?
This is an interesting question.
So everything else is equal. Like playing time's there, the contract's there, taxes aren't an issue. Which team would you sign for?
I feel like we've been just spoon-fed that it should be St. Louis. And then I feel like we've also been spoon-fed we should feel like it's the Cubs. So I'll say St. Louis.
St. Louis got 1 vote out of 86. Braves, 12.7% of the vote.
was number one?
Yep.
Wow.
Red Sox 2 at 9.3. Dodgers and Rangers 8.1. Yankees and Cubs 6.9. Padres 5.8.
This doesn't bode well for the Tigers at this point.
They didn't get any votes.
That's not good.
We got no votes.
Cubs get votes?
Yeah. I mentioned 6.9. Let me see if how many teams got votes. Braves, Red Sox, Dodgers, Rangers. This is in order. Yankees, Cubs, Padres, Phillies, Diamondbacks, Angels, Houston, Marlins, Reds, Rays, Seattle, San Francisco, Mets, Minnesota. Those all got more than one vote. That's 18 teams. Teams also mentioned. Orioles 19, Guardians 20, Brewers 21, Pirates 22, St. Louis 23, Blue Jays 24, Nationals 25. Tigers didn't get one vote, and neither did 4 other teams. Which is lame. Not great for us. Kansas City, I'm trying to figure out who else was on it. Kansas City didn't get any votes. The White Sox didn't get any votes. The Tigers didn't get any votes. This is not friendly to the American League Central.
No, but it also tells me teams, the players, I mean, they don't want to play for losing teams.
Yeah, probably. That doesn't help.
Like, because, I mean, Kansas City is a beautiful ballpark. They have some pretty good fans over there. The Tigers, Comerica Park's a great ballpark. Although maybe from players' standpoint, they don't like the dimensions, even though they've changed them. And I think you can just cry on out of town if that's how you feel. But still, it's interesting.
Gator, what organizations have bad reputations amongst players? 79 respondents.
Bad reputation. Oakland.
Number 1 with 40% of the vote.
Tampa.
Tampa is 4% of the vote, way down the list. This might be 40 votes out of 79. It doesn't say percentage. Now that look at this. So more than half the players said the Athletics. Tampa, 4 votes. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 40 votes to the Athletics, 19 votes to the White Sox, 14 votes to the LA Angels, 10 votes to the Rockies, and 8 votes to the Mets.
Angels have a bad reputation, huh? Interesting.
Teams also mentioned the Tigers did have a vote. What is the most irritating criticism of the current game coming from former players? So this is what players, I'm just going to read some of this is what players are saying they're sick of old players saying.
Back in my day, pitchers used to pitch complete games.
Players are sick of hearing that they're having too much fun, that they shouldn't bat flip. Players complain about pimping home runs. There's too many strikeouts. I think here's a quote. I think a lot of them say some guys don't run hard. I think guys are a little bit better at managing their bodies now. Another one here, that we complain too much. Back in my day, or if we had all this stuff, ...
Mm-hmm.
Which is, I think you probably hear about it in every profession. Major League players asked, should MLB shut down mid-season so players can participate in the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles?
I think the players would like to play that.
46.6% say yes. 53.3% say no.
Kind of split on that.
Yeah. Have analytics helped your career, hurt your career, or made no difference to your career?
I would say interesting. I want to say that it would help because they're getting paid more, so I'll say help.
76% say analytics have helped their career. 10.8% say no difference. 3.2% say hurt. And 8.6% voted for both hurt and helped. So
I didn't realize that was an option.
Yeah. Let's see here. What other ones might be interesting to Tiger fans? Are you in favor or opposed to MLB adopting the salary cap and floor system used in other major league sports?
It's a great question. I hope the players are in favor of it. I'm guessing they're not.
71.6% are opposed. 14.8% want a floor but no cap. 13.5% want a floor and a cap.
That's the way I look at it. I want a floor and a cap.
I agree.
I want to force the teams that don't want to spend money to spend money.
Absolutely.
And I want to put a cap on what teams can spend because it's completely unfair that New York and Los Angeles can outbid everybody.
Yep. And when they outbid everybody and they accidentally sign Javi Baez to a terrible contract, it doesn't cripple them.
Nope, it does not.
Now, it doesn't have to cripple the Tigers either. I'm not making excuses. I don't want that to become the topic.
No, but
we don't
the
need
Tigers,
to launch
right.
into another Baez topic. But
but it's not a Baez topic.
It's easier for those teams to overcome.
Yeah, the Tigers cannot spend as much money as the New York Yankees.
Yep.
Nor can a bunch of teams in the league. The only team that can spend as much money as the Yankees are either the Mets and the Dodgers. And Boston thinks they're in that same stratosphere, but they're really not, but they try.
All right, this is now being called the top play. The top play. I'll tell you what it is today at 1:16 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. tweeted out at this hour from League Sports Foundation. They have linked the video of Kang's throw home to Erica Erickson. Check out the top play from the 3rd annual Jamie Samuelson Strikeout Colon Cancer Charity Softball Game. That's right. We've all dreamed of this moment when you're playing in the outfield, runner on second. Here's a base hit. Comes to you, you pick it up, runner headed home, and it's time to show off the cannon. Kang lets it fly. An absolute missile. Unfortunately, sailed the cutoff man straight to the catcher, Erica Erickson, Fox 2, who...
Formerly of Fox 2.
Caught, I put in quotes, caught it.
People can't see the quotes on the radio.
Yeah, that's why I say I put in quotes. Caught it. It embedded itself in her glove, knocked her backwards. She is okay. But yes, it is now being called the top play. Now, the runner scored like 35 minutes prior to the throw
before,
getting home.
Yeah, that's why I would call it not top play.
Well, it's top catch.
Yeah. That plays.
I think
her
your
play.
part. I think the part that's being called the top play is her making the catch. With all respect to your throw.
You're probably right on that.
But that runner on third didn't even think about it, did they? And you know what's not happening next year? Nobody's running on you, my friend.
First of all, thank you for pointing that out. The runner on third.
Yeah.
I threw that thing in there to be like, listen, you want none of this. None of this.
You sent a message.
I sent a message.
Well, suffice it to say, we're proud of you. We're especially impressed with Eric Erickson, who was okay. That throw knocked her back, 5-6 feet. Hits the ground.
She hits the ground.
Yes, she hits the ground. The ball never hit the ground. She caught the ball.
Well, the
very
glove,
impressive.
The force of the throw exploded the glove. The glove explodes out of her hand, and somehow the softball embeds itself in her palm before she even hits the ground. The glove's off. She's being knocked backwards, crouching tiger, hidden dragon stuff, and the ball ends up in her hand. She squeezes it tight, hits the ground, a mighty fall, and then holds the ball up to show she's got it, even though the runner scored 18 seconds earlier.
Yeah, the runner had already scored, but it's okay.
Runner's in the bench, in the dugout.
And we actually think the runner was indeed already back in the dugout. But as you said, you just heard somebody yell 4-4-4, so you let it go.
So Mike Morris, who runs the foundation, the League Sports site and the foundation, like this, charity. We did this for charity for Jamie, right?
Yeah.
You can still donate, still text the number, and you can still apparently bid on the certain auction items. So you just want to put that out there. Yeah. I want to say I wrote back to him because he texted us that.
Yeah.
I said, "We'll do that, Mike, but we're gonna need to change the lineup a little bit next year." And he said, "Anything we want, Gator." So,
Anything.
So, Coach Gator, when you're up there next year putting out the lineup, you know what to do.
Yeah, as long as somebody gives me a roster ahead of time. We had no roster ahead of time. So when we showed up the party, that's when we found out what the roster was, and there were 20 people on the roster. So,
Doug, did you see the email I sent you and Gator? It's a throw from Yoenis Cespedes throwing out Torrey Hunter.
All right.
I emailed it to you guys. I said, this is me. Had Torrey Hunter scored like 30 seconds before he threw the ball home.
Okay, it's a fly ball to left field.
Looks like Mike Trout, didn't it?
Cespedes bobbles it, picks it up in foul territory. Hunter rounds third. Cespedes' throw is perfect.
Look at that. I mean,
that's an epic, majestic throw.
He threw it 300 feet in the air.
Strike.
Yeah.
From 300 feet. And Torrey Hunter got thrown out at home.
Interesting.
Yep.
Former Tiger throwing out a former Tiger.
Yeah, I don't know if it was quite that impressive, Kang, but it was impressive.
Well, had Torrey Hunter already scored like an hour ago. I think that's...
Yes.
Well, again, you can see it. We've tweeted out the highlight at Doug Gator and someone. Gator, I feel like this is the time of year where everybody does this. Bleacher Report did it. Pro Football Focus tweet out the question: name a player who will enter superstar status after the 2024 season. Bleacher Report said one NFL player for each at each position who will explode into stardom in 2024. So that's a little different. One NFL player at each position that will explode into stardom in 2024. Gator, I ask you, do you think a Lion made that list? A player that will explode into stardom at each position. Did a Lion make that list?
Yes.
Okay. I just am going to say, even though the answer to this question is apparently not Jack Campbell, we're going to read the list anyway. Because come on. Which Detroit Lion do you think made the list?
I think there could be several on this list, frankly. But I will pick the one that's probably most likely. And I'm going to go with the one who made an impact last year, a big impact last year. And then now you're expecting even more because rookies don't typically come in and do what they did his rookie season. That's Sam Laporta. Caught all those passes, bunch of touchdowns. He was outstanding for the Lions last year. That's his rookie season. Guys that enter the league, tight ends that have really good rookie years, they don't fall back. You're only going to get better. And with an emphasis on tight ends in the league, Lions have a really good one. He's poised to step up.
According to Bleacher Report, the Detroit Lion did make the list, and it is Sam Laporta. Well done. As a rookie, Sam Laporta, the Detroit Lions finished third among all NFL tight ends in receptions, receiving yards, and led the position in touchdowns last fall. The 2023 second-round pick wasted no time in asserting himself as one of the NFL's elite flex talents. He now appears poised to be their next dynamic weapon at the position. So well done by you, my friend.
Thank you.
Well done by you. Other interesting names that made the list. Kyle Hamilton was a safety for Baltimore. There's a lot of Lions fans that wanted the Lions to draft him back in the day. Will Anderson, edge rusher from Houston, made the list as the edge rusher most likely to explode into stardom.
I would agree with that.
I take issue with Puka Nacua. Puka Nacua made a wide receiver.
Didn't he? How many yards did he have last year?
1,486. What do you call a star? If that's 105 receptions?
He was an all-pro over Amon-Ra St. Brown, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's already there, right?
I would say he is. The quarterback. Any guesses who the quarterback might be? Most likely to explode?
I mean, I guess CJ Stroud already did, I guess, right?
I would say so, but I was a little surprised that
Jordan Love?
It is not Jordan Love. They went with Caleb Williams.
What?
Yeah.
Well, we've talked about Caleb Williams a lot on the show. And the one thing that I constantly say about him, or I consistently say about him, is that he's walking into a situation where they have given him weapons to succeed.
Mm-hmm.
Is the offensive line, that's the question. Are they going to be good enough to give him time to throw? He has a wealth of talent in his arm, in his legs, and also in his teammates, in the position players, the receivers, the skill players. So he'll have every opportunity to succeed. It's so rare that a rookie quarterback walks in and makes the transition seamlessly from college to pro. CJ Stroud is one of the unicorns.
I think Caleb Williams is getting a CJ Stroud bump, to be honest with you. And finally, did you see who the Madden cover athlete is?
No.
You did not. Kang, have you seen who the Madden cover athlete is?
I have.
Okay. Knowing what we know about the Lions, if you could pick one player to become the next victim of the Madden cover jinx, who would you pick? I want to take 10 texts. Actually, let's do that right now. Sorry, Kang, spring this on you. Let's do 10 texts right now. If you could pick one player to go on the Madden cover to benefit the Lions, who would you pick?
I am uncomfortable with this topic. I'm very uncomfortable with
this. Send your 10 texts to 248-539-9797. Remember to sign your text.
What are we supposed to, I mean,
if you could pick the player look, the Madden cover jinx. You believe in jinxes, right?
Yeah.
And the Madden cover jinx, there is an athlete that goes on that cover. That,
I'm sorry. I thought which Lion do you think should be on there?
I
don't want any Lion on there. Okay, fair enough. Gotcha.
You can pick one player in the NFL.
Okay. Yeah, I got one.
Okay, all right. We will take the 10 texts. We'll read them to you, and we'll get Gators, and then we'll tell you who made the Madden cover. Did you think I was asking which Detroit Lion you wanted to get hurt?
That's what I thought. I thought you didn't word it that way, but I thought you were asking which lion you want on the cover. And I'm like, I don't want any lion.
No. I'm saying pick one.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll get to your 10 texts coming up. Also, 2 interesting lottery stories out of the state of Michigan. We'll get to that at 1:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, these days it can be really hard to find reliable service. So let me tell you about a company that has great service. Precision Garage Door. You want something done on the weekends? You're worried about the extra charge? They don't do that. They come on the weekends, available at no extra charge. You want a company that's going to be able to work your schedule? Yep. You can easily book your appointments on their website for a time that works for your schedule. You don't have to call in. You can do it all online. This is what Precision does. They're fantastic. I've used them in the past, both for service and for new garage doors. I love it. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So the 10 text thing. 10 texts. What athlete, as a Lions fan, would benefit the Lions the most if they were on the cover of Madden, which is released today? Mark in Chesterfield says Aaron Rodgers. Stephen Corona says Patrick Mahomes. Justin says Jordan Love. Green Bay is a threat for the division. Carl in Brush Park says Aaron Rodgers. Give me Jordan Love on the curse. That's from Nick. Christian McCaffrey. That's from Rob in Port Huron. Marcus in East Point says Jordan. We play him twice. Love to see him bomb this year. Mike in Grand Rapids says Christian McCaffrey, please. Andrew in Livonia says Madden cover curse, Aaron Rodgers. Fish in Livonia says Jordan Love. Gator, what is your answer? Who would you most want on the Madden cover that was released moments ago?
I'm a little torn between two guys. I'm torn between Brock Purdy and Jordan Love. But because the Lions faced Jordan Love twice, I'd go with Jordan Love.
Well, the correct answer, well, I don't know if it's the correct answer. We said, who would you like the most? But it certainly would help the Lions to put this guy on the Madden cover and just see what fate holds for him. Christian McCaffrey is officially the cover athlete of Madden 25.
I ain't mad at that.
Nope. Has anybody tracked whether or not this curse really still applies?
It's hit or miss now.
Yeah,
I think Calvin broke it, I think, originally. Last year was Josh Allen was on the cover.
Oh.
But Mahomes was on the cover one year, and he won the Super Bowl, so it's been hit or miss. The curse is not as strong as it used to be.
It's fading with time. Or, I mean, is it possible? Just possible that it was always just a coincidence?
I guess, if you want to believe that.
All right, Gator.
Find it hard to believe.
A couple of stories here. One, have you ever been to the Food Castle in Grand Blanc?
I have not. I've only been to Grand Blanc once for a Buick Open.
Is this just off 23?
Sounds like it's a safe guess.
Yeah, but let me just double check because I thought the answer to this was going to be no for me too. But okay, it's not just off of 23. But have I been there? Oh, I've been there. Yeah, I've been there. Well, my wife, when we were dating, lived near there. So I've been there on a number of occasions, yeah. All right, here we go. A lottery club has claimed the largest Powerball prize in state history. The 3-member Breakfast Club, this according to WDIV's website, matched all the numbers drawn on January 1st, 2024. They just collected the money. The numbers were 12, 21, 42, 44, and 49 with a Powerball of 1. The winning ticket was purchased at the Food Castle of Grand Blanc, located at 3035 East Grand Blanc Road. For selling the winning ticket, Food Castle received a $50,000 bonus commission. They have an attorney that represented the 3 members. They typically buy Powerball tickets when the jackpot gets to be hundreds of millions. The morning after the drawing, a club member saw on the news and the social medias that the jackpot winning ticket had been sold at the Food Castle of Grand Blanc. Immediately went to check their numbers on his cell phone. When he realized he held the winning ticket, he was so excited he dropped his phone, but he and his wife still went to their respective jobs that day.
Act cool, man. Act cool.
Right?
All right?
Could you imagine going to work knowing that you'd hit the lump sum payment of $425 million?
Only Gator and I dream about this every day.
I mean, yeah. If you ask, I mean, if I thought about it in the last week, yeah. I mean, it's you go back and forth of what's the best way to do it and what do you want to do? I mean, it'd be so easy just to walk in and say, yep, I'm out. But you kind of want to do some things, surprise some people, do some things.
No, but just that day, though, Gator. Think about just that
Going
day.
to work
the next
that day.
Yeah. How are you feeling? How are you acting? How do you keeping it together?
I don't know if I'd be able to keep it together. I might have to call in sick.
Gator comes in with 19 breakfast burritos that morning. And it's like, hey, Doug, you want one?
You get a breakfast burrito. You get a breakfast burrito. You get a breakfast burrito.
So
I'd be so giddy.
It'd be a different drive to work, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah.
So the winning, it was a club. The winning total was $842.4 million. They opt for the one-time payment.
Mm-hmm.
Here we have direct numbers, okay? One-time payment is roughly $425 million.
So then you cut that almost in half.
The required income tax withholding is 24% federal tax, which totals about $102 million. 4.25% state tax, which is another $18 million. So the club received $305 million.
Out of 800 something?
Yep. And it's three of them. So they each get just over $101 million.
Yeah. That's pretty great.
You could find a way to survive.
Yeah.
But
that's amazing.
Yep.
That's just amazing.
Yep.
And that's the stuff. That's what dreams are.
It's totally what dreams are made of.
That's why you dare to dream.
Yep.
$100 million. Like that.
Like that. So congratulations to the Breakfast Club. When people buy tickets here in bulk, is there a name? Do we name it? They don't have a name?
No, I don't think we have a name for it.
Is that a requirement? Should this group?
There will be a requirement if you want to stay anonymous. That's why they did that group. I bet you they didn't even have a name when they were playing the lotto. And then the last few months or whatever they've been doing, getting this LLC together, whatever, lawyering up, they came up with the Breakfast Club. Like, who cares what the name is? But that's how you stay anonymous.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it makes sense. Although I think there's a picture. Oh, there's representatives. Okay, the picture that is the representatives of the Breakfast Club, but it is not the actual winners. Yeah, I mean, in your local community, there's no way you're staying anonymous, but in the greater good or the greater beyond your local community, your people are going to not know who you are. Here's another story. This comes from MLive. Lenawee County woman wakes up at 1:30 a.m., learns she won a huge Lucky for Life prize. Have you ever done this? Wake up in the middle of the night and check your numbers?
No, I have not done that. I've often forgotten about the drawing and wait till the next day or maybe 2 days later just to see. Because you know if you won or not based on if the jackpot is increased, then you know you didn't win the jackpot, but you could still win other prizes. So I've done that where I've checked later, but I don't wake up in the middle of the night. I got to know. Did I get it? I don't. It's like I'm not waiting at 11 o'clock for the numbers to come out and matching up my ticket.
And when you wake up in the morning, the first thing you're doing is not checking your numbers?
Not typically. I mean, it has happened, but it's not like there's not a sense of urgency to get to it because, build up the anticipation.
Well, the story on MLive says Mary Edwards sure wasn't going back to bed anytime soon, so she decided to share good news with her daughter, even though it was past 1:30 a.m. I play Lucky for Life here and there. The night of the drawing, I fell asleep early, and I woke up at 1:30. I decided to check my ticket. I pulled up the winning numbers on MichiganLottery.com, and when I saw that I'd matched the 5 white balls, I kept repeating to myself, no way, no way. I woke my daughter up, showed her the ticket, and then the winning numbers. When she looked both over and realized that I'd won, her jaw hit the floor. I had a hard time falling back to sleep that night. I was so excited, so grateful for this win. Edwards, who is 69 years old, matched all 5 white numbers, 12, 14, 16, 25, and 46 for the April 29th Lucky for Life drawing to win a prize worth $25,000 a year for life. She bought the winning ticket at Morning Fresh Bakeries located at 3223 North Adrian Highway in Adrian.
Good for her.
Yep. So found out in the middle of the night she won.
That's pretty great. Get towards retirement age there. Maybe she's retired already, and now you just added an extra $25,000 a year in income. That's great.
That's awesome for her. And just like the one person said that the husband and wife went to work after finding out they won over $100 million, this woman did not go back to sleep.
I don't know what the rules are. Like if you can bequeath the money, I imagine that you cannot. Like pass it on to somebody else.
Yep.
So if you were, let's say you're your age now.
Yep.
If you won.
Yep.
And it was going to be something for life, would you have one of your children claim it so that it can go longer?
No.
His head goes up and down.
I would not do that.
That's some trust, man.
Wouldn't
that's some
be,
trust.
Wouldn't that be unethical? I would never do something like that.
Kang, would you?
Let me tell you something, Doug. Money tears people apart, okay? It doesn't even matter if you're family or not.
You're right.
So everything sounds good. Hey, theoretically, this is how it should work. But things change, man. That would... Yeah, I don't know, Gator, what the legality is of that, or if it's unethical, Doug.
Here's the
But
question.
once you sign something over to somebody else, you don't have control anymore.
But would they also protest? Like, would they potentially say, "Oh, cool, where'd you buy the ticket?" You tell me, go, all right. So they got cameras there. They'd be able to tell if it was me or my kid. I'm telling you, man.
Could you say you bought it for your kid as a gift?
I could, I
Or
guess.
something like
That's
that.
a good point because people give away
Yeah.
lottery tickets all the time. It's like the
Things are
useless,
thinking,
most useless, ridiculous gift you can give.
I'm not just a strong arm.
No, it's not just a strong arm.
Yeah. Bit of a wild cannon.
Yeah.
A
A little late, too.
So, yeah, it would make sense. But you know how I feel about things. I'm going to get caught. And somehow I'm going to end up getting fined $25,000 a year. This would turn on me completely. Or they'd go from being the winner to being out $25,000. It would turn up. But yes, it makes all the sense in the world to say, actually, I bought it and gave it to my kid as a gift. And look, they won.
How about that?
Yeah.
Oh, you won. I didn't know that.
And she's only 18. I'm going to tell the kids, you better be nice to dad. Actually,
whoa, you got a younger kid than that.
Can you buy him when
No,
you're
but
16?
you can't give it to
him.
That's why they got to be 18 at
Good
least.
call. Good call.
He's 17 now.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
17. Anyway.
Well, then she better be nicer to you.
She's been good lately. There was a stage there where basically our interactions were, there she goes up the stairs and, oh, yep, that's the sound of her door closing. Oh, there's her door opening and there she goes out the door.
There's your tenant.
Exactly.
The tenant that does not pay.
Yeah.
That's costing
She actually
me
cost us money.
tens of thousands of dollars a year.
They indeed hate you there eventually. And then you hope they come around. Hey, it's going down tonight at Twin Peaks. Get to your favorite lodge early to catch all the action for the 2024 Miss Twin Peaks International Contest. Starting at 7:30, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls, most beautiful in the country, will be strutting their stuff on a runway in hopes of winning that crown. Your local Motor City girls from Auburn Hills, Livonia, Madison Heights, Southgate, and Toledo will be competing amongst them. So make sure you're there early to cheer them on and the rest of the staff. And did I mention the Twin Peaks girls will have their neon bikinis on tonight? Grab the crew and get to your favorite lodge early and enjoy the hottest Tuesday night party in town. If the girls weren't enough to get you in the door, the food and drinks are more than enough to keep you there. Starting with their 29-degree draft beer that stays cold until the last drop. Make sure you take advantage of an ice-cold Bell's Oberon as their beer special of the month price. And if you're not into beer, make sure you check out their extensive cocktail list featuring tons of whiskeys and tequila favorites. Now pair that up with incredible food coming out of a scratch kitchen, and there's no place you'd rather be. Not a bad way to spend your Tuesday evening. And oh, by the way, they've got the game. So come and see why Twin Peaks is the best bar in town. Find a location nearest you. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Tug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. So how much time did you spend flipping around last night between the Stanley Cup Finals and the Georgia-North Carolina State Super Regional Baseball game?
I think starting around 8:15, 8:30.
Yeah.
To the conclusion of baseball ended before the hockey did, and then I watched the end of the hockey game. What was it, like around 11 o'clock or so? 10:45, 11 o'clock.
I'm a little scared, and this is ridiculous, but I am a little scared that both the Stanley Cup and NBA Finals are going to be over quickly. That Edmonton's never going to be able to solve Bobrovsky, and that Boston's just going to roll Dallas. A little scared.
Well, so the home teams have held serve, right? So we know how this works.
How in theory it works.
We should see at least one win from the home teams here.
Yep.
I'm hoping that's the case with both series. I want to see good series. And so far in the basketball, I mean, I guess Dallas started them out a comeback in the last game, but then Boston drained a couple of threes late to just say, yeah, nice try. Didn't happen. So I don't know. Hopefully we get a better series now they go to Dallas. Luka's unbelievable. And playing at home, will he get some calls? Probably. And annoy Kang even more with that face that he makes.
Mm-hmm.
Edmonton is going to play much better at home, I think. Although Edmonton's played well.
Yep.
They played well in both games, but Bobrovsky has been so good in net that he's kept them at bay. I mean, there were a couple of more opportunities last night. They just couldn't get home. And Skinner, the goaltender for Edmonton, let in a goal that I'm sure he's not happy with. Rodriguez had a couple goals last night for Florida. So you hope for better series, period. But I think Edmonton is the one out of the two teams. I think Edmonton is the one that maybe can even this one up after 4.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got the hockey fan, like the hockey in Detroit, we're filled with hockey fans. Has to be rooting for the Edmonton Oilers here. They're an exciting, high-flying team. It's a likable star. Is there anything to dislike about Connor McDavid? Like, people didn't like Sidney Crosby. And but is there anything to dislike about Connor McDavid? Is there any reason that anybody would choose? And I'm totally aware that I might be missing something or forgot about something. Is there any negativity towards Connor McDavid?
No, I don't think so. I mean, he came in, maybe it's because he came in the league with so much fanfare and so much hype, and he hasn't lived up to it in terms of lifting his team to a Stanley Cup. But isn't that what you want at this point? I mean, he's always been a point producer, and finally they've got an opportunity here in the finals. I'm hoping he gets it done because I want him to realize that part of his legacy because he is that good. And maybe I think a good portion of fans are getting a chance to see that now. But the first 2 games in the finals, it's been a struggle.
They've got 1 goal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he assisted on it with a pretty good play.
The sick goal against Dallas, it still resonates. But anyway, as we watch these things play out, with no skin in the game, I really, really hope they're both not sweeps. And anytime the home team holds serve, the fan base is, we're winning it all, and the team that's 0-2 is like, we're done. But it's not unusual. But this also is why I think one of the dumbest, the absolutely stupidest things I've ever heard anybody say is, a series doesn't get interesting until the road team wins a game.
You do hate that.
I hate it because
I do enjoy bringing it up.
It clearly does not apply across the board. And in fact, in this case, it clearly is when the series starts to end. If the road team wins now, these series are pretty much over. So it's not that the series gets interesting if the home teams hold serve because it's going 7 games.
Well, yeah, but maybe in reality that the saying that you hate, maybe that happens only if it's in the first 2 games. If a road team gets a split, before they head home for game 3, that feels like okay, it's on. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. I think it's one of the dumbest cliches in sports.
I just look at each game individually. Is it fun to watch or not? I mean, we've seen 4-game sweeps that were incredible.
And so we weren't going to do this 2 days in a row, and that was bring up Caitlin Clark.
Wow, we went 3 hours and 52 minutes without saying it.
But did you see the foul last night?
No.
So the Indiana Fever were playing the Connecticut Sun, I think it was. And DeJohnny Carter for the Sun fouled Caitlin Clark. And DeJohnny Carter immediately started to mock her. Like she was diving or flopping. She like threw her head back. Like, oh, okay. Gotcha. Like Caitlin Clark totally embellished. You obviously haven't seen the highlight.
I have not.
No. Well, it's
I'm sorry, who was it that made the foul?
DeJohnny Carter, I believe is how it's DIJONAI. DeJohnny Carrington, my bad. Carrington. She fouled Caitlin Clark, DIJONAI, and then Carrington. Isn't that the name on Dynasty? Is it Blake Carrington? Did I get that right?
You know your nighttime soaps. Wow. You know your nighttime soaps, that's for sure.
Can't name anything that's happened in a feature film in the last 25 years.
But that one
Blake
you got.
Carrington, yeah. Anyway,
I have to wait for the video to play after the ad.
Yeah, they mocked her. She mocked her. I'm telling you, this is a cold welcoming. And somebody else pointed out that Diana Taurasi was immediately put on the Olympic team straight out of UConn. So there is that.
Well, was she better at that point in the league? Not as good?
Probably both were true. Yeah. But you don't have to pay your dues.
I don't have a problem with Carrington doing that.
No, but it's just part. As a single event,
it wasn't a hard foul.
No,
it was.
But as a single event, of course not. As accumulation of everything that's happening, I think it's cold. I think it's a very cold welcome to Caitlin Clark in the WNBA. Stoney is in today. Hi, Mike.
Hi, boys. How are you?
Good. So I got my name for a question. You don't have to tell what the question is, but I'm going to give the name.
Okay.
That Mike talked about. The name is Brady Tkachuk.
No.
Okay. That's my answer.
Yes. There was something that came out of Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final.
Okay. Then it's
question.
All right. Yes. I might be a completely different topic then.
It's somewhat a different topic.
Okay.
But it's with the correct.
Well, you guys can discuss it on your show.
Yes, indeed.
Yep. How you been?
I've been pretty good. I spent the last week on the East Coast.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
And
I drove for the first time ever by myself.
To the East Coast?
Mm-hmm.
Straight shot? Did you take a break?
Straight shot. I left. I had a doctor's appointment here last Monday. Left at 1. Was at my sister's at like 10 o'clock. So it took 9 hours.
Oh, not
so
too
bad.
bad.
A few times,
Right.
Gas, pee a lot, because I'm old and get something to eat. And then I drove to D.C. on Thursday, and then Sunday I drove back here. And I didn't realize it's a shorter drive from D.C. than it is to Philly. It's like 7 hours and 7.5.
Huh. Yeah.
Yeah, because you cut through and get on the Pennsylvania Turnpike.
Did you get a cheesesteak?
No, I did not get a cheesesteak, believe it or not. It's the first time, a lot of firsts for me on this trip.
Yeah.
First time in Washington where I didn't go by the old alma mater.
Mm.
Did you circle any major cities for hours?
No, I did not. No, I did not.
Something Stoney's done in his past.
But I could have. And there, for East Coast people who sit there, I miss the East Coast. There are certain things. The Beltway, and John has talked about that before, in the D.C. area, D.C., Virginia. And
yeah.
It's the worst. The traffic is unbelievable.
Worse than L.A. traffic?
No.
I
hear it's bad. I hear it's bad, though.
The L.A. traffic, I think, lasts longer, but for the condensed period of rush hour, which on a Friday should start at like 3:30, started at 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
And a half-hour trip took close to an hour.
Yeah.
It's the worst.
Yeah, I'd go crazy.
Yeah.
I'm terrible at sitting in traffic. I'm the worst.
Doug's Captain Reroute.
I reroute like crazy. I'll end up on a dirt road. I'm just not. I got to be moving.
Well, if Waze reroutes you, it's okay. They've done.
They'll know it's quicker.
It's great. If they don't know, then I'm going to stick and stay.
Well, I know people are looking forward to hearing from you again.
Yes,
Mike
indeed.
Stone and
Thank
with
you.
Mike Valeni. That is straight ahead. Have a great day, everyone. Enjoy the weather. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Doors of Southeast Michigan. After a day off, the Tigers have the Nationals this evening. Washington checks in 5 games under 500 in third place, while Detroit is still just 2.5 games back of the last wildcard spot in the AL. Hear every game of the series right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch tonight at 6:40. The Lions resumed OTAs today. Linebackers coach Calvin Shepard is eager to see Aleem McNeil and DJ Reader side by side. The Bengals began mandatory minicamp today, but star receiver T. Higgins was not in attendance as he continues to seek a contract extension. He was franchise tagged in March, but he's yet to sign it, so he's free from fines for the lack of attendance as of now. Christian McCaffrey has been named the cover athlete for Madden 25 as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome, one and all. Absolutely gorgeous Tuesday, and we're calling it an afternoon with the Godfather. Mr. Michael Stone joins us, fresh from the golf course with Wade Boggs.
Yesterday, yes, absolutely. Yes.
What are you, playing outfield? You mind taking the sunglasses off your head?
Oh.
What do you got, high fly to right? I mean, what the hell are we doing here?
I forgot they were on. I don't know. These things happen. No, it's the annual Hank Greenberg event. Hank Greenberg Memorial Golf Tournament, and they bring a Hall of Famer in every year. And Wade Boggs was the chosen one this year, and it was a wonderful experience getting to meet him, moderate a roundtable. We'll get into that a little later, and got to play golf with Jeremy Schaap, and who was we'll get into the golf thing a little bit later too. Great guy. He's worse than me at golf, but he hardly plays, so it's okay.
He's also highly annoying. Let's move on. I want to start the show with something. Mm-hmm. We're going to cover the bases today because we do have something for you with golf. We do have something for you with Stoney's moderation of the event yesterday, including a Wade Boggs story. But I want to open with this. Game 2, Stanley Cup Finals last night. And it's not some breakdown of the game because, let's face it, none of you were watching. But it's also not going to be slandering Canadians who aren't even really good at their own sport. Like, literally, they can't win this thing.
When does McDavid have to win? Or is he going to be one of those guys?
Now would be a good time.
Yeah.
No, it's something different. Now, I can't remember the name of the award because hockey has the most arrogant, thumb your nose names of these awards. They always have the Lady Bing. And
the Conn Smythe.
Right. So whatever the hell it is, the Do-to-Do Award for the best GM in hockey.
I believe it's the Jim Gregory Award.
Of course you would know that. So the Jim Gregory Award.
I don't know.
And you see former Red Wing architect Jim Nill win the award.
Yeah.
Then you see whatever yachts they got out in Vancouver finish second. And then, Paul's family who runs the Panthers finishes third. And I started thinking about this. And I want to ask. And I'm not mad. I'm not even committed, no matter what your answer is, people. Okay. Same thing for Stoney. But when you see this, isn't that what we hired Yzerman to be? Like, the idea of, okay, we know you're not going to win the Stanley Cup in year 5, but shouldn't at some point Stevie Y be in this top 3? Because didn't we hire special? Like, when you hire Yzerman, it's like hiring Theo Epstein. You're not asking him to be good. You're asking him to be legendary. On a coaching level, if you hire Nick Saban, you were hiring Saban to win you a natty, not to go 9-3 and get depantsed in the Sun Bowl. I live that at State. So it's this idea of you hired Stevie Y, and it's not binary, he's great, he sucks. No, he can be good. But do you still feel like he's special? 5 years in, don't make playoffs, former Red Wing brainiac winning the GM award again, Kenny Holland playing for all the marbles, which I don't care what Kenny Cott tells me, that burns your soul, and Yzerman couldn't even get on the Win Place or show for the GM of the year.
Well, to answer your question, Steve Yzerman right now is not special. He's not.
Be careful. The bots are going to be coming for you.
Look, I
whether
love
you're
Steve.
wearing sunglasses or not, Chief.
you know, I love Steve Yzerman, and I'm one of those. You know, I plead patience with some people. Not the the bots will have patience forever, and the haters will hate forever. But it's you look at who's won it now. Look, Nil won it this year and last year. Sakic won it the year before. There's there is a guy who won it named Yzerman in 2015.
Yeah, doing his work for another team.
I understand that. I'm trying to find out. I forget the guy's name in Vancouver. Was that Pierre Alvin?
Nobody cares. You could lie to people's faces. Nobody watches this sport.
I don't want to lie.
It's Pavel Bure.
But he's the one who took a team that was absolutely dog duty and made them into a Final Four team.
I thought it takes 10 years.
Well, there are exceptions.
Okay.
They had some talent there to begin with. Quinn Hughes is really
Elias Patterson.
Yes, they had some good players.
So let me just ask the question. I know it's 75 and sunny. I know it's gorgeous out.
It's hockey weather.
It's hockey weather. Just ask Paul Serra. Florida, it doesn't even snow in Florida, and they're absolutely going to body the Edmonton Oilers and probably sweep them. But
I don't think they're going to sweep them.
The Oilers can't. Look, this is not Hockey Night in Canada, but if you want to do a quick breakdown, first of all, if Edmonton's idea of making this a series is we're going to goon it up with Florida, are you kidding me?
I know. They're the masters of the goons.
Playing into their hands. Florida are bullies. You know what the Panthers are? They're everything Canadian hockey's supposed to be.
Yes.
They're just superior to Edmonton in every way.
Right. Well, what's strange to me, and they got them this far, is how good Edmonton's defense has been throughout these playoffs. I mean, they've been terrific. They made a bad turnover last night. And
just terrific enough to get swept. So I want to ask the Hockey Elite a question. From all corners of the earth, and I know it's the off season for you guys. But when we talk about this and we go beyond the results, the fact is Steve Yzerman was not voted one of the 3 best GMs in hockey this year.
No.
Nor last year, or the year before, or the year before, or the year before.
Well, no.
So my question is, do you still view him as special? Do you still view him as the cheat code? If you do, it doesn't mean you're wrong. I'd like to understand why.
No, Mike, I disagree with you. If you think he's special, the guy without the cheat code right now, if you view him like that, yeah, you are wrong because he's not.
Okay. Then you can take the bots on.
He can be that way down the road. A lot of ifs are answered affirmatively. But right now, anybody that looks at the organization right now and says the general manager is special is on some sort of drug. Really. I mean, and I love Steve Yzerman. But he's not special. He hasn't shown anything special with the Red Wings yet.
I would like to
know. And
the
key word being yet.
I'd like to know. The other angle, too, look, maybe I'm just losing my edge. I do feel bad for Canadian teams. Like, all smarm aside, I do. The idea that this is their sport and they can't win the damn thing.
I think it's hysterical. Now,
okay, but that's fine. But you get my point. Like, there's something wrong with this. That a state like Florida,
I know,
it doesn't snow.
Now,
ice doesn't exist in Florida, and they are going to decapitate Edmonton the same way Tampa Bay decapitated Les Habitants. They can't win it.
I know.
It's their sport.
Let me ask you this: do you watch? You watch the game? You have access to CBC at your home?
No.
Okay, so I do. So I watch on that.
How many sirens in the opening segment?
Well, that's not a siren. It's
I rode a horse with Wade Boggs.
Well, it's
go ahead.
It's Comcast. They get on the local channels at Channel 9 and Windsor's local. So I watch the CBC. And I just think it's freaking comical. And they have commercials. Bring it back. For like some bank, and they have all this. They show the Vancouver, Edmonton, all the
fact
things.
is, the last 2 Canadian teams, one of which is the most iconic franchise in the sport.
Yeah,
and the second one, I think we all associate, obviously, Wayne Gretzky, the '80s, one of the great dynasties. They're getting housed by the Sunshine State.
I know.
There's something that's just not right with that.
The optics are not very good. I get it.
248-539-9797. We want to start with something fun.
Yeah.
Because Lord knows we may never see the Stanley Cup Finals again. It was the idea of Jim Nill, former Red Wing, Kenny Holland, former Red Wing, top 3 GMs in this, what is it called?
The Jim Gregory
the
General
Jim
Manager.
Gregory Award.
Yes.
Like, weren't you hiring Yzerman to be on that list? To be a guy whose work was revered around the league?
Well, look at this. You know who won it back-to-back in 2020 and 21?
Oh.
Your guy.
Lou?
Sweet
Lou Lamoriello.
Lamoriello, yes.
Sure. And the Islanders are not a good situation. They're not. Like, you expected that at one point in the 5-year rebuild, wouldn't he be getting some shine? Who right now, who's not a bot, is touting Steve Yzerman as doing this fabulous job? Now, it doesn't mean they don't exist. It's just I don't read it, hear it, see it.
Well, because he's not.
Well, hold on. That flies in the face of what we are told locally.
No, I don't think we're told locally, even by people who like Steve Yzerman, like myself. He's not doing, nobody can say he's doing a fabulous job.
Like, think about this. And again, if this is...
I don't think he's doing a poor job. I think it's something that I believe takes time to build from doo-doo where they were.
Okay, so here's my angle on it. Mm-hmm. If it is fair, which I certainly believe it is, to judge Scott Harris a 1.5 to 2 years into his job, why would it not be fair to talk about Yzerman entering his 6th year?
It is fair.
Okay, so my question is, clearly I don't think you have a better option than Steve Yzerman right now, but I didn't. When he came here, I admit to you, I got seduced in the way that I thought when Harbaugh arrived at U of M, that it shouldn't take 6, 7, 8 years for the ultimate glory. And in fact, Harbaugh delivered on 95% of what he was supposed to do, except he couldn't beat OSU. He came in and started winning big.
Yes.
Right? The problem with the Yzerman thing, and I know they're not the same, it's that I'm yet to see much of anything. No. Look at it this year. We got all excited, and they tanked in the last month of the season. Mm-hmm. And it was the worst bottom of the Eastern Conference you'll ever see. Next year, it might be 6 to 8 points better in order to clear that bar to just be a wild card.
You're correct.
And they still couldn't get in. So when I saw the Jim Gregory Award, do I have this right?
Yes, you do.
It just got me thinking and going, is he even special? Now, you can be very good without being special.
Yes.
Kirby Smart is special. Mark Stoops is very good.
Yeah.
Fair?
Fair.
Okay. 248-539-9797. And I would like to know what side of this Canada versus the U.S. thing you're on. I actually feel bad for our Canadian people because this is their sport.
I know.
They're getting beat by teams who can't even produce ice.
Yeah, but there are Canadian players that are doing it, though.
It doesn't matter.
I know.
They're not yours.
That's their rationale.
They like our country better.
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
The United States fall apart when Joe Carter hit the home run.
Yes, that's it.
I know. I did, but
Mitch
nobody
Williams.
else did. Yes, thank you.
Northville Lumber. We talk about them all the time. You want to talk about a day for a deck, a little outdoor space? Today's one of those days. Northville Lumber. Contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields, and there's a reason they can move that much product. It's because it's all in stock all the time. Trex decking, railing, lighting, they got it. You buy it, you get it. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. And if you don't, help me, who's going to build my deck? They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. So on days like today, maybe you're Mike Stone and you had lunch with Wade Boggs, you could be on your deck. It's Northville Lumber. Call them today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Just getting started. Absolutely beautiful afternoon. Hopefully you guys are heading somewhere to enjoy it. Or maybe you're at work like we are. Either way, we'll get you to 6:10. We'll get you to Tiger Baseball.
But if you can get to the course by 6:40, you can still tee off.
More on that at 3.
Yeah.
I do feel like I'm missing out. Godfather Mike Stone is with us, and it's very simple. The Hockey Elite delivers. You guys are the Amazon truck of callers. You are the FedEx of listeners. You simply deliver. I asked the question. I saw the awards voting last night for the best GM in hockey. Yzerman's name didn't make the top 3. Lord knows our team didn't get in. Jim Nill, former Wings architect, back-to-back Jim Gregory winner. Kenny Holland, and he's playing for a Stanley Cup. And I asked the question, is it okay to just say he's not special? Or are some of you delicate flowers, the bots, going to be upset by that?
You shouldn't be, because nobody's saying, even if I'm saying he's not special here yet, but I will never suggest him being fired right now.
No, but you have to understand, when you're arguing with tiny brain people, it's, for instance, back in the old days, remember when the Pistons used to make the playoffs?
Yeah.
And you were doing your thing at the old shop.
Yes.
And we were here. If you selected another team to win a playoff series in 7, you were saying that the other team sucked.
Well,
it's not what I said.
How about this? I had the blasphemy when I did the morning show a few weeks ago with Jim.
Mm-hmm.
Since I wasn't around when they did the game by game on the Lions schedule, I had the audacity of me to say that the Lions would go 11-6.
Oh, did Gov scream at you like he did Rieger?
Yeah, well, no, not just Gov, but callers. You're basically texters. I'm an a-hole because I only think the Lions are going to win 11 games.
I know.
It's a horrible feeling.
I know. You're really negative. That's been your calling card for 4 years.
Yeah, right.
Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, what's going on, buddy?
Hi, Mike. I just want you to know it's not the Olympics. It's not Canada versus the U.S. right now. Location means nothing. Every roster in the NHL has more Canucks than any other nationality.
So who are you rooting for?
Who am I rooting for?
Yeah.
I'm rooting for Florida because I live just outside of Belle River, and Aaron Ekblad's from Belle River. It's not a Canada
Yeah,
thing.
but Chris, hold on.
For the Blue Jays.
Yeah, but Chris, you do understand. This is Canada's sport. There are proud franchises. The idea that a Canadian franchise can't win this thing in a 30-year span, it's outrageous. I feel bad. There is a national pride. You know that.
But it's more about ownership. Money, whatever. There's a salary cap in hockey. It's whoever. Like, it's Canucks that are on every team in the NHL.
No, we all agree. But when you put the sweater on, as you like to say, north of the border, come on now. You can't have teams that are repped by Mickey Mouse beating your iconic franchises. 30 years without winning one. I mean, Chris, the only comparative would be a sport like soccer. It would be like in soccer, the U.S. dominating teams like Brazil and Italy and Germany and Spain. It is an unthinkable international crime. Come on. I know your love for Ekblad is immense, but what are we doing here?
No.
You haven't won a Stanley Cup in 30 years. Don't tell me that doesn't burn your ass while you're sipping your Tim Hortons.
Come on. If the Raptors won the NBA championship every year, we'd be pissed.
Exactly. Yes. Now, hold on. We're about to go to Lenny in West Bloomfield.
Yeah.
Is this the man you killed on the golf course?
I don't think so.
Okay, well,
could be another Lenny that I know from
Lenny
West
is up
Bloomfield.
next. Hello, Len.
Hey, Mike, and yeah, Stoney knows who I am.
Oh, okay.
A 40-year season ticket holder to the Wings. And one of the things I never hear on the station is how bare the cupboard was. In the last 8 first-round picks by Holland produced 2 players on this roster, Larkin and Rasmussen. Unfortunately, hockey's a sport where you're still drafting boys. I saw them play in Saginaw. They don't even shave. But Sider, Raymond, Edvinson, Casper, and we don't hear much about Danielson, but the press did mention that Bedard said the toughest player he played against was Nate Danielson.
And the goalie and
longer than
Kosa.
people think.
All right, hold on, Len. I just want to try to steer this a little bit. I'm not. There's no argument to be had. Hold on. I just want to make sure we're answering the question I'm asking. Do you still believe Steve Yzerman is special?
That Steve Yzerman is what?
Special. That he's still the unicorn. That he is still this Thanos-like character that you hired.
No, I really don't. I just know that he's won beat before. He'll win here. You got to wait for his born babies to make it to the NHL. You got to wait for Kosa.
What about Augustine? Let's go to the fall of 27.
Well, Augustine is 19. I believe that Kosa is 22 or 23. So Kosa will come up sometime next year, play a little bit, but he won't be the regular goalie. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You draft babies who don't even shave. We have not had a first or second overall pick.
And that's fine. You know what I expect? I'll tell you what I expect. From a guy who was revered as the best general manager in the sport and a wizard and a savant, if you will, I expect better.
Well,
I expect to not be sitting here headed into year 6 crying in my underwear that I wasn't handed the number 1 pick.
You expect him to do in here what he did in Tampa, which is find a Braden Point and to find a Nikita Kucherov and to find Vasilevsky.
No, to rob Kenny Holland for Vasilevsky, who you traded that pick for, not Dan Cleary, Kyle Quincy.
Okay, yeah.
That was that.
Okay, but still, you understand what I'm saying.
I understand it completely.
Because his first round picks have been pretty good.
They're supposed to
Right,
be.
that's what I'm saying. We need, second, third round guys to do
And
something.
I
special.
made the joke to Lenny, but the truth is, we're waiting for Kosa, and basically Lenny's going, I'll see you in 26. That's why I said Augustine 27.
Yeah, I know.
What the hell are we doing?
I know.
Let's go over to David, 97.1. What's up, Dave?
That's why they better get a goalie in the offseason.
How's it going?
David, how are you?
I'm fantastic, Mike. Both Mikes. I'm out in White Cloud right now on my break from work. Figured to take some time to call since the first thing you said was about Steve Yzerman, and since everybody, all these Steve bots out here, they love Steve Yzerman. Well, guess what? He hasn't done anything for us. And all the players that we produce in the minor system, we don't have. We don't have a Soderblom. We need a guy like that. It doesn't matter if he has speed. It doesn't matter anything. He needs to be there checking people and forechecking. But we bring in Petrie and we bring in Perron instead of keeping Pew Suter, who had speed and can stick handle, and Vlad Nemestikov, who can fight and block and play two-way. But we bring these guys in, and then, it is what it is, 5-6 years, and we still haven't done anything. And Ken Holland came from a team that was from us, that won cups, and goes over to another team that didn't have anything and brings them up. I have a problem with that.
Hold on now. He had Connor McDavid and Draisaitl. I mean, let's be fair.
Nurse, Nugent Hopkins. I can go on and on.
Now, did they have a bad cap situation?
Yeah.
Yes.
Look,
did they have Milan Lucic's dead body? Yes.
He made some good acquisitions. I mean, Zach Hyman is a free agent. Connor Brown. Yes. But his goalie was drafted way before he got there, too. So
I agree.
But the point is, we can meet in the middle and say it's okay to wonder if he's still special.
Right.
There's the next question that you had the first question. No, I don't believe he's special, and keeping Lalonde is a problem because we should have went and got Craig Berube, and I'm on Kenny's side just with the fire Steve Yzerman. That's my favorite drop right now. And then Mike, I got a call. I got one small thing real quick.
Sure.
I'm sorry if this comes off as a little mean, but not really. But this is the second time you disrespected Mike on the show with the sunglasses. The guy's a legend. If he wants to wear them, why can't he wear them?
They're on my head. Funny. Now, if I actually had them on my eyes, I'd either be Ray Charles, Stevie Wonder, or a complete moron.
No, David, he can do whatever he likes. It's just having a good time with it. He walked in like he was playing left field for the Tigers, and I'm like, Mike, you going to stay a while? Yeah, there you go.
Wow. And these, you should see, it looks like.
What are those, Lamar Jackson edition?
Our windows look psychedelic when I
Paul,
put
don't
them
they
on.
look like Lamar Jackson sunglasses?
Yeah, they kind of do, Stoney.
When he's hurt all the time.
You know, it's amazing. Me and Lamar haven't won a Super Bowl either.
Stoney has as many playoff touchdowns as Lamar does. 248-539-9797. We are going to ask a couple of questions. And, by the way, how Danny Hurley may have helped the Pistons. We have a solution.
Yes.
We'll get to that later on as well. 97.1.
We have some possible breaking medical news. Regarding one of Michael Valenti's favorite teams, not necessarily one of his. That's right.
Well, just say KP's leg fell off, and we're not going to have him for the rest of the season.
No, it's not that bad. But it's just funny the way this has been transcribed. Celtics center Kristaps Porzingis suffered a torn medial retinaculum, allowing dislocation of the posterior tibialis tendon in his left leg at 3:27 of the third quarter of Game 2. The injury is unrelated to his prior right calf injury. After consultation with numerous specialists regarding this rare injury, his availability for upcoming games will be determined day to day. Yes, you heard me correctly. Posterior tibialis tendon. And he obviously, in that tendon, he suffered a torn, as you always know, everybody does, the medial retinaculum. A retinaculum.
Okay, couple of notes. A, I followed sports my whole life, and I've done radio now for 24 years of said life. Now, I've never heard of this injury.
Me
That's
neither.
one. Two, Kristaps actually wasn't lying when he was interviewed.
No.
He goes, I don't know what the hell I heard. He literally said it. They're like, was it the last thing? Was it your ankle? And he looked at the reporter and he goes, I really don't know what it was.
He's right.
And I'm like, all right, he's being evasive. It's what you got to do. No, he legitimately does not know what the medulla oblongata rotula osbadula is. I have no idea.
I know.
So basically, you're telling me day to day.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, God. All right. That's trouble if he doesn't play, but no one here cares. So we'll move on. But thank you for that.
Yes.
I never heard of such a thing.
It's
Paul Sarah.
That seems pretty fancy for it to just be a day-to-day thing.
I know. I just love
Yeah, which makes me believe he's out, and now we got a real problem on our hands.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's some ticket text on the Yzerman stuff. Jim Nill is the one that got away, guys.
That could be true.
It's not could be, is.
Yeah.
This
Just,
one-
say it, is.
This one's from Dave. I still view Steve Yzerman as special because of all the memories he brought me, 97, 98, 2002.
Okay, so that's a special player. Yes, he'll always be special, but that doesn't answer the question, Mr. Ticket Texter. Is he a special general? Has he shown anything special as being a general manager?
Listen, you just sit here and shut up and wait until Danielson's in his third year in 2028, and then we can have expectations.
Here's one that's kind of cutting. I didn't expect 5 years in for Yzerman to have the same amount of playoff appearances as Troy Weaver.
Ouch. Even I think that one's a bit unfair. Let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. How are you two?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
I want to know, this goes to all our teams. Why don't they want to be good?
Well, what are you talking about? What do you mean they don't want to be good?
We just heard the other day the Red Wings weren't going to re-sign Patrick Kane. How are we going to replace that production in the lineup of the Red Wings?
Do you realize that Patrick Kane might not want to come to a team that might have to struggle to make the playoffs? And the Red Wings, I don't think, want to give him a 3-year contract for a lot of money for somebody at his age. I don't think it's the Red Wings, it's their decision. I think it's going to be Patrick Kane's decision.
But the owners of our teams don't want to invest enough money to make our teams better.
Are you aware there's a salary cap that every team that has a salary cap, so that would be 3 that have salary cap sports, pretty much for the most part go pretty close to the ceiling. The one that doesn't have a cap doesn't right now. I grant you that. But I think, I don't know, Sheila Ford Hamp, I think she wants to win. Don't you?
Yeah, no, I was letting you handle
I know,
that.
I know.
I don't think there's a lot of urgency. I mean, I actually, look, the caller chose the wrong words, but I
Yes.
get what he's going at.
Yeah.
I think what you want is urgency.
Hmm.
And does it feel like, look, I've said this before with Yzerman, and I think there's an element of it with the Tigers. The Pistons it's different. They're blindfolded and walking around. It's this idea of an endless runway, that the plane might speed up, but it never actually takes flight. In real life, the runway ends. You ever flying out of Logan Airport in Boston?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, the end of the airport is jagged rocks and then waves and death. If the plane doesn't take off, you're dead.
Yes.
So it's just this idea of you don't have the endless runway. You need some urgency. Do I feel like Yzerman's had any urgency? No. I don't think that's this ad hominem attack.
No, but it does. Yes, he used the word.
He chose
phrase.
the wrong words.
Correct.
That's all. But I get where he's driving with it.
Yeah.
Look, Tiger's going to open a series tonight against the Nats. It's kind of the Spider-Man meme. They're very similar teams. The pitching's good. The bullpen's good. Neither of them can hit worth the damn. That's the Nats. That's the Tigers. Tigers are 2.5 games out of the wild card.
I know.
And yet, there's this almost an acceptance. We have to get rid of Jack Flaherty. Or there's a conversation that I've had where I've said, look, if your plan is to not buy and to not go out and have a Texas Rangers offseason this offseason, you see what Scooble's worth. Now that is because you have shown no urgency. That even a modest acquisition in the offseason beyond Mark Canha,
right?
I could make a case you'd be in the playoffs right now.
Probably.
I could make that case on a wins above replacement level. So when callers call in with that, I'm not quick to dismiss them. Tom Gores might want to win. It's a machine gun in a baby's hands. Only bad things will happen having Tom Gores run a basketball team. Disagree?
No, but I think we'll get to that later. I think hopefully the next week or so, we'll see that maybe that momentum for Tom Gores has shifted.
Okay, we'll go to Ron, 97.1. Ronnie, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, it's Stone and Valenti, my favorite two guys. Hey, I'm going to take a different tack.
Mm-hmm.
And first off, Mikey V, I agree. No, Yzerman is not special as a GM. Just look at the record. However, he was special as a player, Hall of Famer. Okay, and this is my point. What I want to get to. It has to do with underachievers or guys who's never made real good success as a pro, and they tried. Once they retired, they got their chance to coach. There's been very few Hall of Fame players or very good players who had success at the pro level. I'm talking about NBA, NHL, baseball, whatever. And I think Yzerman is falling into that category. And he's a great player, but maybe his GM stats are not going to be very good.
Well, they were good. They were good with Tampa. Granted, he had Hedman and Stamkos there, as we pointed out.
Yeah.
But a guy that always compared to Yzerman, always compared in their deportment, the way they played. Hell, the number they wore. Joe Sakic.
Right.
He won a cup.
Did he win a cup? I didn't know. I forgot that. I'm an old guy. I don't know too many guys, but I'm just thinking across the board. Like, let's say baseball or NFL. Hey, Mike, this one's for you.
Mm.
Who was the last Yankee good player who turned out to be a great coach? Maybe Lou Piniella. I don't know. He was okay.
Yeah, I mean, technically,
Mattingly was a good manager.
He was okay. Technically, Aaron Boone.
What about Aaron Boone? Hey, what about Bruce Bochy? A very average baseball player, but a great baseball coach. Okay?
Look, I agree on premise, but here's the deal, Ron. Right? Realistically,
Mike,
you hired Yzerman. He's
Mike.
one of the. Okay, go ahead.
Mike, what I just want to say is sometimes when you're underachieving as in your primary job as a player, it doesn't always carry over.
I agree.
Even across the board, and that's just my point, guys.
No. Agree with you. The point I'm trying to make is he already established he was great. He wasn't unproven.
Right.
You were hiring Nick Saban. And so far, Steve Yzerman, Nick Saban has come to town, and forget about going 9-3. You're basically 6-6 in the Duke's Mayo Bowl. It's okay to say, I don't think we hired special. He's still good.
Yeah.
I still hope. Right. Hopes is the difference. I don't know that we're going to get to the promised land.
Right.
When you hired him, if you told me by year 5 we hadn't made a deep run in the playoffs, meaning a playoff series win and a credible second-round series, I actually would have said, geez, you're being negative. Right. Mike, we're 5 years in, we haven't made playoffs.
I know. He's not special.
And it's this idea of watching these other GMs who have been here and left, or other guys who have turned around like a bad situation like Vancouver, and they're on the Jim Gregory list.
Just wait till Pat Verbeek's Anaheim Ducks make it to the Stanley Cup Finals in 3 years.
Pat Verbeek, quintessential Hartford Whaler.
I know. New Jersey Devil too, but
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah. No, but see, that's
he was Yzerman's, underling.
There
so to
Stoney
speak.
goes being negative again. 248-539-9797. Some NFL football for you coming up. Top of the hour. It's a gorgeous day outside today. I have a question for the people. Maybe they can provide some guidance to me. We got some Piston stuff to get to later today as well. Let me tell you about Victor's Home Solutions. And while a day like today won't cause you any harm, if you've had questions about your roof, all those thunderstorms we've had, boy, I tell you, Mother Nature will answer the question for you. Call Victor's. Let them get out there and let them install a perfect roof, because that's what they do. That's the standard they operate at. There's no good or very good. There is only great. That's all they do. More 5-star reviews than anybody else. You get job site inspectors that hold their installers to the highest possible standard, and they are so confident in what they do, they will offer you a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install, because perfection is their standard. It's Victor's. Call them today and get on the schedule for that no-obligation 21-point video roof inspection. Call 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or online anytime at victors.com. All right, let's touch the table. A little bit of NFL football as we wrap the OTAs, contract bickering, retirements, music videos, everything the NFL is good for. We go to DJ Paul Sarah. Music, please.
So I found a list of 2024 players that will improve the most. And there's two caveats to this list. It could be a guy bouncing back or a young guy taking the next step in his career. The first one on the list, Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, boy.
Kind of fell apart for him last year.
Okay, so Lawrence is one of these guys I'm going to sound like a slappy for, but let's look at some reality. His rookie year, you got to draw a line through it. You got Urban Meyer playing proctologist on the dance floor. That come on. Now, the first year with Doug Peterson results in making the playoffs in a winner-take-all game and a huge comeback to win a playoff game.
After he pooped the bed in the first half.
Correct.
Yes.
Now, last year was a very uneven season. The problem still comes back to they refuse to address that offensive line.
Yeah.
You can't have Cam Robinson be your best tackle. But I have to believe he will take a step forward because of how talented he is. And they do have weapons.
I agree with you. I mean, and this is a big year for him and Doug Peterson.
And that's a fun – that division went from being dog bleep to a lot of fun quick.
I know. Well, they helped up their offensive line with West Bloomfield's own Javon Foster from the University of Missouri in the 5th round.
Oh, God.
And they did add Mitch Morse at center from the Bills.
That's right. Go Lakers.
Okay. You done?
Yes.
Anything else?
Not till next year.
All right. Go ahead.
Makari Page.
So this falls in the category of a guy stepping up maybe in his second year. Bryce Young, Carolina Panthers quarterback.
No.
They spent a bunch of money in free agency on O-line to protect him.
I don't see it.
Unless he got some lifts in his shoes, I don't see it. But
it's not the height. He doesn't look athletic.
But on the flip side, he's got to take a step up because he can't get worse.
He got put in a terrible situation. Let's face it.
Oh, yeah.
Your best receiver is Adam Thielen, who's your age.
Right.
And then Jonathan Mingo, who's a total project. Look.
And the coach didn't want him.
Correct. So, hat trick. I mean, he'll get better, but only because he can't get worse. Paul, no, I don't expect great things. And frankly, it wouldn't surprise me. Panthers are bad again. David Tepper is an angry human being. They'll draft another QB in 25.
I mean, with the rookie salary cap, it's almost inevitable that teams are going to do that if you're not good right in your first or second year.
You have to. He's got to show some major signs. I was mortified with what I watched last year.
J.K. Dobbins, leaving the Ravens, going to the Chargers, run-heavy team under Jim Harbaugh, so he's going to get opportunities, teaming up with his old running back mate, Gus Edwards, his old OC, Greg Roman.
Too many injuries.
History of injuries, though.
Yeah, it's just too much. And again, last year was a catastrophic injury with the Achilles. So I'm just going to say no. Gus is reliable. He's 4 yards a carry. They'll hand it to him 250 times. Dobbins, I don't even know if he's going to be there quarter to quarter. I'll say no to Dobbins.
Going from one Harbaugh to the other, he does have, Slater to run behind. If he stays healthy, he'll be good. But that if is so huge.
I mean, when healthy, he does average 5.8 yards a carry, which is crazy. Sticking with the Chargers, though, a guy that was an absolute disappointment as a first-round pick, Quentin Johnston. Can he turn the narrative around about him being a bust so far?
Yeah, just catch the freaking ball.
That would help.
Yeah.
He was a disaster in every way. And it's rare you see a first-round pick who's not a quarterback get slandered the way that kid did. I'm not so sure. Something does not feel right there. I mean, whatever he was at TCU didn't matter. He didn't know the routes. He couldn't catch the ball. Mike, I
know.
Am I wrong to be nervous
No, you should be nervous.
I mean, the thing is, too, it's like they got him so they could move on from Williams, and now it's like, should they have even done that?
Yeah. I mean, you got him. You lose Williams.
You lose
Keenan Allen. Yeah.
This is wide receiver from the Packers, Christian Watson. Dealt with injuries. When he's healthy, he's good.
Yeah, big bounce back there. Well, he got hurt early in the year. I think it was a hamstring. They're hard to overcome. Watson has already shown you what he can be, and frankly, a lot of this has to do with my opinion on Jordan Love, who might end up being a top 5 quarterback. So I'll say yes, I'll buy that.
Didn't Watson catch the ball the Thanksgiving game against the Lions? Wasn't it him on the bomb to start the game? Wasn't it him? He has a potential to be really, really good. God, there's so many damn good receivers in this league.
Packers got a really good young receiving core, too. Tight end for the Falcons, Kyle Pitts. Great rookie year. Last 2 years hasn't combined for what he did his rookie year, but he's finally got a quarterback with a pulse.
Explosive. I think he returns to rookie form. I can't blame him for receding hairline Ritter and Bob Heineke. You just can't. The guy's too damn talented. They got too many weapons. And if Cousins is even 85% of what he was last year, Pitt should have a 900 or 1,000-yard season.
That offense could be dynamic. They don't have to worry about Arthur Smith's mustache.
So this is a little bit off the board. Orlando Brown, left tackle, Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, he cratered.
They brought him in there to shore up the left side. They kicked Jonah Williams over to right side, and Joe Burrow didn't play after week 10.
He's got to be better, because if he's not, you're going to see another season like that with the Cincinnati Bengals.
Look, Bengals have tried everything to fix that O-line. Everything. It has to go right. They have too much money invested in Burrow. It's insane when you think about it. Look at the free agent outlay on La'el Collins. The Jonah Williams first-round pick, Orlando Brown. They drafted a center in Billy Price. They got rid of him. They've tried everything. Didn't they bring in Numbnuts from Tampa? What is it, Alex Kappa? They tried everything. It has to work. Orlando, you're 10 feet tall and 500 pounds. Figure it out.
And they brought in Trent Brown now to be right tackle opposite him.
Why not? Bring in Dave Remington while you're at it. Like, it's just, no, I mean, Mike, they're doing everything they can do.
I know.
Darren Payne, D-tackle the Commanders.
Well, it's Daron Payne.
Daron Payne, yes. Had a kind of a down year, but it might not have been his fault. They did get rid of the 2 edge guys opposite him to help him.
Yeah, but they got rid of him, those guys, at the deadline. And he was, look, you loved him and Allen playing up front together. I think he will have a bounce, especially with Dan Quinn. I was in Washington over the weekend. They're not talking playoffs or anything like that, but they really love what Dan Quinn is going to bring to that team.
I would expect a revival there. It's just too good on the interior. The secondary was so bad last year, it didn't matter what your guys up front did. I think their offense will be better, Paul. Yeah, I'll buy. But there's still nothing better on that D-line than Jonathan Allen postgame.
Yeah.
Just cursing everybody out in gangster sunglasses.
Like these.
Yes, exactly. I'm tired of it.
Here's one for Mike's Giants.
I'll pass.
Brian Burns. Kind of a down year last year. He did have an elbow injury, which kind of forced him to play on one side of the field specifically the whole year. So
it's also a garbage juice team. I got to believe playing opposite Thibodeau. You got Dexter Lawrence on the interior. Look, for my father's sanity, can I just say I buy? But basically anything the Giants touch turns into the three-eyed fish from The Simpsons. So I don't know, man. But yes, I would expect him to be better.
Well, especially with him opposite Thibodeau.
It has to be, right? Go ahead, Stoney.
They can't be worse.
Thanks, buddy.
No, I'm just kidding. Burns he's a great player. God, we wanted them here at the trading deadline. It's amazing how inept that organization was. That they could have got a lot more for him if they would have traded him at the deadline. But yeah, if Thibodeau plays 100%, all the snaps, and Burns gets back, they will be a dominant defensive
you need the
line.
better part of 25 sacks between the two guys. You know, if one guy pops off and has 17, that means the other guy's doing a hell of a nice job on the other side too. So it's really going to be about production for me.
And we'll wrap things up with the Lions, because there's a Lion on this list. Jack Campbell.
Yeah.
Kind of a meh of the first 4 picks the Lions took last year.
I'll buy in.
Yeah.
Can he improve?
I'll buy in. I think it takes time sometimes when you are a supercomputer middle linebacker of the defense. The adjustments, the athleticism's there, the RAS score is there. It takes a year to learn schemes, learn defenses. I'll choose to buy because I do think the pieces around him have gotten better as well.
And the other thing is, and I don't make that much of OTAs and mini camps and all that, but if you are of that ilk that believes that stuff, supposedly he was really, really good. Let's see what happens at training camp, though. So, yes, he should get better.
And that's in Football Today.
NBA Finals are here. FanDuel gives you a chance to win because right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 wager. That's $200 to use on SGPs, live bets, or whether Porzingis plays a single minute. There's no better place to bet the finals than FanDuel. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. Namari Burnett is one of the lone players returning from last year's team for Michigan men's basketball. He joined the Defend the Block podcast and explained why. The Tigers are getting ready to face the Washington Nationals tonight at Comerica Park. Washington has a 3-game winning streak. Kenta Maeda takes them on for the Tigers. First pitch at 6:40, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Celtics star Kristaps Porzingis is now considered day-to-day again after suffering a left leg injury in Game 2 of the NBA Finals. This ailment is unrelated to his prior right calf injury. He's seen walking into media availability today with a brace on. The Celtics hold a 2-0 lead in the Series. Game 3 is tomorrow. And finally, Joey Chestnut has won the Nathan's hot dog eating contest 16 times, but he will not get a crack at the 17th time as he's been banned after he struck a deal with Impossible Foods, a rep from Major League Eating. Yes, Major League Eating said, quote, "For nearly 2 decades, we've worked under the same basic hot dog exclusivity provisions. However, it seems that Joey and his managers have prioritized a new partnership with a different brand over our long-time relationship," end quote. At the Coral House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, Mike, when you think of the 4th of July, a lot of people think of, fireworks, going to the beach, the pool, whatever.
Where the hell are you going with this?
I watched the hot dog eating contest, and I am just broken here that one of the great athletes of our country is not being able to participate because he's signed with a rival company. This is just blasphemous. I love Joey Chestnut. Now you got him out, Kobayashi retired. Just fold the whole thing up. Damn, it sucks. All right, I digress.
We're not doing this. I'm just
pissed.
No, okay. I do want to. We will get to the rest of the relevant sports momentarily, but I have a question.
Yes, sir.
You walked in today, and I mean sunglasses. You're dressed for the golf course.
Yes.
The luxury polo.
Tell everybody what I'm wearing. They won't believe it if they're not watching on YouTube or whatever.
Somehow, congrats. I'd like to tell you officially, you've worn more Spartan gear in 2024 than I have.
Well, I had a daughter who went there too.
Right.
Just go to Michigan.
You wore it one day. I'm at 0.
Okay.
So let me. I said, boy, Mike, what'd you do? Did you play this morning? Because you're a golf guy.
Yeah.
And I said to you, I go, this is literally, it could be the most beautiful day of the year in the state. 75 and sunny. There's not a cloud in the sky. And I looked at you and I go, man, these are the days where I go, geez, I kind of wish I played golf. Now, I didn't grow up with it, right? I grew up poor. Golf was not a thing. It just isn't one of these deals where golf was ever in my sphere. Even college comes around. I mean, I had a couple of buddies who were caddies at country clubs. They were excellent players.
Yeah.
I couldn't go out with them. I mean, I can't hit the ball. So I started thinking about this, and I go, look, everybody, I mean, Evan Jenkins, who works his ass off. I don't begrudge him at all. But Evan was like, Mike, next week, FYI, not going to be in. I got a golf outing. That's wonderful. God bless. I started thinking about, geez, sure be nice to be able to just lie to my employer and go out there and play golf. I would love to know something. I'm 43. I'm too old to be doing things I don't like to do or am not good at. You make choices in this world. How long would it take somebody like me who never played to become good at golf?
All right, a few questions. Not that you have to be a great athlete. How's your eye-hand coordination?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, what like I don't do archery.
I know.
I would say solid,
Okay.
normal.
So you're somewhat athletic.
Functional.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I've played for 2-3 decades.
But you're terrible.
I'm not very good. Well, so everything is relative. Okay, I think of all the golfers in the country, and I could be completely wrong, and I'm sure the golf elite will let me know. Most golfers can't break 100.
See, then why play? That's question 2 I have for the people. If you suck, why do you keep doing this to yourself?
First of all, a few things that you already answered. Beautiful day, be outside. Some courses, nature, there's wildlife, there's
nature.
You're with your friends. When you go with Evan, he brings a little speaker, you have some music, you can do some other things, you can drink at the golf course, that type of thing. Okay, it's somewhat fun if you don't take it too seriously.
There's the problem. I'm too competitive.
Well, then maybe it isn't for you.
No, but see, this is my question. There are 2 ways to play this. From the golf elite, what is the barrier to being, quote, good at golf? Not great, good. Because if I were not able to be good at it, why the hell would I do it? And that leads me to part 2. What Stoney said is true. Isn't it like 95% of golfers can't break 100?
Probably not.
Then why are you playing? You are paying to get punched in the ding-ding. It makes no sense.
You're Jeff Rieger. However,
it makes no sense. Jeff is awful.
However, there's a thing called the handicap system. So if you are competitive, you could play, let's say you took, first of all, you'd have to take lessons. You ain't gonna start from scratch.
Well, this is part of what I'm asking is if I decided in the middle of my life, okay, golf sounds like fun.
Right.
What is the process to getting good? Because we don't live in a warm weather state.
Well, you go to like Carl's Golfland, you take some lessons,
What are you voicing spots for them too? I hear you everywhere else.
No, yes. You go to a place like that, find somebody that there's a lot of instructors who do indoor stuff and things during the winter, and you learn how to swing the club properly. I don't swing the club completely properly. First of all, as you know, my posture blows, so I have a weird swing. But it's the handicap thing. Okay, so let's say I'm playing with Evan. I thought Evan was going to come in for this. So I am a 23, 24 handicap, something like that. But if you play, let's say you play Evan, let's say as a 12. So he has to give me 11 shots.
That's charity.
Okay, but it's one shot per hole. Of those 11 toughest holes, I would get a shot on. So if he got a 4 on a par 4 and I got a bogey, we tie.
No.
So there's the competitive
nature. He kicked your ass. No.
You're asking. That's why.
No, you're Kristen Wiig in Bridesmaids. Help me, I'm poor. That handicap system, that's emasculating. I don't want that.
Well,
best thing that's ever happened in sports is the handicap system in golf.
Yes, it keeps everything. It's a lie. Because like at tennis, you have somebody, you play tennis. Well, how good are you? Compared to what? Golf, you can say, I'm a 22. I know you're not that good.
Means somebody like me could go out on a golf course and play against Tiger Woods competitively.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You can.
No, you're
100%.
lying to yourself. That's the equivalent of you playing an NBA player and you set the rim at 5 feet.
Well, if I was going to play an NBA player in a game of 21, I would get points, I would assume.
That's what it is.
I would have to get 17.
So hold on, time out. How good I know you're way better than Stone.
Yes.
I'm okay.
Now, you played 2 golf outings this weekend. You got 2 golf outings next week. You're living your best life. And you deserve it. I don't begrudge you. All I said to you earlier was, geez, it's so nice. Like this would be a day where I'd go, wow.
You would like it, I think.
I don't know. I don't know if you would like the 4-hour experience.
Yeah, you would, because you like cigars.
I would drive the
being
car.
outside.
I'll hand you your clubs. As long as we go on a day there's horse racing, I can have that on the iPad.
100%. I can stream it.
He's like Wojo at the station out. Wojo just drives around and gives people gin.
I think for somebody like you that's never picked up a golf club and tried to do it, if you took lessons, you would be better off than Jeff Rieger, who does it every single day but does it wrong.
No, Jeff's here's the key, and I mean this in almost every way in life. I don't want to be Jeff Rieger. Let me be unequivocal.
And you wouldn't be.
As it pertains to golf, I don't understand how Rieger and people of his ilk are so egregiously bad at this activity, but yet they continue to pay to be awful.
Because there's something each round, you had that one shot or that one hole that brings you back.
I don't see. Jeff's a unique one. If I was him, I would have quit a long time ago and never gone back.
Thank you.
Because he has never gotten better in the time that we've known him to play golf.
Right.
Not even by a single stroke.
I've probably gotten worse, but that's because I'm older. I don't hit the ball as far.
Yeah,
but whatever.
But don't you play from the old person tees?
No, not completely.
Don't they have the tips, and then they have the ladies' tees, and then there's the Stoney tee?
No, they're not the ladies' tees anymore.
No.
They're just the forward tees.
Just the forward tees.
It's 2024, Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry. We get offended at that now, too?
Yeah, I know.
Whoa!
Just say I know. It's incredible. It is incredible. Yeah.
Honestly.
Exactly.
I think it's... Listen, so many people are playing pickleball now. There's less room for injury in golf, I feel, than pickleball.
Right. Unless you play with me and I might kill you.
Yeah, Stoney, you might catch one in the jaw from Stoney, but...
Yeah. So hold on. Give me soup to nuts. If you assume there's an actual commitment and you live in the state of Michigan, what is the start to finish barrier to entry to being good at golf?
Well, it depends what your description of good at golf is.
What's Evan's description? I know what
I personally think a guy, if he shoots low to mid 80s, is pretty decent.
I'd say you're very good.
Yes.
Very
you can
good.
play because you're connected to the scoreboard. That if it's a par 5, you're going to be able to get home and shoot par sometimes, feel decent about yourself.
Absolutely.
Like my goal when I play is a bogey a hole.
Yeah, he wants to shoot a
Oh,
90.
so I shoot 90
90,
basically would be my goal, and I've broken 90 once in the past 2 years.
Oh, that's sad.
It's more times than
That's
Rieger's
sad.
done it, though.
Yeah, but Rieger, okay, but Rieger is gum on a shoe
He
when
is.
it comes to golf.
And he
But
just
you can
keeps
also,
stepping
he
at it.
talks about the competitive, even if you want to forget the handicap, if you play somebody for match play, like I can get a 90, okay, let's say the other day I had a 90, 93, but I had 2 holes where I had 8s. The other,
oh my God!
But the other,
But he was great on the other 16
holes. I was good. So if you're playing match play, that means okay. So I lost those 2 holes, but I won enough so you can play somebody match play. You
How
understand?
long would it take? We're talking you because you would have
For
to get,
you,
to
from
start
inception,
scrap?
from the moment you put a club in your hands,
2 years minimum.
I bet you by this time next year you would be beating Jeff Rieger handily.
No, I'd say, but he didn't say. He's talking about low 80s.
No, and again, I don't
mid-80s.
even know if that's plausible.
2 years.
2 years.
Because you don't have any bad habits.
And that's true. And you'd have to, and I know you're very committed to something when you're into it. You'd go a lot and practice a lot. 'Cause
No,
it
it's
takes
gonna-
a ton of practice.
and quite a
Be
bit of
good.
cash
Let's be honest, if you're going to do it the right way.
Well, if I'm the Godfather, he's the franchise.
Yeah, getting
So he's
lessons.
The marquee.
Yeah.
No, I am fascinated by it. And I understand why people love it. The idea of being outside nature.
I think a lot of people like it for the booze.
And what I see, no, you cannot get loaded in golf. That makes no sense.
Let me take you out sometime and
No,
you
no,
look around.
No, there would be
Go
no
play with
such
Wade
thing.
Boggs.
No, no, it's the same thing. You can't get loaded and gamble. You're on a road to ruin.
There's a gentleman that I know that I thought I was going to kick his ass because he likes to drink.
TJ.
No,
Oh.
it's an older gentleman, and he only gets better by drinking.
What is he, John Daly?
You know what?
He
You know what
beat
it
me
does
down
though. Like,
so bad.
Like for me, sometimes it'll slow down my swing for some strange reason.
Yeah, and your speech.
Well, that
It's
happens.
really slowing it down, Mike.
I had lunch with Chet Walker. Stoney, he's dead.
I know.
Did I tell you about Wade Boggs?
So hold on. You're telling me in order to crack 90, this would take an all-in. You got to get the right equipment. You got to get lessons. And you're talking about when it's 10 degrees out, you got to go to one of these zany indoor places and practice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or we could go at Stoney's Moat downstairs. He's got a full
no, I
simulator
don't.
room.
You leave this man alone. I'm not going to allow that.
2 calendar years, you could break 90 because you would actually care and you would try.
Right.
But if
to
it's
improve.
that easy, why do 95% of people never?
I'm saying it for you because you would pay the money to go get the lessons. A lot of people won't actually put in the effort that needs to be done in order to do
they'll
it.
go to the range and just hit like a bucket of balls, just hitting drivers instead of taking an hour just sitting by the practice green and just practice little
There's
short
more people
chipping.
that are like Jeff Rieger that will go and do the same thing over and over and over the wrong way than
Okay.
actually going to try to fix it.
All right, listen, we're over time.
All right.
I appreciate it. I didn't want to cut you off. Let me.
You just did.
Hey, I got to tell you about Moran Buick GMC, and then we'll get to the callers. I want to hear from the people. 248-539-9797. Why does Stoney suck at golf? Tell us why. All right, Moran Buick GMC, the Terrains are in, $279 a month. The Buick Encore GX, $229 a month. Guys, the best deals in town, MoranExpress.com. Yes, they have Yukon Denali's in stock as well. Just make sure your current car's ready for the road trips as well. You get the free loaner vehicle. You don't have to sit and waste your time. Maybe on a day like today, you take the loaner, go play some golf. MoranExpress.com and Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. Now, in the midst of this conversation on a 75 and sunny, gorgeous day in the Motor City, and we're talking a little golf, I'd just like to bring you the tragic news. Javi Baez has hit the injured list with, well, I don't know. What is it? Lumbar things?
Lumbar inflammation.
It's not like what Porzingis said.
Nah, whatever. He ain't going to be playing. And as far as I'm concerned, he'll get better, but I don't have to look at him right now. That's a win for everybody.
Hey, the Cried. The Kreidler.
Yeah, it's technically lumbar spine inflammation, 10-day IL.
Make it 60. Make sure he heals up. All right, let's give him the time he needs.
That'd be a very interesting take, Mike, if they negotiated more time off for him.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Javi, we really feel like you need some extensive physical therapy. So I've asked the question. I know some of you have probably played hooky at work today and decided to hit the course.
Yeah.
Stoney came in like he had just played. It was not a joke when I went, hey, how'd you play today?
Yeah.
I'm like one of the only, I don't know anyone else in the building who doesn't, well, Rico doesn't. I don't play.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't grow up around golf. But man, I'm at a point in my life where it's like, geez, I kind of feel like it's something I should have done. Well, here's the problem. I'm competitive. The idea of doing something you're terrible at, that is not appealing to me. But how long would it take a schmuck like myself, who's never played golf, to become effective at it, where you can play and you're not, Stoney, where you're not the charity case at a group? By the way, did you make a cup of coffee? It smells great in here.
Yes, I did. I didn't make it.
Smells delicious.
It was a pod.
Paul, I'm like a hound dog when it comes to coffee. The radar goes off, and I'm like, ooh.
It's cherry chocolate. It's my daughter, Jessica. She sends away from Amazon. She gets all these, like a mixture of different flavors and stuff. So I brought one on.
A flavored coffee.
Yes.
I tell you, this guy. Lunch with Wade Boggs yesterday. Cherry chocolate coffee today.
We'll get into Wade a little later.
Still not going to help you shoot under 100. Let's go to the people, though. I want to see where everybody's at with this. Let's go to Ben. He'll lead it off. 97.1. Ben, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen?
Good, Ben. What's up?
Good. Just calling in because I heard you guys looking for expert golfers, and that's not me, but I figured I could pull a facade on you guys. I played many years in high school. I went to a few state finals as well. I was kind of played when I was pretty young, so I've gotten pretty good at the sport. Here's where you guys are running into trouble right here. You're not separating the two categories of golfers. There's one category of golfer who's going to go out to any municipal course his friend finds that they can find a tee time on. He's going to have a few drinks. He's going to pick up his ball through 3 of the 4 holes, and then he's probably going to stop at the end, and he's going to have a great time, and he's going to be the one who has the most fun by the end of the round. And then you got the golfers who think they're Tiger Woods, who come out and are swinging clubs, throwing them, slamming them. And a majority of the time I heard you guys saying, it is a thing about going to the range and just hitting drivers compared to short game, but there is a difference between people who, are going to break 90, and there are people who are going there to break their heads. So it's just a different type of golf.
Yes, absolutely.
And then, somebody said 90, I think, was a score to break. 90 is a good score, but another thing with that is that's all pretty relative too to the course you're playing. Course. I played a few at there's a course called the Khaki at Fair State course. Shooting under 100 at the Khaki is extremely impressive, but if you go to your local municipal course in Pontiac or something like that, or I'm from Troy, I go to the local course up here, shooting under 100, that's
well, you're right. Everything's relative. Like where I play at a club.
Oh,
okay.
Boy. Regular Larry
and I
David
shoot my
over
23-24 handicap there, Ben. But if I played at Oakland Hills, that handicap would rise because the course is tougher.
But at that point, why play if you're hey, we got to give Stoney 38 strokes? What are you kidding me?
The thing. But Stoney isn't going out there going, I'm going to be Tiger Woods.
No, I know what I am. My goal is
330 yards. He's going out there to have a few beers with his buddy, and he's going to give him a stroke or two, and they're going to have fun. And by the end of it, it's going to be a blast. By the end of the day, it's a good excuse to get away from your significant other, go out into a beautiful day, spend time with your friends, have a few drinks, and
gamble.
go on.
And gamble.
I don't gamble.
Okay.
That's
I
not my
usually
trouble.
don't
But
either.
you're right. That is a very common thing. on
Or
the golf
if
course.
I'm playing in a group that gambles, I said, I don't want to know what it is. Just tell me what I owe or you owe me at the end of the day, and I'm fine.
Jesus. You are sad, I'll tell you. Let me go over to Travis, 97.1. What's up, Trav? How you doing?
Hey, Valenti, how you guys doing today?
Good, sir. What's on your mind?
Hey, first of all, I can't start without saying I've listened to you since you were on the morning show. I love it. So the second point I have
Yes.
is don't take up golf. Like I've been golfing since I was 15. I'm 51. Like a new driver is $500.
Right.
A set of irons is like $1,100. You got to spend like 5 to 6 hours going out to play 18 holes. You're going to pay like $100 in Metro Detroit, and this is coming from somebody who's a scratch golfer and has.
All right, so you're not good at golf. You're great.
I have a PGA card.
Oh, excuse me.
Wow. All right, so how much? So Trav, how much you charging Mike for lessons here? Let's
My
go.
goodness.
Let's go.
Mike, I'll make you a scratch golfer if you have, like, I literally have played, like, all my life since I was the age of 15.
Right, you grew up with it. It's a part of who you are, and you're passionate about it. And yes, let's call it what it is, Travis. You have skills, right? Like you naturally and with hard work became great at it. But see, I like that Travis is being honest.
Yeah.
If you're in the middle of your life and you've never played this game, I don't think it's very inviting to start doing so.
Depends on your disposition.
It's one of the hardest sports to get good at. You're probably going to suck at it if you start now, Mike.
And I know. And Travis, that's the problem. I'm too competitive. I don't do well with failure. I hate it.
But you should go out and learn and get some clubs and get some lessons. So at least, even if you don't take it serious, at least you can go out with your friends a few times a year and just play and have fun.
How long have you known me?
A long time.
Yeah, Mike.
I know.
Mike, have we met?
You don't like to have fun.
No,
I'm just kidding.
come on.
I'm just kidding.
It's if I do something, I do it all the way.
I know.
There's no, let's F around and
Can
shoot a 106.
Can you imagine if Michael belonged to a club and the sand traps were not raked properly? He'd be going, what's wrong with this place around here? Why can't we get the traps raked properly?
Dude, I don't fit in at those places.
I know.
I don't like, it is not my scene. Everybody's so serious. It's like, what? Huh?
Evan's not serious.
Are you?
And he belongs.
No, he doesn't belong. He married into it.
Okay.
There's a difference.
Okay, well, so did I to a certain extent. But yes.
Listen, Wade Boggs, hold on a minute. Just, please. 248-539-9797. We're going to get back with the people on this. I mean, today is like what golf was designed for. I don't play. Stoney loosely plays to the definition of the sport, but he's awful. He's not Rieger bad, but he's bad. How long will it take you to get good? If I decided, all right, now's the time, I'm going to try to learn how to play golf. And second of all, if you're just awful at this sport, why do you do it to yourself?
See, I just think your expectations are just learn how to play and set the bar at like 100. And then if you enjoy it after a while, then you can try to.
I know, but that's just not how I'm wired.
But it's not bad compared to everybody else in the world.
Yeah, I know, but it's
like
George Carlin.
All world, I know.
No, you just think about how dumb the average American is, and you realize half the people are dumber than that. It's like, oh, yes. Mike, well, you're better than everyone who's absolute ass at this sport. No, that's not the bar. God, what do you work for one of the local teams? Hey, let's just set the bar. We want a single game. All right, summer driving is here.
Then do you ever play pickup basketball? Oh, gee.
No, absolutely not.
I'm not Jaylen Brown.
Absolutely
I'm sorry.
not.
I can't play. I'm sorry.
No, you don't because you'll blow
Do you want
out
to play
your-
tennis? No, I'm not Federer. I never want to play.
Exactly.
Do I work out?
That's
no,
exactly
I don't
right.
work out because I'm not Amon-Ra St. Brown's father. I mean, come on.
Let me tell you about David Feminini.
I wanted to take boxing lessons.
All right, will you turn
but
this
I'm
man's
not-
mic off,
I'm not
please?
Ali anymore.
All right, we'll get back to Sonny Liston momentarily. Listen to me. More accidents in the state of Michigan than anywhere else, whether it's the construction, the traffic. David Feminini and his team are ready to help you if you've been injured. David does not take a fee until he wins your case, and you can speak to David personally right now. Call 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Javier Baez has been placed on the injured list with a lumbar back strain. Ryan Kreidler is coming up for him. Kreidler recently was reactivated for AAA after an injury of his own. He has 25 ABs with the Hens this year, logging 4 hits and a homer. The Tigers and Nationals tango tonight at 6:40. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. That's Jake Bates drilling a 64-yard field goal to win the game earlier this year for the Michigan Panthers. Their season is over, and now NFL teams are after Bates. The Lions are reportedly one of the 4 clubs that are hosting him for a free agent visit. Bates had 6 field goals of 50 or more yards this past season. USA Today released their latest top farm systems across Major League Baseball. The Tigers checking in at 4. Their description as follows: Max Clark and Kevin McGonigal both may be not ready for the major leagues this year. Both will be minor league stars and leave fans giddy with anticipation for their call-ups. Outside of them, Jackson Jobe has posted a sub-3 ERA in Double-A, although he did suffer a hamstring strain in early May. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's check in with the venerable Paul Serra for some tickets. There's got a lot of people who want to talk about this and other things today, including a little bit on the Stanley Cup Finals. We asked an Yzerman question to start the show, Odyssey.com rewind. Baez to the IL. Yes, your team just got better. That's not slanderous, and that's not being insensitive. Javi Baez has a -3 defensive run saved. The elite shortstops in the game are at a +10. The guy's a negative WAR player. Anytime you play him, you are helping your opponent beat you. By the mere subtraction of Javi Baez's lumbar, you are a better baseball team.
Does not measure how good you are tagging guys out.
I want to physically strike you. Paul, go ahead.
This is from an unnamed texter. Mike, I'm 44 years old and just started golfing 2 years ago. It's been a great experience, and it's actually a lot of fun to be out there.
Okay, all right, there's hope. Now, he didn't say if he's any good.
That's true. Get lessons, Mike. You could be an average golfer in 2 seasons given you practice regularly.
See, that's the thing, is the time commitment. I am always shocked at how much time people dedicate to this.
That's why I think if I had the money, I'd design a course 3 6s. So if you only wanted to play 12 holes, it'd be okay. You understand what I'm saying?
No.
8. Like right now, there are courses that are like 2 9s, so to speak. You play 9 holes, you play 18, most people. But this way, 12 holes is enough for a lot of people. So
how come they don't do this? This is brilliant on your part.
I know.
It's one of the smartest things you've ever said.
No idea.
Fascinating.
This is another unnamed texter. You play golf even though you suck because when you do hit that one pure shot, it's an amazing feeling and keeps you coming back.
Exactly.
So it's essentially crack. Got it.
Pretty much.
It'll ruin your life, but hey, that first vapor was magical. Let's go to Pat, 97.1. Pat, how you doing, buddy? Welcome.
My name is Cowboy Pat Brick. I got 4 hot takes for you, Valente, and Mr. Stone.
All right.
Okay. Did you say you're
Number
Cowboy,
1.
Pat?
Cowboy Bob Orton. No, I'm the Cowboy. Let's just go with Cowboy. Okay. For number 1.
You're a grown man. Okay.
You suck at golf because you drink too much. Number 2, the Tigers. Hey, Tarek Skubal will be a Cy Young Award winner. He'll win 25 games. And Tarek Skubal.
Cowboy Tarek.
Hey, he's going to be starting in the All-Star game like Mickey Lolich did in 71. All right? Mickey Mantle is in the Hall of Fame. Lou Whitaker is going to be in the Hall of Fame with George Kell and the old folks. Now here, Yzerman is doing a damn good job. Get off his ass. One last thing. Edmonton's going to come back. We're going to win the Cup. We're going to party like it's 1999. And then the Lions are going to win the Super Bowl.
Anything else, Prince, Cowboy, Tariq?
Tariq. Skubal.
Yeah, okay.
Skubal.
All right. How about
Skubal.
this? Goodbye. What was that? I thought you had normal callers to this show, except when we do our drop tournament and Doughboy calls. Other than that, what was that?
I don't know.
See, if you have the patience to let him go.
I let him go because I thought you knew him.
No, I didn't know him about him.
You were laughing your balls off. I'm like, oh, it must be one of Stoney's buddies here or
No, I
something.
was laughing because he pronounced everything wrong, and I hate people, as we know, who use different monikers without their name.
I was also like, all right, well, let's just see how bad the car accident can be, and we'll see if it crosses the median and really gets us into trouble. I didn't know what to do. I thought it was like one of your old callers or something. I had no idea.
It could have been, but I don't think so.
All right, I'd like to apologize to the audience. I really did not. I did not do a good job there. 248-539-9797.
Crying. That was so fun.
All right. I'll tell you what we'll do. Everybody on the line, sit tight. I will get with you. I want to make sure we're timely. Oh, you know what? Turn his mic off. We'll let Stoney gather himself. Being number one is not easy. It takes experience, dedication, determination, and the number one mattress purchased by millions every year is Serta. They got the experience with 111 years making the world's best mattresses, and they're made right here in Michigan. Right now, during the 4th of July summer sale, save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, we'll get back to business momentarily. We try to give you a little football each hour. I got something fun for Stoney right here. So, yes. So Michael Stone, the godfather of radio in our fair city, is a man who has dedicated his life to things like cocaine and sports. And Michael, I'm going to put you to the test on something.
Yes.
The absolute ridiculousness of college football realignment. What I need you to do is tell me who's in what conferences. And we're going to see if the Godfather. Now I get off of that computer now. No cheating.
No cheating. All right, hold on. Let me minimize.
All right,
Boom.
so I want to give you an example.
Okay.
There are 17 schools in the ACC right now.
Okay.
I'm not going to ask you to name the existing members. I simply want you to tell me who are the 3 newest members to the Atlantic Coast Conference.
Stanford and Cal. I know those 2.
That's 2. By the way, nothing says college football Atlantic Coast Conference like 2 teams that sit on the Pacific Ocean. Nice sport. Can you name the 3rd?
I'm thinking between UC. Oh, I think I do know, actually. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be a school that got the last ever death penalty?
That is correct,
Southern
sir.
Methodist University.
Because nothing says ACC like Dallas, Texas.
I know.
That is your new additions to the ACC. All right, now this should be simple. The Big Ten, a good Midwestern league, one of the pillars of college football. Well, Mr. Mike Stone, they're now up to 18 teams. I just want to remind you, the Big Ten, which used to get made fun of for having 11 teams.
Exactly.
The Big Ten now has 18.
So they can just add something to the logo to make it look like an 8.
And they have added 4 teams. Can you tell me who they are?
Yeah, it's USC, UCLA, Oregon, and Washington.
Because nothing says Big Ten.
Right. Like the USC Showgirls.
Correct.
Coming to Ann Arbor on September 21st.
Correct.
Can't wait.
Now, the Big 12, this is where it gets fun.
Mm-hmm.
The Big 12 now has 16 schools. Now, their
That's double
cupboards,
8.
now their
Big
cupboards
12.
got rated.
Yes.
But 2024, let's have some fun. I want you to name the entire Big 12.
The entire Big 12. Wow. I should have a pen.
You don't need it. I'm going to keep track for you.
All right. So let's go with what we have right now, which is Texas Tech.
1.
Kansas.
2.
Kansas State.
3.
Iowa State.
4.
I know they added Colorado is back. That's 5.
They're back.
Okay. Then you have the Pac-12 refugees of Arizona, Arizona State.
6 and 7.
I believe Utah.
8.
Okay. Now here's where my memory goes apart.
Don't be cheating.
No, I just want to see what I don't remember what I said. That's the problem with the
Here's
original
what you
one.
said. Relax. I got you. Arizona, Arizona State, Colorado, Iowa State, Kansas, Kansas State, and Utah. That's what you got so far.
Okay, we got to have we had Southern Methodist going to the ACC, so we need the Texas Christian University going to the Big 12.
All right, another one. You're missing a couple stalwarts and a couple of rejects.
Okay, West Virginia.
There you go.
Is Cincinnati in the Big 12?
That's another. You got it. Nothing says the Big 12 like the Queen City.
Nippert Stadium. Is that what they still play?
Historic Nippert Stadium.
So where are we
Here
now?
are your other ones. Baylor, BYU,
Cincy.
Okie State, Texas Tech, Central Florida. Because again,
hey, Scott Flores.
I always associate Orlando, Florida with the Big 12. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Pac-12. Just kidding.
Yes.
It's dead. Oregon State and Washington State. All right. Can you name the 2 new members of the SEC?
Oh, Oklahoma and Texas.
Excellent. Now, this is where Stoney's head explodes, Paul. The Happy Action All-American Fun Time League, the AAC. Name for me as many AAC teams as you can, and bonus points if you can name the newest member, the over-under. Now, I'll give you the total number of teams. There are 14 teams in the AAC. The over-under for Mike Stone is set at 6.5. And there's a newest team.
Okay, I want to know Connecticut and Temple. Are they in there?
Temple is in, UConn is not.
Oh.
So you got one.
Rice isn't in there, is he?
That is correct. Shout out their powder blue uniforms.
Wow.
They're delightful. That's two.
They are in there. Okay.
You want a hint?
Okay, here we go. The Cougars of Houston?
No, they're in the Big 12.
Oh, we might mention them already. Okay, the Tulane Green Wave.
Correct. Shout out Willie Fritz. Here, I'll give you a hint. 2 words.
Marshall?
No.
Oh, they should be.
Biff Poggi.
Oh, Charlotte.
Okay. Jeff Blake.
East Carolina.
All right.
The Pirates of East Carolina.
Lane Kiffin before Ole Miss.
Oh, the Florida Atlantic Owls.
Also correct,
They'll be coming to
sir.
Spartan Stadium this year, I believe.
What a blessed occasion. Penny Hardaway.
Memphis.
All right. Anchors away.
Oh, Air Force. Oh, no, Navy.
Navy. Mean Joe Green.
The Mean Green of North Texas?
Correct, sir.
Wow.
I don't have one. Tulsa. Trent Dilfer.
Tulsa. Okay, Tulsa is the Golden Hurricane, right?
Trent Dilfer.
Trent Dilfer is at UAB.
Correct. South Florida, UTSA, and the newest member. Can you name them? I love them. I've been to their campus.
Oh, no, it's not.
They represent all that's good and true in this world. The Black Knights of the Hudson Army. All right.
Okay. I should have
Now,
said that.
Stoney loved that. This is where we have real fun.
Oh, my Lord.
I take you to Conference USA.
Oh, but who's left? Marshall.
This is what Rico did to our sport, everybody. There are 10 teams in Conference USA, including one new member. Can you name a single Conference USA team?
Liberty.
Yes. Hugh Freeze's hospital bed. Good for you.
Was Marshall in there? That they weren't in the other one that I mentioned?
Marshall is not.
Where is Marshall?
We'll get to it.
We are. Where is Marshall? We are Marshall.
Listen.
Randy Moss.
It's a mess, okay?
White Magic.
It's a total mess. We'll get to Marshall. Go ahead.
Chad Pennington.
You want the hints?
Yes.
Rich Rod.
Oh. Jacksonville State that's not in Florida.
All right. Okay, ready?
Yes.
Where Mario Cristobal got his coaching start.
Oh, Florida International.
Yes. All
Where
right.
Isaiah Thomas coached there as
Hold
well.
on. Now let's give you another one.
Yeah.
Former NFL wide receiver Troy Edwards.
Troy Edwards.
Tim
was
Rattay.
Southwest Louisiana.
Louisiana Tech. Close enough.
Oh, damn it. Raging Cajuns.
God, I don't have one for a couple of these.
Give me a location. Maybe.
Western Kentucky, UTEP,
Hilltoppers.
Sam Houston State,
Oh,
New Mexico State, Middle Tennessee State.
New Mexico State is Jerry Kill went there, and he's not there anymore.
Who's the? You ready?
New Mexico Lobos.
Not a change for this year, but who's the new future member of the MAC?
Is that where UConn's going?
No, it's where UMass is going.
I was close.
But listen,
LRU, Lou Rowe University.
All right, last one.
Wow.
Can you?
This is unbelievable.
This is what you did to this sport. I hope you're happy with all your TV money. All right, ready?
Yes.
Can you name for me?
Here's the problem. I don't care about these conferences anyway.
All right, to hell with it. That's
No,
it.
no,
We're
no,
done.
no,
We're good.
no.
We're good.
Give me
We're
the
good.
other one. Give me the.
Can you tell me what conference James Madison's in?
They just.
Hint: it's the same conference as Marshall.
It's not the pay now.
The Fun Belt.
Oh,
All
the
right.
Sun Belt. Oh,
It's summary. I know our brain about a month from now. You got the EA Sports game coming out. Nobody knows where any teams are. Just wait till I do
Where's App State?
App State's in the Fun Belt.
Oh, okay.
All right, we're out of here. That is your college football play. Stoney's going to die.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The MLB trade deadline is set for July 30th. Former big league exec and athletic writer Jim Bowden lists Jack Flaherty as one of the best starting pitchers that he expects to be traded at the deadline. The Tigers will face talented Washington rookie lefty Mitchell Parker today. Nats TV voice Bob Carpenter has more. Pre-game at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. No Javier Baez as he was placed on the injured list with lumbar issues earlier today. A.J. Hinch said the team will not have an everyday shortstop with him out. Kreidler, who was just called up, McKinstry, and Andy Ibanez will all rotate there. Wrigley Field is getting ready to host another Winter Classic next season in the NHL. The Big Ten is in talks to get 3 men's games and a women's game. Both Michigan State and Michigan are on the list of teams that would want involved on the men's side. Aaron Rodgers was not at mandatory minicamp today for the Jets. Coach addressed his absence earlier, saying, quote, he's been very good in communication. He's been here the entire time. It's inexcused, but he had an event that was very important to him, which he communicated, end quote. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so we're going to check in with Paul Serra on Ticket Text. But I want to bring one thing up that Jeremy Otto just brought up in the update. I think it's interesting. No, it's not. Javi Baez is not going to play for this team for at least the next 10 days, which is truly a joy for me because you've now just improved. Seriously. You're now actually giving yourself the best chance to win. And do I think that look, I mean, I don't understand why AJ has so few static positions, why there's no everyday anything. It's almost like we throw everything into a hat, and every day it's like, hey, who's in left? Who's on first? Who's playing third? I don't know.
We used to have the Bobby Ross crooked hat lottery of pulling positions out.
And again, roster flexibility and lineup flexibility is good, but it to me it goes a little too far. But we were talking about it, and I know some people are like, well, Kreidler's playing the outfield. He's a shortstop. And guess what? He's getting called up to be a shortstop. Weird. So here's the deal. Whether it's Kreidler, Ibanez, McKinstry, it doesn't matter. They're all better than Baez. But here's my question. The note in Jeremy's update about Jack Flaherty. And I want you to think about this before you blurt an answer out. What is the minimum where you wake up on July 17th and the Tigers are blank out of the wild card, where it wouldn't upset you that they dealt Flaherty? What is that number? What is the line where you'd go, man, that sucks, but I get it? Where would the Tigers need to be for you not to bemoan selling Jack Flaherty? How far out of it would you need to be? Like right now, they're 2.5 games out of the wild card. If they were 2.5 games out of the wild card on July 17th, how do you now, it might be right for the long term of the franchise, but here's what you need to weigh it against. You haven't made the playoffs in 10 years. And it is something where it work with me before you, I tell you, the Godfather's in a bad mood today, people. You got Skubal, Flaherty, Olsen. You put that three-headed monster in a short playoff series, Michael.
I know.
So I'm asking you, how far out would you need to be where you'd go, I'm not angry, I'm bummed, but I get it?
If we're just going to go by games out, not how many teams they'd have to jump or
Games
anything
out.
like that, or
Just
how they're,
keep it nice
how they're
and simple.
playing, I'd say 3 games.
Really?
Yeah. But you know why? Because
he's so negative.
If I am, I'm negative on the offense, and we'll get to that later in the program.
May as well get to it now.
Okay. Well,
You have your stat of the day you keep hiding.
Okay.
But let me ask the people.
Yeah.
Look, with Baez being hurt, and obviously it's not something terrible. He didn't get hit by a bus or anything. So
No.
we have a right to say, hey, too bad, so sad. I don't want to look at him. You're better now. You factually have a better chance to beat the Nats tonight because he ain't going to beat her.
Statistically, analytically, you are correct.
And I want to know, with that Flaherty news that he's going to be the best starting pitcher that'll be available at the deadline and he expects him to get traded, what is the line of delineation between where you wouldn't call this radio show upset that they sold Jack Flaherty?
It's 3 games because of their offense. Now, if all of a sudden they're 3 games and you just go by black and white answers that you're giving me the questions, I'm going to say 3 games. Now, if it's 3 games and all of a sudden they're hitting the hell out of the ball and they look like we can get on it, that's a different story. But if everything stays the same and they're still 3 games out, nah, because it's a mirage.
Okay, I have a different approach.
Well, good.
No, it doesn't make it right.
I know.
It's just an interesting conversation of I'm tired of this team being a seller. Look, when we've talked about some of the trade ideas on this show,
right.
Make no mistake.
I know.
Skubal nets you things that if the deal is designed right, you're playing at least 2 of the pieces you'd get.
Exactly.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Look, if I made a deal to acquire a Bo Bichette, that guy plays every day. The Flaherty thing is different. The Flaherty is a straight-up sell.
Correct.
For a rental, and if you comp it out, now I'm not ready to tell you get exactly this, but if you comp out what Corbin Burns got the Brewers when they dealt him to Baltimore on an expiring, you're selling. You got the Orioles' 4th-round pick from a couple of years ago, and I forget who the hell the guy is. I know his name is not Connor Norby or Jordan Westberg or Colton Cowser or Hunter Kierstead or Basallo or Holiday or any other really good Orioles prospects I'd care about. Colby Mayo. The point is, I'm tired of selling. My answer on this is going to shock you. I would need to be 6 games out.
Wow.
To not be annoyed. And Mike, I know.
Okay. Is it being annoyed that they did it, or you're annoyed that they're in the position that they have to do it? That's a difference.
Okay, so I know me. I'd be angry if they sold Jack Flaherty only 3 games out. 3 games out with this pitching staff. And look, I read this yesterday to the listeners, and there was a Buster-only piece on ESPN, and he talked to executives, and they were talking about a team that wasn't the Tigers, and they go, look, they're only a half game out of the wild card. They got a 3-headed monster at pitcher. If they can get in, they can be dangerous, but they need a slight upgrade offensively. He was talking about the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, man, that's the Tigers. It's the same principle that this 3-headed monster in a short series, you can win a playoff series.
Yeah.
So in order for me to sell Jack Flaherty, man, I got to be way out of this thing. Now, you're telling me, but Mike, they got to do what's right. I agree. But these are the hard decisions.
And the harder thing is figuring out if they have is the front office capable of getting the right return.
Yeah. The other issue is this. When we've talked the Skubal thing, I always get a chuckle, and whether it's listeners or other hosts, when they just parse a piece of our conversation and act like this is the totality. No, there's context. The context is simple. I'm not flippantly talking about dealing Skubal and you just must do this. The Tigers don't have to do anything.
No.
But when I tell you his value will never be higher, it's true. He's a Cy Young guy right now with 2 more ARB years, and Scott Boras is his agent. If you're promising me you will have a Texas Rangers offseason and you will add a robust yearly increase in the payroll of $60 to $70 million this offseason,
right, which puts you what?
Middle of the pack.
Right.
If you did that, you have every right to hold on to Skubal, insulate him, show him we can win here, and then you better be prepared to go $400 million deep when Scott Boras comes calling. All I've tried to do is just paint the picture of alternative pathways.
Right. Now,
that if you're wasting him now and you're not going to, if you don't believe you can be a 90-95 win team next year, then what is the existence of Skubal doing for us other than an occasional thrill?
Here's the question I have. I believe their ages will be similar, although their injuries were, Skubal's was further away. But Blake Snell was about 31 this offseason, I believe.
Let me
And he-
double check. There's
Okay.
no reason to guess. I'm sitting here. I'll help you.
Okay, so Blake Snell is not going to be that much older than what Scuba will be when he becomes a free agent. Blake Snell really didn't get much of anything, and I believe he might have been a Boris client too. So I don't know.
31 years old.
Okay, and that's what Scuba will be.
I guess the way I look at it, my man, I see the money that gets tossed around to
I-
40-year-old Max Scherzer at
Right.
40 a pop.
Right.
I think about inflation, not economically.
Right.
I'm saying in the game.
Okay.
And I think about a lefty throwing 100 miles an hour.
I know.
Being a Cy Young guy. It's Scott Boras. Hey, guess
know.
what?
I know.
You might be right.
Snell's the same. I
But
think
the
he's a Boris
Flaherty-
guy.
But the Flaherty thing.
Here's the thing with Flaherty. You're sick of them being sellers. You know what I'm sick of? I am sick of guys who are good, who we let walk away for nothing, no matter whose fault it is.
E-Rod.
Okay, whether he got screwed by the Dodgers and his agent, and
I don't wanna hear it.
or whatever.
It happened on your watch.
Exactly. Okay, whatever the reason is. And Dominican Sue left for nothing. I'm tired of good players leaving this town.
So let me ask
and
this
they don't
question.
get
then.
anything.
Could you
Go back
approach
to Allen
Flaherty?
Houston?
Could you approach Flaherty with an extension?
That would be fine.
So now hold on. There is a risk to that. He hadn't been any good since 2019. Now, I've been very complimentary of Scott Harris, Chris Fetter, the entire Tigers organization, because they have a way. They turned Michael Lorenzen into something I cared about.
Mm-hmm.
They find arms. I'm just saying, Stoney, if you sign him, it's a different conversation.
It's a risk.
Well, think about this. You could have a pitching staff that features Skubal, Flaherty, Olson, Job, and your
Maybe a fifth.
mother.
Yes.
It doesn't matter.
Right, an opener.
Think about that now.
Yes.
But what does it require? It requires the organization to show some urgency.
Mm-hmm.
So I think
I
it's
know.
interesting. I am not committed to trading Jack Flaherty.
Right.
Because if he's pitching this way at the deadline, why isn't the conversation on the table an extension? Now, if he says no,
That's a different
I have
story.
to deal you.
Right. Now,
But I'm telling you, it's going to break my heart if they're two and a half games out of the
Right.
wild card and they trade Jack.
I don't care if they're 2.5, three games is my limit. If the baseball looks the same as it does now, and I'll explain to you why coming up next.
Oh, look at that. Look at that, huh? The Mike Stone School of Broadcasting, coming summer of 26. Companies out there averaging BOGO deals on AC, furnaces. You listen, there's nothing for free. You want a fair deal? Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they got you covered 24/7. Locally owned, over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical, and they'll beat any price. Bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you save up to $2,000 with fast installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com.
All right, Michael.
Yes, Mike.
As promised, we were talking about trading Jack Flaherty.
And by the way, Baez is hurt.
Yeah.
Say it.
And Joey Chestnut can't compete.
Some kind of lumbar issue. Get him a pillow.
All right, and Joey Chestnut's out on July 4th. I'm very upset. Okay, we digress. On this radio station, there's been a lot of back and forth between people who are perceived to be negative and people who are perceived to be positive. And some of the positive people, or one in particular, the newest member of our staff.
Oh, I got you.
Yes. Is very, I appreciate his enthusiasm and in some ways his positivity. It's good. But there's a difference between positive and there's a difference in being realistic as well. Same thing for the negative. There's also realistic. And Mark Ryan, who I'm speaking about, has presented some facts that are true. And it's data, okay? Where in the past few postseasons, there have been I don't know the exact number, but it's the fact that there's 2 to 4 something teams who have worse runs per game than the Tigers that have made the playoffs. So that's why everybody should rally around this baseball team. I did some research this morning because I found that, well, true, it's kind of weird in a way, but there was something else I wanted to check out, and I checked it out. Mike, look up what is the Tigers' current OPS. And I don't want to go too deep analytics here because I think it bores people. I think it's too much.
It's not. OPS is not
acceptable. Exactly. It's the basic line of sabermetrics would be OPS, which, for those of you who don't know, on-base percentage plus slugging percentage equals OPS. What is the Tigers' OPS right now?
I'm trying to pull it up for you. I would probably say like 580.
No, it's better than that, I believe.
Okay, just go ahead.
I believe it's 671.
I'm looking. No. Yes. 23rd in baseball.
Okay, so there's teams that are actually worse, okay? 671 is their OPS.
Okay.
Since I was in high school, how many teams with a worse OPS have made the postseason?
I mean, I'm sure one has somewhere. I mean, I would normally just say 0. It's an awful OPS. Awful.
Your second answer is correct. The answer is 0.
Right, and here are the other teams, by the way. Like I hate when people locally do this. Hey, there are people that suck more than us. Huh? The White Sox, who are on a 45-win pace. Miami, who punted on their whole season, their rotation died.
Who beat us 2 out of 3.
The Oakland A's, who are moving to Vegas and are awful. Pittsburgh, Tampa Bay, the Nats, who are no good, and you. I'm just saying, like, oh, okay, here's your backstop.
So if you're going to use this runs per game thing that some of these teams, I think Arizona might have actually been one of them, and they went to the World Series, that's fine. That's fair. But look at the other side. At least and I think the Stat News, which was the source that I used for most of this, said since 1974. I was in high school. I went back individually year by year by year through this whole century, and there was none. And not only that, the Tigers' OPS is 671. Do you know what the Tigers' OPS was in 2003? You remember that glorious 2003 season?
Yeah, but it was also the genesis of the steroid era, and it was a live ball era. I mean, it's probably a 730.
No, it was like 675.
Holy hell.
Okay, it was bad, but still not as bad as this.
No, I know.
So I just wanted to throw that at you.
Listen.
When somebody comes out with the positive, there's also some negative stats too, and you do what you want with them.
The point I'm making is they're horribly flawed, but they're 2.5 out. If you are 2.5 out on July 11th, and I start this show at 2 p.m, and they've traded Jack Flaherty, my customers are going to be upset. That's the only reason I brought it up.
I know.
When Jeremy brought up that article and the whole Flaherty.
I get it.
Hey, if they're 5, 6, 7 out, it's different. You're bummed, you're angry, you just annoyed your summer's over, but you understand dealing them. The point I'm making is this organization, if you are 2 games out of that wild card and you got a 3-headed monster, a Skubal, Olsen, and Jack, you are in fact dangerous in a playoff series. But
Don't be mad if another team trades somebody who might not even be as good as Flaherty and get somebody say, oh my God, I wish I would have known. I could have got this guy. And they don't make the playoffs. 3 is my line. And
okay.
That's
fine. Listen,
there's not enough proof to me to show that they will even be as good as that pitching has been because the bullpen's.
But I just go to the other side of it. At what point does this customer base get to make a demand of their franchise that instead of trading Jack, open up the wallet, offer him an extension, and if he says no, then you trade him?
I'm for an extension. That's different.
You imagine a rotation of Skubal, Jack, Olsen, Job, and it could be Paul Serra as the swingman.
Yeah. It'd be incredible.
I'd like to give my customers something to build on here.
I agree. I want to shop at your store.
Paul, what do you got for me on Ticket Text, and we'll get moving? I know we got to touch the table with some NFL.
To me, it might depend on the return. If the Tigers are 2 to 3 games out and we can get a couple of promising pieces, I wouldn't be upset with the trade.
Just remember, it's a rental.
Right,
Go look at what Corbin Burns got Milwaukee. You're going to get a guy who's probably just gotten to AA or is years away. You are not going to get any prospect you've heard of.
There's another unnamed texter, 5 to 5.5 games out of the last wild card spot, and he'd be okay with it.
Yeah, that's right around where
close.
I'd be at.
Right, I'm at 3.
Another one that says 5 games out and they could sell Flaherty. Here's another one. It would be 5 games behind. I'd be okay with letting Flaherty go.
So it sounds like 5's the line for the audience.
Yes.
3. See, if it's 3, Mike, I'm going to have a hard time not. Oh, there goes Mike. He's being mean.
No.
3 games out. I haven't made the playoffs in a decade. And here I am, I'm being the swap shop for all the good teams again.
I get it.
And here's the other thing for all you Tiger bots. If they offer Flaherty an extension and he says no, it'll be in the media. Please.
Right.
The way today's media works, ain't no way they make a real offer to Jack Flaherty midseason and he turns it down and tells them where to put it, that it wouldn't be reported. So just spare me. Oh, how do you know they didn't fry? Because Jeff Passan told me so. Yes, Paul.
Yeah, this is another one. I wouldn't trade him unless we're at least 5.5, 6 games out.
Okay, but to Stoney's point, if you're 4.5 games out and you don't get home and you haven't gotten him signed, that's 2 years in a row you will have had one of the better, if not the best available pitcher. Last year, certainly Corbin Burns. But my point would be, Erod was a hard-throwing lefty. Jack Flaherty's throwing lightning right now. If you get nothing for either of those guys, I'm sorry, you got to have a conversation about your general manager.
True.
You're right.
Oh, thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Do we still have any of those texts about that one caller we had, Cowboy Pat, or is the ship sailed on that? People might not have heard that guy.
We do have some if you want to hear them, Stoney.
I do, because that's probably the last we'll ever hear from that gentleman.
They were very interesting. So this is from Tom in Flat Rock. Did a grown man just call up and say his name is Cowboy Pat and he had some hot cakes for Mike? Did I accidentally eat edibles?
No, you were sober and that call was real.
There's another one from an unnamed texter. Guys, now that we've heard from the Cowboy, when do the rest of the Village people call in?
That's a great text.
Stoney clearly amused.
Yeah.
This is from Robin Redford. I think it's very unlikely that Taruk Screwball is going to be pitching the All-Star game.
I thought he called him Drew Screwball or whatever he was saying. I don't know. Maybe he had a couple of drinks today. Who knows?
And one more here. For Cowboy, I referenced the famous line from Billy Madison, I award you no points, and we are all dumber for having listened to it.
I would agree.
Yes,
I would totally agree. All right, we got to touch table on the NFL. We got some Aaron Rodgers news.
Yes.
And how Dan Hurley may have given the Pistons a gift.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to try to explain something to you. We'll see if you're buying. Also, a new name emerging for the Pistons. NBA draft I believe it's 2 weeks from tomorrow, but a new name emerging. I want Stoney to explain why. We'll talk about that too. All right, listen up. Youth sports are going crazy. Your kids are at 17 practices a week. You need to get dinner on the table. How about Hungry Howie's? Choose from the Howie bread, the 2-topping flatbread pizzas, salads, medium 1-topping pizza, and a whole lot more. $6.99, mix and match, and you get dinner on the table in 30 minutes. It's just that simple. Starting at $6.99 each, and the possibilities are endless. You guys know the drill. 8 flavored crusts, limitless options. Don't settle for less than the best. Order off that mix and match menu tonight, only with Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Tigers lineup is in. Here it is. Vierling will lead off and play center field. Ibanez to follow at second base. Canna back at first place as he hits third. Green, Urshela, and Justin Henry Malloy in the middle. Malloy back at DH. Since his call-up, he's 3 for 16 with 4 walks and 6 Ks. Perez will bat 7th and play right field. Rogers catching, and Kreidler in there after he's called up today. Javier Baez to the IL and 91 MLB at bats. Kreidler has hit 165 with a single, double, and home run. Kenta Maeda will make the start for Detroit in place of Jack Flaherty on the mound. Flaherty received an injection to remedy his lower back tightness and expected to play catch tomorrow. They hope he can start over the weekend. Alex Faedo is dealing with right hip inflammation, is progressing, and is set to increase his throwing volume this week as well. Luka Doncic received a pain-killing injection prior to Game 2 of the NBA Finals. He's expected to receive another before Game 3 tomorrow. He said after practice today, quote, "I feel good. I don't want to get into any more details, but I feel good," end quote. At the Coral House Sports Desk, more at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
Thank you, Kat. Listen, that's what you'll be saying if you got a hole in your roof next time we get a thunderstorm. Bottom line, Victor's Home Solutions can answer the question, and they can find out by going to the places you can't see. They operate perfect is the standard. It's very, very simple with Victor's. More 5-star reviews than any other roofing contractor. Quality workmanship, that's the name of the game. That's why they don't just leave it up to their guys. They have job site inspectors that are demanding perfection as they comb over the work. They are so confident in the roofs they install. Victor's offers a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof that they work on. Look, it's simple. If you want to know the answers, if you want to know a solution, and if you want to go with a roofing contractor that is going to guarantee perfection, it's Victor's. Schedule that free, no-obligation 21-point roof inspection today, 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or you go online anytime at victors.com. All right, couple notes, and then we've got a couple issues to address top of the hour. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? We did a little, believe it or not, a little bit of Red Wings loosely around the Stanley Cup final and a certain award given out in the league last night. Talked a little bit about the Tigers. Javi Baez to the IL with some kind of lumbar problem. No disrespect. Don't care. You're better without him. Anybody you select from McKinstry, Kreidler, Ibanez, Stoney's mother, you're better than putting Baez out there. So, yeah, they got a better shot to win tonight against the Nats without Javi.
Absolutely.
And if I have to hear another shill talk about his defense when he's got a -3 defensive run saved, my head's going to explode.
By the way, also some interesting news besides the joking one that Joey Chestnut will not be in the Nathan's hot dog eating contest July 4th because he signed
really
with,
can't let that go.
I can't. He signed with a rival, a vegan hot dog. Maybe Doug Karsh will watch that competition. Also, Marty Smith of ESPN has tweeted breaking news: 2-time major champion Jon Rahm has decided to withdraw from the U.S. Open due to an infected sore located between the little toe and the next toe on his left foot. Sources close to Rahm tell me, I'm told the infection is healing with antibiotic treatment.
Did we really need to know that? Couldn't Jon Rahm just claim an injury and I'm not going to play this week?
That's why I read it.
Don't really need that. I wanted to give you one story from the NFL. You tell me if this is my bias coming through because I hate this organization and they're fleabag losers, and I hate the quarterback because he's a self-absorbed, narcissistic conspiracy theorist. Aaron Rodgers has been announced today as an unexcused absence from mandatory OTAs. And Robert Saleh had this to say. Aaron and I spoke before OTAs. We've been in good communication. He's been here. It's unexcused, but he had an event that was very important to him, which he communicated. Let me get this straight.
The Robert F. Kennedy Jr. fundraiser?
No, does Rodgers have a different definition of mandatory?
I guess so.
Oh, like you don't think your other teammates, who, by the way, Aaron Rodgers went public and said everybody needs to be all in and be committed. This is the same guy who goes a week without turning the lights on. The same guy who's doing olive oil enemas. The same guy who said he turned down a vice presidential candidate bid. I'm asking you. Now, I don't have to like Aaron Rodgers, and I can still be like, all right, I get this. Do you think this is actually going to work in New York? He's a pain in the ass.
Look, it's all. If he plays well, it'll work. It's that simple.
I'm just thankful for Goff. We don't have to deal with any of this.
Look, can I ask you a question?
Goff just goes to work, man.
Yeah, this just dawned on me. You always talk about your disdain for the Jets, being a Giant fan.
Yeah.
So, death not an option.
Yeah.
Okay. For somebody who wears green and white, or are you used to, but whatever, you're a Spartan.
Oh, yeah, no. MSU's on embargo.
No, I'm just saying you're a green and white guy.
Okay.
Which would you rather see decompose or go off the face of the earth? The New York Jets or the Philadelphia Eagles?
Okay.
And I won't take offense.
No. Basically, the Jets are so pathetic. They're so sad. They're so helpless. You can't let a homeless guy bother you. Okay. The Eagles are dangerous. The Eagles inflict real pain on my world roughly twice a year. Mm-hmm. And your fans are animals.
Yes, they are. Many of them are.
Animals. So, yes, it'd be the Eagles for me. Yes, Paul.
Fireman Ed, Mike. Come on. Their fan base is the worst.
The
worst fan base in pro sports, New York Jets.
No, it's the Eagles. Paul, I know you're a Dolphins guy because you're from South Florida. I understand it. But nothing.